the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. It's the Good Time Gang. We're live. Don't forget Bible study today, noon Central with Rick. As we are off and running today, we appreciate you, as always, choosing the Rick and Bubba Show. Have a lot to discuss, a lot to break down, so let's bring them all in. Here's our players. I am Speedy. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey, boys.
What's happening?
What's up?
Did I see you get your...
I took me a little puff off my inhaler.
Yeah.
Wheezing. I don't know what's going on.
Uh-oh.
I got it. I've been
Coach
up.
Bullethead's wheezing.
I don't understand it. And maybe it's just the body has not had time to function. But
help my body.
I've been up for an hour and not sneezed one time. Rode here in the car for 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Didn't sneeze one time.
Wow.
Stepped foot out of my car, so I have a sneezing attack. What brings that on at that moment?
I don't know. What do you think, Bubba?
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
Oh.
Picking up where we left off.
Thank you so much.
Can't remember it.
I'm wheezing, Speed. You can't do a whole lot of that right now.
Well,
I got to calm down.
Helmsy.
So I had a sneezing attack, which turned into me because it was so violent. I started wheezing. I had to puff on my inhaler. First time I puffed on my inhaler in like 2 months.
Ooh, took a.
Yeah. Anyway,
I don't know what
so that's what's going on. That's what's going on with me. And Speedy saw me. He saw me puff
He was
on
over
it.
in the corner.
I went over in the corner, away from the camera.
He tried to do it real quick.
Hit it a couple of times.
It was like,
He'll double fisted every now and then, have one in each hand.
That's not true.
I don't know if you call it that.
Yeah,
I think you
let's
need to
stay
be careful.
away
I'm
from.
telling
Do you know
does.
what you just said?
He doesn't care.
It's nothing bad.
He doesn't. You said it a minute ago.
You
He
say
doesn't
that,
care
but
about
people
people.
Now, what do you
drinking.
think, Bubba? No, I'm kidding. Wow.
All right, I'm better.
Thanks,
All
Huffy.
right. Well, I can tell you
Hey,
one
it's Huffy
person.
Huffington.
You need to look at me when you talk about it because I'll
Yeah.
give you something on this one here doesn't care.
Yeah,
now
he's
he wants
okay.
us to care about how cold he is because he's some old man that
I'm just
if,
saying,
if
this
the
seat
air's
right
on,
here.
"Yeah, it's freezing over here.
This seat right here. Let's swap.
He called it miserable a while ago.
It is.
Like he's in out in the wind.
It is.
It's miserable over here.
I don't sound like that. Never have.
You did. For some reason, when you say you're cold, that's how you talk. It's like normally you
I'm
just like
taking
you're
my
talking.
shirt off.
You know what you got to do? You got to think warm, buddy.
Yeah, I do.
Come
I
on.
can do it.
We learned that from you.
Dang, I'm hot now.
I've discussed. Hey, you got to think warm with people before.
It works.
I will tell you this. It only works for a small period of time. I tried it last hunting season. I was really cold, and
I'm
I
doing
tried
it
to
right
think. I tried to think warm, and it didn't get me. It didn't get me
It'll
far.
help. Look, I mean, I can actually make my body temperature actually either go up or down.
Yeah. All right. So we
it's
heard
a Navy
from,
SEAL thing.
You heard from Coach Wheezy, and then you got cold one over here.
I
So,
ain't cold. That's it.
but we're
I'm
off
hot
and
now.
going here, and we got the Cat 4 Hurricane too.
Yeah,
How
we
about
did.
that?
We
Idalia?
got us one.
Yeah. She's
I,
coming on in.
I watched a little bit of the coverage this morning on the way in.
Look at me.
While
I was wheezing, I was watching.
yeah, well, I wasn't wheezing at that point.
That maybe what got you wheezing.
It may have scared me.
Got you all tore up about
That's
it.
good.
Scared me.
All right.
Speedy, you can't point stuff out like
Okay.
that.
Sorry.
Yeah. So when's landfall?
I think
It's
between
coming in right now, ain't it?
buddy, between 6 and 8 Central.
Okay. All right. So I know they're getting
getting hammered.
quite a bit of storm surge
Yeah.
at the moment.
That's
What was
Yeah,
that?
so we'll update. Maybe have Spann on today. Not sure, but they predicted, hey, it could get to a 4, and
Yeah.
here she comes.
Here
Now,
she comes.
I think we can
Warm
stop
water.
there. Hey, national media, a Cat 4 is, that's a serious hurricane.
that's a
All
good
right, that's a
one.
major
That's a good
hurricane, and that's a salty dog. No
Yep.
pun intended. We can stop there. We don't have to go the angle it's going through, the counties it's hitting, and the way it's going. First time ever, and they just blow it up to where it's just this.
Yeah, they go
The
worst
story
ever
that-
for this area. Listen to me now.
Right.
It ain't the worst that ever hit the U.S.
No,
it ain't the
no,
worst. I mean,
no.
guys, we have hurricanes. It's nothing. I mean, the waters are warm, especially out. Of course, not going to be scientific. We had, I think, El Nino's involved this year where the water's warm.
Here we go.
That don't help.
Right.
But we deal with this. It's terrible.
It's awful.
You hate it because it does. Boy, that's the thing about a hurricane. You talk about some widespread damage.
Yeah. But
Good
you know what
night.
I'm saying? I mean, category 4
That's a big
hitting
one.
anywhere, that's a major story,
Yeah, it's
and
a big one.
and you can stop there. It's bad, and it's
But it's not
it's a
unprecedented.
serious deal. And we'll update you as we progress through the show. Possibly have Spann on today to give you more of a detailed update. I did see where they were using the Waffle House Index to see how
we've
bad
heard
it
about
would
that.
be to determine the severity of the hurricane. And it's an unofficial metric, they say, used to determine the severity of a storm or a hurricane, and it has existed for nearly 20 years. And we've discussed, I think COVID is the only thing that shut a
COVID
Waffle
shut
House
them.
back in the
They
day.
were right there at the interstate when I'd come to work. COVID got that one.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, if the Waffle House is shut down, it's bad.
Yeah, it was. The term was coined in 2004 with Hurricane Charlie. The term was inspired by Waffle House's reputation for staying open during extreme weather and quickly reopening after hurricanes, tornadoes, or other severe weather. So they're using that index today.
I didn't know this area was considered the Big Bend of Florida.
I'd never
that
heard of
was
that.
new to me.
Big
Me
Bend.
too.
Well, you know it's historic, Big Bend. But it is a category 4, and
Biggest to hit
that's,
the Big
that's
Bend. Well,
that is
yeah,
a
but-
serious situation.
Yeah, it is. And you hope everybody's safe.
That's right. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you so much for being with us here on the Kickoff File. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why we say you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Yes, you can post for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba, linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I have quite the headline for you guys.
That's a good one.
Huh?
Give it to us.
Well,
I like a good headline.
The Chicago White Sox game last week.
Chicago.
Chicago White Sox. Is
they moving
this
to
true?
Vegas?
I thought it was Nashville.
Nashville.
I keep hearing
It is
that too, but I don't
Nashville.
know if that's the truth.
I don't know if that's a real thing. That it was in 2029 they're headed to Nashville,
I heard
but
that
I
too.
don't know.
Boy, that'd be good.
It sure would. So here's the story. A woman snuck a gun
Okay. Not good.
into a Chicago White Sox game last weekend by hiding it in the folds of her belly fat.
What?
Good night. Well, how about this? You can bet nobody's going to check.
The gun accidentally went off,
While I was in her belly fat?
grazing her abdomen and hitting another woman in the leg.
You
My
got to be
gracious.
kidding me. So her fat pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
So I got such belly fat, I got a gun wedged in it, and my old big roll pulled the trigger and shot somebody. That can't be true.
No, it's true because I didn't understand the
Don't you know
story.
everybody was confused.
How did
it
she
come
get
from?
through security?
Well, she hit it in her belly fat.
But I mean, so
Yeah,
that so
true to
you,
the beep, 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 beep,
so
beep.
it didn't pick up through her fat. She's so
guess-
fat it didn't pick it up.
Evidently.
no. It says 2 females were shot
Don't
during
forget
the
her fat pulled the trigger, too.
fourth
That ain't easy.
during the 4th inning of the White Sox game against the Oakland A's on Friday night.
Well, at least they made it to the 4th.
According to ESPN Chicago, it says here the gunshots came from a woman left with grazing. Hold on. Okay, yeah, it did. Okay, it said. I just want to make sure I got it right. It did graze her abdomen, hit another person in the leg, and it went off in her belly fat.
It could have. She better be glad the barrel wouldn't turn towards her
I know.
in that fat somehow.
What was her plan for the gun?
Yeah,
Like,
what
what
or
was
does she just carry it that way? Is that the way she always carries her gun? Maybe she had like her car keys in
What
there
else
with it.
does she keep in there? That's a good question.
Her
Yeah.
car keys or wallet.
Yeah.
So
Food,
it says
snacks, probably.
it is understood to have she snuck it in
Cheeseburger.
past security and through metal detectors by hiding it in the folds of her belly fat.
Good night. So I got so much belly fat, a metal detector can't pick up a gun. I got wedged in it. They went off. So not only did I have a gun there, I had one in the chamber and I was ready to roll.
Oh, wow. It says that additionally,
That
police said that live
can't be
rounds
true.
were recovered and that the victim who took a bullet in the leg was in fair condition. The game was finished. The White Sox, of course, lost. It is believed to have not interrupted too much going on, but social media started erupting that there was gunfire inside and people were all freaking out. Well, that's what happened.
Well, I'll tell you this. The victim's got a heck of a story. Yeah, I've been shot. Really? Who shot you? Well, there was a fat lady that had a gun wedged between her fat folds and somehow it went off and shot me. There ain't many people got that story.
No.
It's a good one.
It says here, this is kind of crazy. It says that play was not interrupted despite the shooting, with the situation
Chicago,
inside remaining calm throughout. However,
typical night.
Yeah, Chicago. Well, no big deal.
Yeah. What is okay? So it says, however, it meant that fans were initially left dismayed when a post-game concert starring rapper Vanilla Ice was canceled for an apparent technical reason. It said an announcement on the big screen informed spectators who had stuck around despite Chicago's defeat that the event would no longer be taking place without information or informing them of the incident earlier.
So
fans were left confused as a result, as they wrote on X. The White Sox lost 12-4, but some thought that the reason the concert was canceled was because of the gunshots, but they say it was because of technical reasons. So this just keeps growing. You got that, and you got a Vanilla Ice post-game concert.
If you're a White Sox fan that was, actually planning on watching a little Vanilla Ice after the game, you lose the game.
Mm-hmm.
Some fat lady shoots somebody with her folds, then Vanilla Ice cancels on you.
Yeah,
right there in the.
Do you think that was like a natural silencer?
I bet it wasn't very loud.
Hold on, what? What?
But that's what it sounded like.
So
what about when everybody's probably trying to figure out what just happened?
Lift your folds up and put it in there. Think about that. But the folds were tight enough to hold it.
The
you
metal
got a
detector.
big fold.
The metal detector didn't pick it up.
Let's start there.
Okay. Well, that'd have put you on a diet.
Let's put these rumors to bed, shall we? 5 days ago, Nashville had been connected with the Chicago White Sox.
Done deal.
But it says no discussions have taken place between the team and the city. It said that evidently there's some kind of lease on the stadium that's expiring in 6 years, and that's what's brought all this on.
They're leverage. That's all it is.
And because Nashville, as we talked about, was in the market for a Major League Baseball team, that just made sense for some people to be throwing that around. So, but no, there's nothing to it at this point.
They're starting next year.
It's just but somebody's got to put it out. And
I didn't want people going, "Hey, y'all hear on Rick and Bubba? We get the baseball team."
Yeah, I have heard that. But like I say, that's just they're trying to get a leverage, get a new stadium or something, or a better deal.
Luckily, both that took the shot, that neither one of them have life-threatening injuries. It looks like
that's good to know. I want to ask her: do you normally? That's what. And first of all, did you felt you needed it at the game? Of course, you're in Chicago. You may have. Do you normally carry it in your fat fold instead of a holster?
Right. I don't know that it's still
probably
on
just
air,
when she's trying to sneak it in place.
But have y'all ever ran across Vanilla Ice's home improvement show where he goes in and
I've seen him
buys up property and all that? Have y'all?
Yes. He finally embraced his Vanilla Iceness. For a while, I remember he tried to be a thrash artist, where that screaming and tried that, but then he's back performing Ice Ice Baby and all that.
I have
for years he tried to put it because he was embarrassed.
I have said this before on the air. I think it's worth mentioning again. But when y'all were doing the show in Gadsden and on Q104, I won a Vanilla Ice pack. I was like
thank you for telling us.
I was like the 25th caller or something. I don't know. I was so excited because I was a big Vanilla Ice fan.
Look, I'm gonna say this.
Serious business,
and I'm gonna lose any credibility. But it's a really good song. It really is.
It was.
I mean, if it's on, I don't turn it off, and I should. Just the whole beat, the whole setup.
I didn't realize he was still trying. He was performing. I mean, he's 55. So, and that look, I know musicians, artists, they perform late in their 60s and 70s still. But there's some moves that come with Vanilla Ice's tunes.
No, you're right.
He's got backup. Now, of course, now we saw Casey in the Sunshine Band, how good that turned out.
Yeah.
He's also got moves, but they're just, they're not very good.
No.
At 350.
Right. But no,
that looked like a joke that day.
Yeah, I know.
But I got bad news. It wasn't.
Anytime there's a stage talk, you bring that up.
Oh, I can't
get out of your mind, can you?
How many people are not honest with him and go, maybe stay behind the keyboard.
Yeah.
Don't get out and try to do the
I have a serious question about this lady, and I mean this.
You talking about fat fold?
Have y'all ever put something somewhere on you in your pocket, whatever, and you forgot it was there? Is there a chance she forgot it was in her belly fat?
I don't know.
Because it wasn't until a couple of innings
How
into the game.
How do you forget a gun?
She still got it in there.
Mashed up in your fat.
She still, what was it? What did I say it was? What inning was it? I mean, it wasn't
Fourth.
So she's had it in there for a minute.
Yeah.
It's getting warm.
Yeah, I wonder what move she did that set it off. She trying to get up?
Right.
I want to know what she weighed. Did it say?
Oh, let me see here. I don't think it says.
I'm just curious.
Her name was Peggy. Wow.
I'll be doggone, Miss Peg.
Oh, hey, gosh, she's on Vanilla Ice over there.
See, once that starts, what are you going to do?
You're not turning that.
You're not at all.
No.
I mean, they ripped it off, but that's fine.
Yeah. We'll live with that.
I just act like that never happened.
It happens all the time. They just try to do it without paying.
I'm watching the video in the break.
Okay. We'll come over and look over your shoulder.
You talk about blew up. Man,
Yes.
it blew up.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the lady. I didn't know
That
what.
too.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your your order of my coffee or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Protect your home with the latest innovation from Simply Safe Home Security 24/7 Live Guard Protection. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, warning them that police are on the way. The new Smart Alarm indoor camera is the only indoor security camera that can trigger the alarm and instantly deter intruders with a built-in siren. 24/7 Live Guard protection and the Smart Alarm indoor camera work seamlessly as part of the entire Simply Safe security system to keep your whole home safe from break-ins, fires, floodings, and more. Our listeners get a special 20% off when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, it's not every day that my oldest son, Tyler, is listening to the kickoff hour. He said, Dad, it's been a minute, but he's up and rolling for work, having to travel.
Nobody should be up this early.
You know, and so he's part of the crew.
He's probably turned it off and listening to Vanilla Ice at this point.
It could be.
Oh, absolutely.
Y'all stay with us.
Yeah.
I
I forgot how much I liked that song until we played it in the break and just watching him dance.
Yeah.
And I felt like I had those moves back in the day, and I didn't, but I felt like I did.
Why don't you grow your hair out like his? The way it was.
Oh man, I mean, even I want to sit here.
Pack.
I want to sit here and make fun of it, being 45. But the minute it started, it caught me. And I'm like, wanted to get out here and do a little dance.
I caught you trying to cut a hip.
You know, just could I add 2 more things to the story that we just did?
Boy, you're really on this fat fold.
Well, I mean, that's the whole reason we do. Vanilla Ice came up.
The Fat Bandit.
It's the White Sox game Friday night that a woman snuck a gun in her
and shot Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
I got it wrong.
In the folds of her fat, she snuck it in. They say that she went to the game with other colleagues to celebrate the first week of classes. They were teachers.
She needed a gun for that?
They were teachers, it says.
Oh, must be some
According to
teachers.
CBS News, she did set off alarms 3 times going through the metal detectors, but security didn't want to overstep their boundaries to let her in.
Her.
Right.
Dig off.
But
Nobody wants to dig off in a fold.
But her lawyer is saying she didn't sneak it in. What? Well, yeah, if it's in the folds of your fat, you probably, I mean, if not, it's just in your purse.
If you don't tell somebody, if you're going through security and you don't tell somebody something's there, you're sneaking it in.
All right, but think about this.
Oops,
so the alarm goes off. Ma'am, step back through. Goes off again. Ma'am, step back through. Who's got the short straw and having to check her out?
That's my point.
Somebody said, okay, yeah. Just lift your hands up. Turn. All right, I guess you're good.
Let me comment.
I don't know why it's going off.
Let's say it was an evil person that went in.
Yeah.
Hey, security, I don't want to hear you didn't want to overstep your bounds. I thought the boundary, there was no boundary when you're trying to find whether a person has a weapon on them or not, right?
Jeez, yeah.
Well, if you don't have it in your pocket, we're not going to look any further. Come on.
Oh, my goodness. So,
Vanilla.
so I just wanted to add a few of those.
Okay, well, thanks for that.
Two men have teamed up in an attempt to break another Guinness World Record for the most hugs in 1 minute.
Oh, good night.
That's stupid. Why don't we get him a record for that?
It's two men.
It was set by Anthony Anderson and Darius Rucker. In an episode of Carpool Karaoke.
That's the guys off.
It says, here is the moment that David Rush and Josh Horton reached 153 hugs in 1 minute.
Now, what's Anthony Anderson?
I don't know. It says it was set, I guess, in an episode with those two. I guess so. But anyway, they said 153 hugs in 1 minute.
See, I listen. I know I'm the serious guy and probably needs to lighten up a little bit from time to time. This is stupid. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't
not
know
a
why
record I care
we're
about
wasting
holding.
our time breaking a record about hugging.
Yeah. And I want to know what's considered the protocol for it to be when you're doing reps, and they go no rep, you didn't do the form right.
Yeah.
What is the form that is accepted to set the record for hugs?
Yeah. It says David Rush.
Side hug.
And this is
front
what
hug.
he's been labeled as. David Rush is a serial record breaker with over 200 Guinness World Records conquered. But now it says it here, total of 250 Guinness World Records he's broke, David Rush.
And that right there is a record with the Guinness Book of World Records.
And then you got Josh Horton, a YouTube and TikTok star. He has 30 world record titles to his own. But anyway, they decided to take this record in 1 minute. And I'm sitting here seeing if I could, do you hold it for, you can't hold it long. What do you do? Hug? Do you tap? Are you a tapper? Like when you hug, do you tap?
Depends on who it is.
I do a side hug, like, hey man, how you doing?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
How about I'm on the World Records website, and you can actually apply to set or break a record right here online.
Well, let's pick one out and do it.
Yeah, let's do it. They hugged 163 times in 1 minute, but had to drop a few from their final count after reviewing slow motion footage.
It wasn't a complete.
They weren't. There wasn't a hug, so they had to officially record 153.
Those two didn't count. Speedy, you could do a record of overgreeting. How many people you could overgreet in like an hour?
Oh, you
not
think?
an hour, minute.
Please listen to this. They do little spotlights on the Robert Earl Hughes. You know what he's known for?
What?
The man with the largest chest ever measured.
Good gracious.
He looks weird.
Largest chest.
Do you know what the chest? 124 inches.
What?
So I don't know what to compare that to.
That's his waist size.
Chest?
Yeah. That's what it said. Largest chest measurement ever recorded.
That wouldn't be his
124.
waist size.
Yeah, I guess it's not, but
It's just around his chest.
when he
Muscle or fat?
when he was weighed shortly before his death, he was over 1,000 pounds.
Oh, okay. So it's just a big giant. But basically, he was the world's
Correct.
fattest man. Instead of when you think biggest chest, this guy must be a bodybuilder. No, it's just some LA.
Oh no! He was large. Yeah, he was.
Don't want to beat that record.
That's interesting. It's interesting that they went with that for their spotlight.
I know. There's got to be others.
Yeah. This is also interesting news since guns have been part of the show here this hour. Elvis Presley's revolver has sold for $200,000 at auction. Apparently,
does it have like a Elvis emblem on it?
I don't know.
or is it
Apparently,
just
his gun collection is in demand.
Because I'll question whether it's legit.
He had a Smith & Wesson Model 53 double-action revolver. It was up for sale through Rock Island Auction Company, and they tell us the winning bid was $199,750, so right at $200,000.
Big Elvis fan.
He received the gun as a gift in 1976, just 9 months before he died. And it's loaded with custom features, making it bicentennial. So, $200,000. Someone bought that revolver.
Somebody
Somebody
wanted it bad.
It's customized with 5 pointed stars and a bald eagle holding a Betsy Ross American flag, plus the Liberty Bell. And 1776, 1976 is inscribed in the golden near the muzzle. So it's
Do you remember
it was
the
expected
bicentennial?
to fetch about $60,000 at auction, but
Wow.
it
Outperformed.
overbid. Yeah.
Do you remember growing up when it was the bicentennial? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I remember everything was bicentennial. This you had all the coins. You had all. I remember it. Everything. Everything was bicentennial something, including Elvis's pistol.
I've never And back to this, Greg. I guess maybe you can document when this revolver was given to him, but I know you have a hard time.
I'm not a big memorabilia guy because of that. I think in my mind it'd be easy to be fraudulent.
Right, because you don't. How do we know that they signed it? How do we know this was really theirs?
Just saying.
That what's the Netflix show about the company that does this?
Yeah,
I've watched a few of those.
Certifies them.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how this business.
I mean, they're probably legit. I'm just saying, I personally don't put a whole lot of unless maybe if it was something that I actually retrieved from that person.
Yeah.
Here, you can have this. Okay, that's different. But when I buy it from somebody that's already signed, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm not into that.
I'm into these world records over here now.
Okay.
And there's this is sad. Tallest dog.
Tallest dog
is Zeus. Okay.
Bullmastiff.
He's a Great Dane.
Great Dane.
He's 3 foot 5 inches.
It's a tall dog.
I've seen some big.
That's not where I'm going. This is not the sad part of it. He's got to have his leg amputated due to a cancer diagnosis, so he's not going to be the tallest dog anymore.
What?
It's going to shorten him.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he held it for years.
He did. You ever seen these dogs that have lost a leg and they hop around through like there's no
it's
problem?
unbelievable.
Wow,
they
sad story.
They just adjust.
Yeah. So that's 3 feet. That's
pretty tall.
That's on up there.
Damn, that's sad.
It is sad.
He's not going to be the tallest dog anymore.
I didn't know they had.
He still has 3 other ones. Why wouldn't he be the tallest dog anymore?
That's true. How did that shorten him? Now, if they cut a little off all 4.
Yeah.
I think you read that wrong.
Yeah, if they cut off all of his legs, then he'd be short, but he's still going to still be as tall.
1 3-legged dogs, they stand just like they always do.
Be proud, stand tall.
Yeah. Helms made that up.
I think you got to. I think there's some requirements there. I think you got to have all 4.
You got to have all 4.
Yeah.
Maybe that's technicality got him.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. As you can see, we're just sitting around talking.
We got a cat with the longest tail.
Ooh, how long's that?
I don't know yet. Just clicked on it.
Long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Remember that?
Yeah.
Nervous as a long-tailed cat.
Just don't hold a cat up under
16
the tail.
inches.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE BE BIG is our number. Buddy, quit screaming off mic. Good gracious. He's got his peanuts out, too. Did you see that?
I do.
All he needs is a cup of coffee and toothpick, and we're all in trouble. This portion of the show brought to you by HelloFresh.com/Bubba. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Look, what's for dinner? Well, all the drama that creates. Don't worry about it anymore. Let's try HelloFresh.com/Bubba. They can take care of what's for dinner and free up some time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful, that's tough to say, recipes right to your doorstep. It takes care of the grocery shopping and the planning and the prep and all that kind of stuff. We're talking about they send you all the ingredients, how to do it, all this kind of stuff, 15-minute meals. It's quick and easy, recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassle. And now it's time to try America's #1 meal kit if you haven't. Right now, get 50% off plus free shipping with code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You're getting 50% off plus free shipping with code Bubba. Get America's #1 meal kit with HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You can find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing at you two in the break.
I didn't realize.
Well,
I feel bad now.
He doesn't realize.
That's a lot of pressure on me that I got to report good show.
No, that's not what was being discussed. Here we go.
I'm mad that we did all that off air.
Well, look,
we were just discussing.
There's a lot of times that I will go home to Terry, and I think I've told y'all too things that I've ahead of, and I'm like, hey man, have you seen this or what? Oh, really? Okay. So, and then if it's ever time where we have some free time to watch maybe a show, binge something or whatever that y'all have seen, I will tell Terry, hey man, the guy said that they watched
I
this,
did the same thing,
and it's pretty good. Or there's other things that I'll say like, hey, the guy said this is good, and their wives watched it with them, so it must be like hey, let's try this out. And
do you ever say that and we hadn't actually said it, but you're just trying to get her to watch it?
Yes. Well, yeah,
I've done that too.
Yeah,
and we'll continue to.
I'll use y'all.
Terry and Lisa love this. You're gonna love it.
Oh, you ain't gonna believe it. They say it's the best thing they've ever seen.
Right, and then I've also things that I haven't wanted to watch. I've said that y'all don't like to get out of watching.
Goes back to my point.
Okay, so hold on. So I told you guys that we had watched 2 episodes of a show that I've heard y'all mention.
Joe Pickett.
And
he can't wait.
Gosh. And this one over here, and I'm pointing to Helmsy. He said, hey man, it's really good. The scenery is great. It's very Yellowstone-like as far as
it's poor man's Yellowstone.
Nature. That's kind of the way you presented it to me.
Yeah.
So I said, hey, Terry and I sat down and we had a chance to watch an episode or 2, and that's as far as we've gotten. Well, it's all right.
Well,
and I'm like, well, what do you mean it's all right?
No,
it's all right. I mean, And I was like, well, what do you mean it's all right? And he kind of spit at it a little bit. And I'm like, well, should I stop? I mean, is it that bad?
That's what got me. Why would you stop watching it? Because I thought it was bad.
And then he has this
how much you loved it.
Then he has this outrageous statement. Well, why do you care what I think? I'm like, buddy, we do that all the time.
No, my
we
point
recommend
is,
show.
Okay, that might have been a little harsh. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. But the point is, first of all, I do kind of like the show. It's okay. I'm not sold on it yet. But the fact that if I don't like it, that shouldn't stop you from trying to see if you like it.
And maybe me saying, should I stop? That I guess what I was trying to say is
I didn't know I had that much power over you, and I don't want to have it.
Do it? Should I know something I don't? You know what I mean? Like, hey, what's going on? Does it kind of fall off? Is it not that good? Because we'll take each other's recommendations, but you thought, well, I don't know why you're even listening to me.
Well, when you said, should I stop, I thought, no, well, don't stop. Like I said, I can't handle that pressure.
Right. Well, you said, bottom line, you said it was a terrible show.
I shouldn't have said that because now you're going to look at it different. And
I know. I'm done with it.
Definitely
probably won't go back.
Yeah. You've influenced him for sure. And I'm over here trying to talk him into sticking with it.
Yeah.
Because there's some twists and turns he's not ready for. And you haven't even made it to that point yet.
I think I'm going to delete the app at home.
You know when they're going, you're going to delete the app like Helms? Yeah. I'm at the point where they're going to that camp that's far off. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So now he's talking through.
So I don't want to say anything because I don't want to ruin it for Speedy, who may still watch it.
Well, he's a Burgess, so
I'm gonna keep
watch out.
I'm gonna give it a couple more.
Craig, when is the last time you've seen an episode?
About a month.
So you're gonna keep watching?
Maybe not quite a month.
Well, because he doesn't like it, Helmsy.
Seems like I got off on something else. I can't remember.
I'll do that sometimes.
Well, I haven't tried this Linus yet.
That's good.
Yeah.
It takes a weird time.
I don't know, man.
Of course, you can't.
Helmsy. It's all right.
I mean, it's good, I guess.
I have not caught up on it, but I understand it's taken a turn.
It has. We can't have a show without just throwing a bunch of stuff that makes zero sense on the topic of the show.
Yeah.
I'm going to be more responsible before I criticize something because I didn't know I had that kind of influence over Speedy, and I don't want to be responsible for him missing a good show.
Right. Well, I just deleted the app on my phone. So I won't be watching that anymore. And look, let us just say this too. Y'all do your own research. If we bring up a show, I mean, we're not saying go watch it. We're just bringing up things that we've seen.
Speedy likes shows with a lot of nudity. You may not.
That's just not true.
It may not
sorry,
be your
Adler.
thing.
Adler literally walks in the studio. That's the first thing you've heard for the day. I'm sorry, buddy.
I mean, it may not necessarily be your thing.
Well, apparently you love it. But that I just
I'm going back.
I just
give Joe Pickett another chance.
Well, so far what I've seen, he just seems like he's a
good old
family
good
dude.
old family dude.
It hadn't got into all what
I
you're
wish he was
talking
a little
about.
better actor. But
He wishes he's a little more edgy.
And I wish that he had a different hat. I don't like his hat.
Greg,
so
you don't
those
like his
things
hat.
That's why you don't like it.
Yeah.
That and it doesn't have enough what in it?
No, that was you.
No, I didn't even mention that. I haven't even seen anything
there's
like
not
that
in that. So far as I'm
There is one scene.
Well,
but she's walking away.
Yeah, and you can't really.
All right.
Unlike this, well, never mind.
Well, I wish I hadn't deleted the app, but it's gone.
Deleting the app.
I guess we won't watch anything
Speedy,
like that
I'm gonna be more responsible with my opinions.
Have y'all seen BS Academy? Hey, let me ask you that.
Yes, and I'm not.
I haven't had a chance.
I've seen half of it.
I want to watch
I'm not
it.
finished, but that guy, basically, it's about that team last year, Bishop Sycamore, that billed itself like an ING academy, but it was completely bogus. There was no school. The players some of them were over 20 years old, and he was promising all these kids these scholarships. But the guy that has put it together is the most unremorseful human being I have ever seen in my life. It is unreal to watch the way he reacts to stuff. I mean, they'll just say, "You lied." Well, yeah, I lied. I mean, he'll laugh about it. Yeah, but I'm
looking forward to watching.
I'm probably a little over halfway through.
Now,
something happened. I couldn't watch it.
Y'all need to as we go through the next few weeks, you need to understand that
he's struggling.
Anything y'all bring up that you may watch, I'm not going to see because the U.S. Open has started.
Oh my gosh!
And every night,
Are
that's
you
what I'm going to be
serious?
tied to. And so
Good night.
It's going to be hard for me. Like the guy, I've got that email about Bishop Sycamore every day since it came out.
Yeah.
And I hadn't had a chance to watch it. I want to.
It's really hilarious.
But it'll at least be 2.5 weeks.
When they show the game, when they played IMG, and then the announcers start realizing what's happened.
Yeah.
They're going, I don't know where these people came from. They actually thought it was legit, and they were getting just hammered.
Well, I hate you. Never mind.
But, I mean, it's a good documentary, but it ain't great. I mean,
well, then I'm not watching it.
Yeah, forget it. Don't even waste your time.
Delete the app.
Yeah. I remember doing the story on this team when everybody was realizing, wait a minute, what's this guy has pulled off?
It's unbelievable.
He is like scheduling all these big games and going all over the country, and it's not even a real school.
And he wouldn't pay the hotels because they would give him like a 90-day net on it. He'd go, I ain't got to pay it in 90 days. I ain't worried about it.
Right. Well, I hate you don't like it. Dang it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. I really want to hold the goats. Rick, pick the goat up.
The goat doesn't want to be picked.
I'm like, I'm not really big. I don't like goats. And
I tell you one thing, don't bend over if you're around them.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're doing what they did to Mom when we were little. They keep biting everybody's clothes and try to chew everybody's collar.
Oh yeah.
And all of a sudden,
they like jewelry.
Guys, so here's Sherry, and this is her trying to tell me to hold the goat. Okay. and I actually take the little fella in my arms, and look what happens.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, the goat settles down and goes sound asleep.
Rick.
And people all over the farm begin to say, "Look over there! He's a goat whisperer."
Yeah, it is.
You know,
hard to say.
Goat whisperer.
Goat whisperer.
Look at that goat.
It's a
out.
It's a slave.
That goat is completely out.
I'm asleep.
And people were like amazed. I mean, the goats are all going. And every time they would hand me a goat, look, they would go, and they would calm down and go to sleep.
All of them.
And of course, then
quick, give it to that guy.
Of course, listen. Then of course, you know what happened. Well, I'll tell you why. He feels pretty secure right there with it, laying on that kind of body. You know what I mean? And I think there was something to it because there's a bunch of little kids and a bunch of women trying to hold him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm able to get its legs up underneath me and hold it
like
down
a big old pillow.
And all of a sudden they get up against my chest and everything. They're like, we feel safe for the first time today. And so people would have their kid over and they go, may we borrow the goat whisperer? And I didn't know I had this in me.
You didn't know you had to give them. Next time you get Gary, pick a few up.
I may go over and like somebody. Wow. I did see somebody put out say, "You sure that wasn't a fainting goat?"
Oh, yeah.
But by the way, is there anything funnier than finding goats?
Is there anything, Rick? Was there anything for them to play King of the Mountain on? Even the little ones play it. That's so fun.
I showed you that when we were in Italy, of all places, when we saw that. But yeah,
they jump up on a log.
I guess the biggest question is, when did our society start saying, well, I tell you, if you don't forget to let your kids go down and play with baby goats. When did that happen?
We didn't have that growing up.
There's something about goats that are entertaining. I don't.
Well, it seems like it'd be lambs. It didn't seem like it would be goats. I guess lambs are harder to find. Because people have goats now.
Oh, yeah.
Greg, you asked if this was a thing now. I think going to see baby goats is a thing.
I mean, Rick, really, when you think about it.
In 48 hours.
I just got another text from a friend of ours.
The idea of being, in a scenario where you're the goat, it's not a good scenario.
No.
Yeah.
And they've got those mini ones too. Even though they're
loud.
babies,
They're loud.
I don't know if they're pygmy. I don't know what they're called.
Gary has regular size.
He's got both. He's got both. He's got the minis and the regular size.
How about them eyes? Though?
I know.
They got snake eyes, don't they?
I didn't know I was a goat whisperer.
I need Rick. I know I did.
Another gift.
Do you see that? I mean, I put that goat right out.
Pick a calf up, see what it does.
I'd like to see that.
I think you're like one of those jackets you put a dog in to calm them down.
I think you're all over
I think you just surround it and it goes.
I think you're all over that.
It realizes there's no need in fighting.
We'll be back. Now, we know today is April 1st, and everybody be careful because it's April Fool's Day, and a lot of times radio goobs will try their best to come up with some sort of, there's a beer truck, that's spilling beer everywhere. It's free beer till you can get there. Something ridiculous like that. They're going to drop money out of a helicopter. Oh, sorry. But anyway, but now I was ready to give that whole speech, and then Speedy, there's been an attempt for him to be April Fool by his own mother. And, and it's a very
disturbing.
I don't know what to do.
Miss Wilburn is so precious.
I even went to the guys for help there for a little bit because I had to sit there and look at it for a little bit. Well, anyway, when I'm in trouble or she's real serious about something, it's John Calvin. Okay,
right.
It's first and middle name.
Wow.
And she starts the text off, "Hey, John Calvin."
Oh boy.
And you kind of you lean in there.
Right. Sure you do.
Wanted you to be the first to know, since you know your dad and I really well. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
This is weird. You're going to have a little brother in about 5 months. I said, and I looked, and I'm like,
wow, what a blessed event.
What in the world?
Congratulations, buddy.
And Greg, you got to admit, I went to you. I said, what
did she mean by this? I said, that's a good one. Wow.
Y'all.
Larry the Leaf stirred everything up.
I'd love to hear from Larry.
No wonder there's so much pollen out there.
Yeah, well, okay.
Larry the Leaf.
I know, I get it. Maybe put my mind in a weird place, but thought it was funny.
Larry and Flo.
Next thing you know. Okay,
no. Congratulations, buddy. I'll kid aside. Congratulations.
Little brother.
Put me in a weird spot there. But yeah, she tried to get me. She tried
John
to get
Calvin.
me. And I know
That's a good one.
I'm really fighting.
It would have been funnier if you'd have put it on Twitter congratulating him.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
that's true.
And let everybody start sending them congratulations.
Yeah, congratulate Larry. I'm fighting the urge to try to get my boys because I know they're so lost as far as calendars go.
Yeah.
They don't realize what today is. I'm trying to figure out how to get them because I know I could.
That's a good one.
It could be something on the line around that.
I'd go right down that road right there.
Yeah, I would too.
Because they haven't paid attention.
No, they don't know. Unless they've gotten to school and the boys, somebody's messed with.
Oh, surely at school people have been already all over.
Yeah.
Surely.
Remember hitting your mom, don't you, Greg?
Hey, you're going to have radio stations at Twitch formats today.
Yeah.
Hey, we were your country station today. We're your hip-hop station.
All Elvis, all that stuff.
Oh, I know what to do.
Like they first one.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my
It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We thank you for being with us. A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show has begun, and we thank you for being with us. We start this baby with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Coming to you from the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. As we update you again today on the stories that have happened since the last time we're together, from within the show all the way out to the ends of the earth. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have left the show. Hopefully they'll return at some point. No, they've already given you a kickoff hour, so they're taking 5. They'll be back with us. They're already stretched out, warm, and ready to go. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience for you live and archived, so enjoy that today. And there he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Hey, it's real. Category 4. And she's all up on you, Florida.
Riding the storm out. Riding the storm out.
Riding the storm out. There it is. REO Speedwagon. So there are those, Bubba, that apparently have decided to ride the storm out.
Well, may not have been a good call in that case.
No.
You know, again, you have sufficient warning, days of warning. You know, a luxury we don't have with tornadoes a lot of times.
No.
And hopefully people heeded that warning and have protected themselves. Idalia.
Mm-hmm.
How are we saying it now?
Idalia.
Idalia.
The hurricane, now Category 4, 135 mile an hour sustained winds. Storm surge expected in the Big Bend region of Florida of 16 feet in places.
Wow.
You know, we were talking about it before we went on there. We were watching Ron DeSantis and his press conference, which, by the way, the power went out twice and they had generators kicked in.
Really?
I know to a lot of people, he may look boring on a campaign speech compared to the Trump show that goes on.
Sure.
But I'm going to tell you, he's doing a good job with this, and he's got everything covered. I think he's doing all he can do, and I think, you know, they're managing that situation as well as you can.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do, and I think everything you can do, they've done.
I mean, they're talking about cleanup efforts, repair efforts, rescue efforts. The Coast Guard is involved, of course, all the first responders. But there's some things you just can't do. I mean, when you have 16-foot storm surge floodwaters, you can't call and expect an ambulance to come get you. They can't drive through that.
No, the song is now your song, riding the storm out.
That's right. And they're already talking about their cleanup crews and the cut and toss gang that'll come through to begin with, just to cut trees and throw them to the side of the road. And they have to deal with this all the time. They seem well prepared, and he seems like he's doing a great job with it.
Yeah, I didn't understand this story we have today, the Waffle House Index used to determine the severity of hurricanes. Did you read on that?
Yeah, well, I knew that this has been
before.
a running thing before about how many people. You have certain people that go to Waffle House,
sure,
no matter what.
Right? Yeah.
And they kind of judge some things by how few people are in Waffle Houses. Now I don't know what this one is being graded.
Yeah, I've never heard of this before, and And I don't know why they used the number of Waffle House locations that remained open in the aftermath of the storm to determine how much assistance might be required.
Right.
How many of them are still?
That's the thing. Is how many are open.
Are still, and then they even go as far as to say, is it partial menu or full menu?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
And I think it started.
I never heard of that.
20 years ago. I believe.
Yeah. With what was it? Hurricane? Was it Charlie? I'd mentioned. Yeah, in 2004.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd never heard of that before. So it has been moved up to a 4, as you said, Bubba. And you heard Spann yesterday saying that's another thing they always tell you: if you're prepare for one category above what's being forecast, because it can change so quickly based on the conditions. So
I'll tell you, the forecasters have been dead on this one so far. It has tracked exactly like they said it would. I think it wobbled to the north a little bit, but it's basically following the path exactly like they predicted days ago. So everyone should have been well prepared.
Well, hope so. And I know that when you think about the severity of this, and I can't think, what was the name of the one that did hit the Panhandle, and it hit on the east side of the Panhandle in the Eastern Time Zone, over in the small communities of Port St. Joe and
2018.
Was it 20? It wasn't that long ago.
It was bad.
And this feels that way again because of some of the areas it's going to hit, just a different part of Florida. And I know, like I met with a guy.
I think it was Michael.
I met with a guy probably in the last month that said, he lost everything he had. It's gone. I mean, never to return. Had to start his life all over, and they're still recovering.
Wow.
So this many years later. So I mean, he said it changed the dynamic of those entire communities. Like things don't operate the way they did. There's the before Michael, and then there's the after.
Yeah.
And it's devastating stuff, especially to these small communities.
It sure is.
So I mean, some of them never return.
Right.
So
I know Katrina with it just Pascagoula alone, Beach Road, and there's just concrete slabs where beautiful homes used to be. And no, they didn't rebuild. I mean, it changes everything.
Yep. He said it's interesting when your whole retirement plan revolves around a business that Michael took away and now it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
And everything you had that helped you make a living is gone.
It's gone.
And because it won't still be a hurricane, but it's going to have very damaging wind and rain. Georgia, the coast, South Carolina, they're going to have a rough few days too. So,
So
our thoughts and prayers are with them.
There you go. So
please guard yourself.
We'll talk to Spann if we can and get the latest, but we've kind of given you an update there, but I'm sure he could have more to add. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Wednesday Bible study back today. Look at that live noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. We start the Revelation chapter 19 today. The archive will be available soon after. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, but it was.
Where are you going with that?
Just hang on. I'm gonna go.
I know where he's going.
What if I go? Hey, your mom's been real sick, and
you know what that means?
Like in the morning
sickness.
Yeah,
that's good. You got to
even though she has a head cold and a fever, but still they won't put it all together.
No, they ain't paying attention.
No,
that's
why I'm getting them.
Right, you need to.
There it is. I'm
got
doing it
influenced by your mom.
Right.
Thanks,
the
Mom.
Wilburns are just passing it down.
All right, text the old family. Here we go.
Lisa is in Dothan listening to News Talk 103.9.
Hey, guys, your mom's been sick.
I got good news.
Everybody, don't say anything. All right, Lisa, you had a question about some of our conversation today. Go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I need your help. You're throwing the word bip around this morning and really confusing me. Because one minute you're making it sound like it's somebody that's asking for favors, the next minute you're making it sound like it's a good one. Come on, clarify.
So you don't know the Rick and Bubba term bip or bippage?
You want me to read it out?
I mean, I can figure it out from the application. This morning, Bubba's saying, I don't want to be a bip. In other words, I don't want to be like a name dropper or somebody wanting a favor or whatever.
Yeah.
But then in the next breath, you're saying that, you don't want to be a bip to Gary, or Gary, you don't mind being a bip. It's like, what?
Well,
you guys are confusing me today.
The word
is
bip,
very confusing.
it has nothing to do with favors. Bip can be applied to any bippage. And what that is, a bip means that you're being annoying. You're an annoying person, and it came from someone annoying you to the point you love just pop them, right? Bip, bip. Yeah, so you don't want to be a bip, and you're doing something to make somebody want to punch you or slap you.
Yeah, now we have the Rick and Bubba dictionary on the website under goodies. And Rick, as you said, by the official definition, a person or a behavior the show finds annoying.
Yeah, that's it.
And that can fit.
Okay.
You can be, look, it's very, very close to being a good one about something.
Yeah, you were in the right ballpark there.
But when you're a good one, you've kind of done something that you wish you hadn't done, and you turned out going, good night, I am a good one.
If you're good and you're close to being a dandy.
Yeah, and
you're just a hair from dandy.
But a good one cannot. But if somebody does,
You're
something,
good and out of ignorance sometimes.
you can almost tolerate a good one, but a bip you don't want to be around.
No, you don't want that.
A bip is kind of misplaced enthusiasm, maybe.
Right. Well,
or overdoing a situation.
It's like I don't seem to have a filter at all that what I do is very annoying. And what I'm doing right now is annoying. My timing's all wrong.
Yeah.
It's made me a bip. I didn't think through what I just did, and it just really annoyed everybody. And I've caused bippage because that's what bips do.
Yeah. And most of the time, it's us looking internally outward of something we're doing.
So what Bubba was saying in his case, he didn't want to be a bip to a person that's got a lot on his plate right now with a ticket request.
Yeah.
And so
that would be annoying.
And Gary is telling me what I can and can't do at my place, and is coming over worried more about his turkey hunt coming up than our great day. And I said, so he doesn't care if he's being a bip. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, I got it. And for the record, I know all about the dictionary, but there's nothing like having y'all expound on your fine, proper use of the English language.
Thank you, Lucy. Well said.
And I don't want to be a bip, so I'm going to hang up.
Well done.
You are not being a bip.
Well
Let me underline that. That was a great question and a great call.
It was. See, guys, now we've messed up and we've told too many people because we love to scream bip when someone's being one to let our other buddies know that they're being a bip.
Yeah, I know.
And now when we do that, they know we're making fun of them.
Yeah, we can't throw it by anymore because throw by is another one.
Yep.
Throw by is another Rick and Bubba term.
All right, here's the text.
Because we'll scream bip.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all think this works?
I saw somebody with a gift the other day. So I got one of y'all down there on the end.
Yeah. I know it.
Oh, sure.
All right, so you've texted your family?
Yeah, I'm about to hit send here. What do y'all think?
All right, let's hear it.
Because you understand, she was sick and she went to the doctor Saturday. She had finally
You got the results.
We're like, hey, that's it. All right, hey guys, your mom's been sick. You also know she went to the doctor Saturday. They ran some tests on her, and luckily she didn't have the flu. But the doctor called this morning with other test results, and it looks like y'all gonna all be big brothers in 8 months.
This is good.
Oh,
is that good?
Wow.
Saying
That's
right now.
completely
There
wrong.
it goes.
Oh, wow, you sent it. You really did send it.
There it goes.
You've encouraged me. I'm sending one up.
Let's see.
Hey, we got a Cortez update.
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't.
"21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. So we'll check in with Spann coming up a little bit later on. He'll give us any kind of update that he has too that maybe we haven't shared with what's going on there. Bubba, as we come back now, college football on a much lighter note is already underway to some degree, but it's just going to continue to intensify as we go over the next couple of weeks. And we have Dr. Lou, who will set us up and get us ready for the first weekend. When we have some pretty big games that'll be coming up and some interesting matchups, and then we kind of roll from there. I think the NFL, they start the following Thursday.
Yeah,
is that right?
Yep.
So anyway, football is here. That's a good feeling. High school football is already underway everywhere. We've had a few stories involving that. But unfortunately, where we live, we will not get to see IMG take on the powerhouse Thompson Warriors because of the hurricane.
Yep.
Yeah, they
robbed us of that.
Yeah, they can't get out. Is that what it was?
And they won't be able to make it up either due to their schedule.
Right. So anyway, but I know that was not a game that matters. I've always wondered what it would be like to play for one of those academies, and you're not really playing for anything. You just play a schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're there trying to get to a college. I got all that.
And they put them in the national rankings, but like Florida won't let them play for their state championships and stuff like that.
So I wonder. I mean, I know some people go there, then they don't like it and they leave because of all that. I know I've known some people in other sports that went to play IMG, not football, but I do know some that play football too, and some of them will leave and come back because they just miss the
a lot of them come back for
school
the senior
spirit
year
and all that fun. Yeah,
team.
Yeah. So anyway, but that game is not going to take place.
So IMG, do they have other students that come to the game, or is it just a sports high school?
I guess their parents come.
It started, all of that started as a tennis academy.
Yeah, right.
And then branched out to other sports.
Well, they have to get educated, right? But no one is there that doesn't play a sport, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, but they all go to class.
Yeah.
So, would the people from the other sports come watch your football team? And the football team go
it's
watch?
a big community. I've seen some documentaries on it.
Yeah,
So they're all
yeah.
pretty. They all
So
like
wherever
go to
it's
lunch
located,
together.
people come out. That's
Right.
good.
I bet it's hard to get another. I bet. Did you think they ever sit down in the cafeteria and say, "All right, today nobody talk about sports"?
Yeah. Speaking of Beth Mowens,
I know. I've already heard. Auburn fans already called.
Oh boy!
Oh, so you went in and said it. Okay, I know.
I've been eat up Auburn fans. Well, they've already seen it. They're dreading it.
Right. Just in my preparation for the game of the week, I have terrible news. It's just awful.
I know.
What, Auburn drew Beth?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. And boy, they're upset too.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, that's gonna thaw the old freeze warning, isn't it?
It really is.
There's going to be a freeze warning tonight on the plains.
You finally get you.
War Eagle is the cry. It's from the Civil War.
It's going to be.
Gosh,
Sorry, guys.
buddy.
Poor old Hoofer.
Just when Auburn was hoping to turn it around.
Poor old Hoofer, and her having to say,
Massachusetts.
Oh.
UMass.
Oh gosh.
what's their mascot? I have no idea.
The Minutemen, isn't it?
Well, no, you allowed to say that?
Yeah, they are. I think that
They
may
were.
be.
I don't know.
It's
they
a
may drop
controversial Minuteman.
know,
Well,
I've
the one out in
always-
California dropped the minute.
I've always thought that was a cool mascot to have.
It is the
Here,
Minutemen.
Beth Mowens, I'll call them the Minute People.
What if,
Don't want gender.
The 60-second people.
Don't want to say any kind of gender. 60-second people. Minute's offensive to someone, I'm sure.
Of course, those Minutemen 3 missiles keep us safe from
Sure
evil
they
people
do.
all over the world. But go ahead.
Sure.
Come on.
Sleep under their provision every night. Complain about the name.
No.
But anyway, so we'll have all that.
Quote this Bible verse again.
There you go. By the way, you have it now. I've texted it to you, and you should have it.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
And I'm with you. I'm not exaggerating that we should have that framed or something to put
Yes.
up. I'm not even making that
I
up.
will say this: there, you have to be careful. And anytime I bring this up, I want to, underline: be careful what you do with this version.
Right.
But the Message Bible version of it is just precious.
You see, I've never seen the Message paraphrase of it.
Whoever wanders off the straight and narrow ends up in the congregation of ghosts.
Yeah.
Proverbs 21:16.
I don't know if that's better than the ESV though. I mean, the ESV talking about that if you make dumb decisions, you face the calamity of death. That's pretty straightforward too, isn't it?
Yep.
So anyway, one who wanders from the way of good sense will rest in the assembly of the dead. That may be the best. That's as straightforward as you can get. Right
My
there.
version would be: you are removed from the gene pool.
Right. Well, and again, it's
that's the Bubba version.
I think when we see our human behavior and our defiance, that we're going to make our own decisions and we're not going to listen to wisdom. It really does give you a very, very good opportunity to finally understand God's wrath a little more. Because he has given. It's like is it 1 Corinthians 10:13? Of course, that's talking about sin. It's been misused, but it even says in there is no temptation that comes into your life that God has not provided you a way out. Not one. So if you give into it, it's on you. He always has an exit. And we just kind of go, nah, I'm good.
We were just now this week getting around to watching The Chosen, season 3.
Yeah.
Just scheduling and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
And it is really done good.
Yeah,
I mean, I know there's been some controversy about the people doing it and the actors, and when you deal with that many people on a movie set, I'm sure you're going to have some folks that are not in line with the plan.
Of course.
But I'm gonna tell you, it is well done.
Yeah,
you know, it's really movie wise. It is well done, and I know they get off of the main story and show you what was going on. Of course, those kind of things went on. They're taking, you know, creative license with that, not the scripture part of it.
Yep.
But you know, everybody has problems at home, you know. But I thought the scene of Jesus coming, them walking on the water was as good a done. It was as well done as anything I had seen.
It is, yeah,
in movies.
I've seen some of the behind the scenes. I've seen some of the behind the scenes, the folks out in the water and them in that pool and them creating the waves and all that. It's really amazing how they pulled that off.
And you forget how little their boats were.
Yeah, well, if there's one thing that it does, and with, like you said, with all the things that people have disagreed or maybe decisions they've made as human beings that maybe lacked a little bit of wisdom, the product itself, when it gets the way it's done, as you said, one thing that it has done for me that is enhanced, I definitely wouldn't use that as my only teaching tool, but as a supplement or an enhancement is what you just said about the water, but also about, you know, what it was like, the reaction of people when they saw him do miracles, when they saw him, when he actually healed somebody. They did a great job with these actors of the response to being healed. They really make that, it brings the power of what's going on there really well. And, and like I say, some of the things I'm you know, I don't think they've handled great, but that's part of the long haul. You know, all of us are really good on the short haul.
But
it's the finishing well that we all seem to really struggle with, and I hope they do, and they've, you know, I hope they make some corrections where they need to and they don't drift. But you also got to talk about the good stuff they do.
Oh yeah. Well, it's ministered to me. Yeah, no doubt about it. But you know, I hope they're not dragging it out too far, because you're going to lose a lot of these actors going to other projects. It's just impossible to keep people that long because they're going to do other things. But and I like the way they portrayed Jesus. But you know, in the Bible it says the crowds are healed, but when you see their faces and their reactions, that adds to it.
That is different. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Address climate change.
To take me.
And Bubba, the point that never could be overlooked, including the person who sponsored it with her. That's the part that you couldn't even get a vote out of him.
They ran from this thing like rats to the light, Rick.
Yeah.
I mean, just get away from it. Well, she was a special guest host on MSNBC with Chris Hayes.
Picture it.
And Notorious AOC is at it again, providing her own version of history. And we have a clip here, courtesy
you want to
of
set
MSNBC.
It up?
Well, does it need setting up?
Well, just the amendments and when FDR actually died and when they.
Let's do this. Let's hear from her, and then we'll
good.
Give you the history.
Ready to go. Here we go.
When our party was boldest, the time of the New Deal, the Great Society, the Civil Rights Act, and so on. We had and carried supermajorities in the House, in the Senate. We carried the presidency. They had to amend the Constitution of the United States to make sure Roosevelt did not get reelected. And there were so many extraordinary things that were happening in that time that were uniting working people.
Okay. Now, Rick, she's referring to a time in our history when most people now agree that we got as far away from the Constitution as we possibly could.
Correct.
In an effort to correct the Great Depression, which also a lot of people now think we made worse by some of the things we did.
I'm one of those people.
The problem with Notorious AOC and her recollection of history is that FDR died in office in 1945. The 22nd Amendment, which she is referring to, was not even passed until 1947. Mm-hmm. So no one changed the Constitution to keep FDR from running again. He died in office.
Yep. So,
I mean, you're talking about just totally misquoting history here, trying to twist it for your own socialist gain. I mean, that's... Please tell me she knows better than that, please.
Well, I don't, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there, and we have some fun with them and whatever. But I want to tell you that, there is one that's being, kind of thrown out for consideration that this woman, and it keeps coming out, she's nothing but a person they put together to go out and represent a point of view they wanted out there, that she doesn't have any, expertise in any of this at all, it's almost like an actor, and then they give the actor the script of the things she's supposed to say, but there really are people that want these things done behind the scenes, but she's nothing but a Manchurian candidate, and I wonder sometimes if this doesn't show that maybe these people aren't exaggerating, because you could see where somebody was giving you a script that you could mess up and get the dates wrong or not know what you're talking about. They're saying that they feed her all these things to say like you would give an actor a script.
Well, I don't know that you'd even consider her a Manchurian candidate. To me, a Manchurian candidate is the perfect candidate,
right?
Who's moonlighting or a Trojan horse. I think she is some accidental thing that happened in a district, and now she's been pushed into the front stage, and I think the leaders of the Democratic Party are in an absolute panic about it.
So you're describing more of the Dr. Frankenstein. It's alive.
It really is.
It's alive.
It really is.
It walks.
And Rick, the thought behind the 22nd Amendment was really a concept that our country was founded on. We didn't want a king.
Thank you.
And that Roosevelt went in for his last term because we were at war, and people were wanting some consistency in that. We certainly didn't have the media scrutiny that we have nowadays of what's going on, and there were a lot of games going on, a lot of politics, as there always have been. But it was widely supported that we didn't want anybody in there who was going to be a king, and 3 terms for a president would be way too many. We don't want that in Trump. We don't want it in Bush. We didn't want it in Reagan. And certainly Reagan would have come closer to being someone we'd want as a king, probably any of them we've had, if you're a conservative. But the point is that that's a civilian that's supposed to be in charge of our government, and they're supposed to do their time and then go back where they came from. And that was the concept of our we the people will rule ourselves. Now, granted, a lot of people in Congress seem to have forgotten that and gotten away from that. And the incumbent has such a head start on a challenger. And they realize that I think the 22nd Amendment was a great idea, no matter.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. We're unpacking another one, LinkedIn.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, trying to help you make a wise hire. I mean, if you've got an opportunity with your company, the worst thing you can do is make a bad hire. You talk about bringing in, hey, here it comes, bringing a cancer into the company, not good. Or as Scripture talks about, don't bring 11 in; it will corrupt the whole thing. So anyway, if you're looking to make a good hire, LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you. So first of all, they'll set you up. You get your opportunity out there. We're going to get you a job post for free. And then they'll give you some screening questions, so you then can weed out, candidates that honestly don't even meet the basic requirement for you to be interviewing them, so you don't waste interviews. You only interview the cream of the crop. So there's over 50 million, right around 50 million job seekers that visit the site every week. So that you're going to go out there, but then with the screening questions, you narrow it down to the ones you really want to talk to. And you can do that for free by going to LinkedIn.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you were eating dinner last night, and you saw something, and apparently it is real, and we'll unpack this.
Well, we have this. It's kind of a sick hobby that we like to do. We like to have David Muir on when he comes on ABC to tell us what tragedy that the country's in that day.
I can't believe y'all.
And
do
Greg
that,
does the same thing.
Yeah.
And,
boy. Yeah.
I knew it was going to be tied to the hurricane. It was, the
end of time,
worst one in century. And
the end of time.
Florida's going to break off and float away, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
so,
sure. Yep.
They just can't make it bad enough
with
their intro. So I'm watching it, and it's kind of on in the background. We're not really paying attention to it. We're talking about the events of the day.
Sure.
And a promo came on. And I happened to glance over and look at it. And for a minute, I thought it was some kind of comedy bit. I didn't, and I kept looking at it trying to figure out what was going on.
Right.
And I thought I was going to get choked and spit food out when I saw the promo for, get ready for this name, The Golden Bachelor.
The Golden
Bachelor.
Right. Okay.
We've all seen The Bachelor. We've seen The Bachelorette. We know what that's about.
Sure.
The Golden Bachelor.
Okay.
And I looked at Betty and I said, "Tell me that they're not doing a senior citizen on here." And she goes, "Oh yeah, 72 years old."
No.
Jerry Turner.
No.
Jerry, I think his name's Jerry. He's a widower. Jerry Turner.
Do you find
72.
Do you find it odd that the word geriatric has Jerry in it?
That's funny.
I mean,
and immediately I began to think about the things you see on The Bachelor.
I know.
And how that would be on The Golden Bachelor. You know, they go out and they do feats of strength, and they have sporting competitions, and they have the honeymoon suite and all this stuff. And I was just wondering, how will we adapt this for The Golden Bachelor? Now, Rick, he's got a bunch of young ones on there, I understand. He's 72, as I said. He's got several 60-year-olds on there.
He looks young for 72. He doesn't look.
He does.
I wouldn't picture him at 72.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Do we want?
Well, he's The Golden Bachelor.
Do people? Do we want to see this? I mean, it's.
I'm curious as how they will do it different from the regular.
Will it be a
Bachelor.
success or not? You know,
I will say, if you wanted me to say, Rick, right now, do you think of the most viewed Bachelor series of all time? Will this crack the top 10? I'm going to have to say no.
I don't think so either.
I don't either.
It may not after time, but I think there'll be a curiosity factor, at least with this one. And will a lot of the folks that watch these shows, will they be intrigued by the older generation, or do the older people want to watch the foolishness of the younger people?
I think you might garner an audience of people around the same age. I don't know if that's the advertiser's target.
Yeah.
I honestly think that if a lot of these groups that sit around these ladies and they have their little bachelor viewing parties and they get their wine out and they get their little snacks out and they all watch all this, I hate to say this, and I wouldn't say this is every group. I don't think this is what they're watching for.
Probably not.
And I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it at that.
That's probably accurate.
I think they like them hot tub scenes, and I think they
What
like
about the final rose?
I think they like the making out. I think they like all the drama between the women.
Yeah.
And I can't believe he did her that way. And I just don't
Well,
know that. I just don't know that senior citizens are going to draw them in.
Well, you know, they have a lot of group dates on The Bachelor, and they go skydiving. They go, you know, they jump off bungee jumping. They go bull riding type things.
Well, you realize
you can't do that with this group because you're going to lose some hips.
Yeah. Well, how about this? You realize this too. You're never going to see a candlelight dinner because they all going to eat during the day.
That's a great.
I mean, they're going to be eating at 4:30.
They usually do the rose ceremony late at night.
That ain't going to happen.
Stay up.
That ain't going. Rose ceremony's going to be at 5:30.
Yeah. Got a few sponsors.
I can relate to that. That's why.
Me too. I mean, I live the life of a senior citizen.
Oh, yeah.
As a matter of fact, my mom keeps telling me that I am a senior citizen.
Yeah.
And I have gotten some discounts, by the way.
Oh yeah.
You know, I never have.
Yeah. So I understand some of them, like when you're plus 58, you're in.
Really?
Yeah. So I didn't know that.
Bubba's missed out.
My mom keeps bringing that up. I was overpaying for movie tickets.
What? There is an advantage.
Yeah, but yeah, guys, if Sherry and I, if anybody even remotely, here's why we can always get a dinner reservation at a restaurant late in the game, because we want the times nobody wants.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they'll look down and say, "Well, all we got's 5." I said, "I'll take it."
Hey, I am extremely happy with 5.
Right.
I can do 4:30 if that suits you better.
Mr. Burgess, would you be willing to eat at 4:30? Absolutely.
Hey, at 6:15, I'm about to chew my lip off. You know what? I just can't go.
So I don't know how this is going to work with older people, like you just said, and I just said the things they normally do.
I don't even know if they can stay up late enough to see the show.
What about on the normal Bachelor, like somebody, I need to talk to you for a minute, and they go off the side, and they end up tearing that sugar up. How's that going to look?
I know.
It's going to look weird.
That's going to look weird.
And you're going to hear this a lot too.
I wish Whaley was going to be on there. Whaley Taylor.
He's going to say something, because they always try to be so romantic. You keep hearing what?
Huh? What?
Yes. What did you say?
Huh?
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you across the room. You got to come over here.
Y'all want to hear from him real quick? Just see what he's
talking about. The Golden Bachelor.
You talking about the Golden Bachelor?
The Golden Bachelor,
courtesy of ABC.
There you go. Is that not
Here we go.
coming? Let's try again.
I want to find that person that I know is the right one. I know you guys have always wanted me to be happy. And
his daughters.
that one person is out there somewhere that will do that.
Yeah, and I hope you get that. I really.
And I'm sure going on the TV shows, how you going to find
That's
it?
how you do it.
How about
That's
this?
how you do it.
Those daughters are older than anybody that's been on The Bachelor.
Yes.
They are. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we'll see.
Now he is active.
Of course
now,
he's active.
Betty was telling me.
He's
I don't know.
active.
I haven't
Who
read
knows?
up on it, but she said he likes to golf and hike, and he wants somebody that wants to do all that kind of stuff.
I tell you what, the sales team, they're after different products for this one.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
they are.
Oh, yeah.
I know who's at the forefront.
I do too.
Maybe you
can
could
imagine.
reach out to your new
Sure.
buddy Jesse Palmer. He'll be hosting again.
That's right.
Yeah, is he really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
Jesse's
you could
the host
reach
now.
out.
That other guy got run off
I'll
for
text
doing
and say-
absolutely nothing wrong.
Right, I'll text you.
Aside from the
There's your buddy
obvious
from France.
that we're all trying not to mention, AARP ought to be in on
No
that.
question.
Geritol, Ben Gay, all that stuff. You know,
No,
Isodot.
Metamucil.
Yeah.
Yes.
Reverse mortgage.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good.
How did they miss?
Clapper.
How did they miss not having Tom Selleck?
Life alert.
Life alert.
Life
would
alert.
definitely-
Yeah, falling. I can't get
Yeah.
out.
Hey, that's
I mean,
the thing.
That's a whole new. It's a whole
one of
new
my
group
favorite.
that I don't think would have been drawn to the Bachelor or the Bachelorette.
No. Can you imagine the people like we just mentioned, the people at Metamucil and all these other reverse mortgage, and they're getting together their Bachelor marketing plan.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't believe it. They can't believe they're in.
And you know what'll come after that? The Golden Bachelorette.
Yes.
You know it's coming.
Ooh, I'm watching that.
That ought to be something.
Bless her heart, by the way.
Yeah.
What would be funny? What if they got one of the girls that had been a Bachelorette and got her mom to be on there?
Good night, Bubba.
I'm just thinking. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just at the board meeting here throwing
How many
ideas out.
bachelors are we at now? Shows. I
I
mean,
don't
it's now you can't even count them.
And all I'm thinking now is there'll be a lot of eating.
Yeah, I thought about that.
And they always eating something.
Oh no, let's see here.
So, but
Speedy with an
I
old
think
name.
he might have owned a restaurant here. Loves pickleball.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
Do you is that,
There'll be some of that.
Do you think this is going to draw an audience? I mean, y'all be honest.
I don't, but I may be wrong. I mean,
Well, I know one thing. I'll be tuned in that first night to see what kind of train wreck.
well, now I
it
will
is.
say this. Now, Lisa's been known to watch The Bachelor. She said she'll watch.
But for how long?
Now that I don't know.
For how
Depends on-
long?
We don't know what the product's going to look like. So we got him all cleaned up there with a filter.
Yeah, there's a little bit of filtering going on, but man, you can get lost in those eyes, you know.
Oh my goodness. what if one of the things all
That
that
is the fact he has his hair. You know, that's
That helps.
what about instead of them going to the honeymoon suite, they sit out on the porch and dog kids out in their yard?
Tell them leave their apples alone. That's funny. Oh, the Golden Bachelor, huh?
Takes them forever to get to the restaurant, driving slow in the left lane.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I don't know.
I hope one of the bachelorettes is trying to get him come up on one of them motorized carts.
Oh yeah. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Who the president is?
No, Sherry and I discussed this over the weekend, and we were talking about this. If you really want to give the Rick and Bubba, soundbite version of what we're talking about, and everything Bubba said is absolutely right. It's no more complicated than this. Our founding fathers, after what they went through, and like Bubba has done, and I have too, go back and watch all the documentaries about the kings and the queens.
The Middle Ages, they'll scare you to death, and you see exactly where our laws come from.
And so what the founding fathers came to a conclusion that absolute power corrupts, which is a truth that's been around a long time. And then this, government will always create more problems than it will ever solve. Always. And they said, so here's what we need to do. But certainly we looked at Romans 13 and see that, because whether you like it or not, there were Judeo-Christian principles that were being applied by these men, even those who might have had different beliefs than some of the Christians. But when they looked at it, they said, all right, so we know that because of the state of people, there is a necessary evil of government that even God talks about through the Apostle Paul. So we can't just have chaos.
Government is necessary, but our concept of limited government for the people, by the people, was a whole new deal.
So what they said is...
And that was a new deal.
Let's give the government the most basic responsibilities that we can't live without. Military, law and order, and supposed to be border protection.
So all we really need them to do is that. We want to minimize in the American citizen's life, we're going to minimize the interaction of that person through maximum liberty, and maximum liberty will let them to maximize their God-given potential. And government will have the least effect on the individual's life as you can possibly have. And what we've done is just like a bunch of idiotic human beings like we've always done, we keep running back like a dog back to its vomit and running back to the government to answer questions that it never answers and solve problems that it never solves. And so the founders knew this, they learned it, and they said, if you want to have the best shot at maximizing your potential, it will be with the least interaction with a central government as possible. And we have moved away from that, and we continue to move away from it. And these people, the Ocasio-Cortez people of the world, want us to move completely away from the Founding Fathers' view of government to a socialistic, communistic, tyrannical view of government, which has always been a disaster.
Or back to what we got away from.
The government is more of a problem than it ever is an answer.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why the founders wanted it to be the least amount of central government as possible.
And the fact that when we finally won our independence from Britain, we were not a country. We were 12 independent states or country, and they were no way connected or obligated to share anything, and they had to bring them together under a document, and they had to protect them. That's why we have the Electoral College.
We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. Looking ahead, we'll have Spann next segment. He'll update us, and it is not good news for Florida and the Hurricane Idalia. So we'll hear that from Spann coming up next hour. We'll get the latest on that. It will be a Rick and Bubba Best Of show on Friday with Labor Day weekend coming up, and then a Rick and Bubba replay on Labor Day. We'll all be off, and Lord willing, back on Tuesday. And I'm sure we'll all have stories from the weekend. I don't see any way that I won't, since our family will be going to New York City for Blake Burgess to marry his bride, Priscilla. We're looking forward to that. They're in New York City, and I saw yesterday, now the way it all works in different states, they got all their paperwork done yesterday, and now we're getting ready for the ceremony this weekend. So
oh, boy.
They took pictures of them with their big marriage certificate. There
How
they
about
go.
that?
There we go. So
legal.
So anyway, that'll all be coming up this weekend, and looking forward to being there and being with her family. And it's kind of a small affair. It's just immediate family and then some of their friends there, and so That'll be a great celebration. Excited about their life together. We think the world of her and her family, and that'll be a great time. So, but the travel and all that, I've already been told that it's a busy weekend in New York. So,
A lot going on. You got the U.S. Open there. A lot of people flying in for that. When we used to go to that, everybody on the plane was going to it. I mean, it was just packed.
Hopefully, and prayerfully, right now, if things hold, the weather should be quite beautiful.
If you end up over there, I wish you would call me if you end up over at Flushing Meadows.
What do you think the odds are that?
Watching the tennis match.
About zero?
Rick, you never know in New York.
Well, that's true.
You never know.
You never know.
Before we leave the topic of the Golden Bachelor, Jesse Palmer is hosting it.
Yep, my new
and
friend.
And you ran into Jesse when you were in France.
Yep.
Yep. So, did you ever get his phone number, or were y'all just kind of...
I did not, and I felt like he was willing to give it to me. I did not. I didn't go for that. I actually found myself trying, believe it or not, to downgrade the situation because I didn't want to be a bib to his wife. Because it's obvious, like Sherry and I, they were off trying to do some time to themselves. And Jesse was the one that kept engaging me about Pollock being fired and and football, and it's like I
felt y'all were buddies.
And then he said that all of his friends. He said I struggle because I do college football. He said, but then all my friends are mad at me because their wives want to watch me on The Bachelor on Monday night, and I've ruined their Monday night.
Yeah. So, he probably had just finished up the taping of The Golden Bachelor.
You know what? I didn't think about that. You're probably right.
I was hoping you had his phone number, and I thought maybe you could call him and get him on the air with us.
What's happening?
You know what? I will tell you this.
JP.
A listener of the show, and isn't this kind of the way they do it now if you want to be hip to the groove? There was a listener that actually connected me on X, former Twitter, with Palmer and had us interacting. Should I try to direct message him there or something?
I think you
I hear
should,
this term direct message a lot.
Yeah, and tell him we just, we'd like to get him on the air.
Right.
And how about this? We could have him for a segment or two. We could talk Bachelor and we could talk college football.
We could do both. It's rare you can find a guest that can do that. Think about that.
Very rare.
That's rare.
I'm really curious to know, instead of a hot tub, if they have one of those tubs at the door open. And
so you don't have to step over.
Let me tell you, the audience.
What's the name of that?
Yeah, the audience is having a blast with this.
Yes.
And they said instead of having dinner, the dinner scene will show them gathered around a table at Jack's at 5 in the morning.
Have the Romeo Club
at the cafe.
They said also they're going to do one where they sit around the hardware store and talk about how the country's gone to hell.
That's funny.
Any hardware.
Now we're going to take it back.
That's one thing that the big box stores don't give you is a good sitting area where you can sit around in the hardware section and talk about things.
I know it.
That's the good thing about the local hardware or the feed and seed. You go in there, there's always like 6 guys sitting there talking about something,
I'm going to say something to you that seems out of character, but I think you'll understand it. But the fact that I'm not handy, it really doesn't make any sense, and I acknowledge that. I love a hardware store. I don't like chains. I don't like the big box stores.
Yeah, just an old local feed and seed kind of hardware store.
If there's a community that has a locally owned hardware store with wood floors, and you go in there and you can smell all the feed and seed in there, and
it kind of creaks when you walk.
And there's always some guys, either they're talking to the person around the counter who may or may not wait on you,
right?
Because there's no rushing to check out because we're all talking about the state of the country.
Sure.
And but I love, and those guys always have those same shirts on.
Yeah.
And they've got.
There's always a young guy in there, and there's 2 or 3 old guys.
Yes.
And there's always one guy that can't talk plain.
Right, and there's that one guy with that fishing hat. He's never going to change it. And they're in there and they're pontificating, and one of them's got a cup of coffee, no matter what time of day it is.
2 or 3 dipping.
Yes, and they're just talking about. I love that.
I do too. That's where you learn. That's where you learn a lot of stuff.
Reese was the young guy for years at Helena Hardware. That was his life.
See, I love.
He would come home with so many stories.
Wisdom. I hate he's not in that atmosphere anymore. We all need to.
I imagine he's learning a lot now.
Yeah. He is, but it was a great learning experience for him because he came back with a lot of knowledge.
Greg, what was that when we had downtown Oxford? And I just remember Dad would take us in there, and I just loved it. And I can't remember what the name
King?
of it. Maybe.
Was it Moore King Hardware?
Maybe. I just loved it. And the wood floor is the key. If it doesn't have a wood floor, I don't want to be in there.
And it's got a creek just a little bit.
And it's got a whole shelf area that's dedicated to rat poison.
Yes.
Right. Traps, rat poison.
I know there's still some of those out there, but they're having a hard time surviving. I just love them. I just think that's.
And they've got that special. There's a special smell to all that. That you just can't get.
Do you find it
else.
odd though that I'm not handy, but I like to be around the classic old
Well,
hardware store?
it's I understand.
It's the culture.
Yeah, it's the wisdom and the listening and all of that. I mean, I used to go sit with my dad at some.
There you go. Perfect.
Listen to him.
Yeah.
And, you know.
My granddad was always around those kind of people. You know
absolutely.
What I mean?
That in the barbershop.
You know, and like just like your dad. You know, our granddad and your dad were very similar because they did things like worked in coal mines, worked in the pipe shop, worked at steel.
Yeah.
You know, all those places. So
Like
when you get
yeah.
those men in hardware stores, I mean, you're going to hear some wisdom.
If you take a lunch pail to work.
Oh yes, absolutely. You remember Papa's lunch pail?
Oh yeah.
Well, that was for you uppity folks. My dad just carried a bag.
Oh boy.
You know?
What about a gunny sack? But I can remember Papa's that tin
metal,
lunch pail,
yeah.
metal lunch pail.
Big thermos went in the top of it.
That's it. But see, when you walk into
it's hard hat with that line on.
If you don't go into a chain, but you just walk into an independent hardware store, to me, you're walking into an America that's gone.
Yeah,
but you can almost go back in time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as we reminisce, my dad used to keep a few tools in the back of his truck because he didn't need but a few to do everything.
Yeah.
But the wrenches were so old, and I mean, I think some of them they must have made in the shop.
Yeah.
They were so,
and they last forever.
And you know, they only needed 4 or 5 of them because everything fit that.
Yeah.
And you know, now we've got our sets, you know, with 300 pieces and deep sockets and all this stuff.
Oh,
and
yeah.
we still can't get anything done.
No.
They could do almost anything.
Oh,
you know,
and like
anything.
you said, they just had just a handful.
They could build houses, barns, repair anything, fix cars,
Eat whatever they want because they never got fat.
Yes.
Yeah, because they work like dogs.
Oh, I know.
You know.
I know.
And I remember
I
watching.
bet my dad never broke 130.
No. And our granddad never was heavy, and he ate. I mean, I'm talking about. He'd pile food on that plate like I've never seen.
what
him
else?
eat.
I mean, they would eat 3,000 calories a meal and work it off.
He liked that mammoth twist chewing tobacco too.
Oh,
The old
yeah.
mammoth twist, bite it off, bite the plug off.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
Yep. Top of the hour, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big's our number. James Spann, we'll get the latest update.
we sound like old folks reminiscing,
I know.
don't we?
Well, you know what? And it made me feel good. I like looking back on that. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we were just talking about on the big show today about whether you're handy or you're not handy. I'll tell you one thing that I'm not. I don't have a green thumb at all, and my wife loves plants, and she's pretty good at it. But I mean, there's a lot going on, and a lot of times you go out and you spend all this money, and you go over to the local nursery, and you come back with buckets and stuff in the back of your car, and you spilt dirt everywhere, and then you take out these plants, and based on the climate where you live, some of them, don't even have a chance of surviving. And you find yourself wasting a lot of money and never truly getting that look that you want. Well, I'm going to introduce you to the answer, and it's called fastgrowingtrees.com. Their motto is, we keep you growing. Why? Well, if you go to fastgrowingtrees.com, they have thousands of easy-to-grow plant, shrub, and tree varieties expertly curated for your unique climate and needs. That's one thing they're going to ask you. Where do you live? What state? What city? From the Meyer lemons to evergreens to shade trees and everything in between. So you're done with waiting in long lines. You're done with hauling heavy plants around. You're done with the mess in your vehicle. You go to fastgrowingtrees.com. Your plants arrive at your door in just a few days. And don't worry if you don't have a green thumb. I don't either. Fast growing tree plant experts are just a Zoom, chat, or phone call away. And they're always available, and they're eager to help you. They'll walk you through the entire process so you also have success. They get you the right plants, they get it to your door, and then they help you have success and long-lasting enjoyment of these wonderful plants. And with fast-growing trees, 30-day alive and thrive guarantee, everything's going to look great, fresh out of the box. So over 2 million happy customers right now, and of course we're some of those too. So go to fastgrowingtrees.com/Bubba. We'll get you 15% off the entire order. That's 15% off by you going to fastgrowingtrees.com/Bubba.
I'm a modern day old soul singer, son of a gun and guitar slinger.
Carlson Dixon, if you're looking for that out on iTunes today. They actually visited us, played in the studio, and not sure what happened to him long term, but that they found him a good hook on that one.
Man, that is just an awesome song, isn't it?
Well, that's when somebody
That's
said,
a
"Look,
toe
I
tapper,
don't
Rick.
know where we're going from here, but I have the hook. I have the hook, and we'll see where we go from there."
You know, we've had several of those groups that we know.
Yep.
And boy, they had one, and you thought, man,
What's going to happen?
I know.
What is going to happen? So anyway, a lot to do. We are. I know there have been, you talk about situations that you try to resolve, and we got a lot of things to discuss on the program today. Internal and then big stories of the day. A couple of big sports interviews today too, as I mentioned. But Bubba, we're welcoming. This is one of those rides that we've been on there in the Florence, Muscle Shoals area, Sheffield, up that way, that beautiful part of the great state of Alabama. As of today, we are told that WLAY 100.1 FM is back in the Rick and Bubba Radio Network family.
Well, that is outstanding news.
Shoals country. So this is one of those weird things where I'm talking, and if you're not listening to it, but you may be listening to me on a podcast, you may be listening to me on a TuneIn app, and you may be watching on Blaze TV because you thought you lost your affiliate option. Well, you can still use all those other things, but your affiliate option is back. So there you go. So and look, there's nothing you can do today that would be more beneficial to let the people know who brought it back how thankful you are.
That's right.
Absolutely. Need to support that station, and what a great asset for the community, and what a great outlet for the show. We have so many folks that follow the show there in the Florence area. I know none of them are more excited than my good friend Paul Irwin today.
Paul, are you back?
Oh, Paul.
And Helms' buddy. So
How about that? I forgot about Paul.
Are you back, Paul?
Paul Bear Irwin, we call him.
Yes.
So I'm glad that he is back on earshot of the program.
So there you go. So that we'll talk about that throughout, and like I say, Helms will put that out and let you know too other ways. So we mentioned Bruce Pearl is coming up. Auburn, never in the history of their basketball program have they ever been to the Final Four. They've knocked off Kansas, North Carolina, and Kentucky. Only one other team has ever went down that road before, and that team went on to win it, and that was Arizona years back. But
97, I think.
So we'll talk with Bruce Pearl. Now, Bubba, are we to read anything into this?
Listen, guys. I'm trying to go overboard not being a bip on this, okay?
Right.
And I don't want to bother Coach Pearl. He's real busy right now, okay? He's doing interviews. I mean, he's on ESPN Live 3 times a day now. I mean, he's in high demand.
I think you're only making our case with this.
And so here's the thing. Y'all don't bother him about all that.
But here's what I'm wondering. Huh? Okay, all right, now here's where I'm going to walk down.
And here, if you missed it yesterday, I'm trying.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. Now 6 minutes past the hour. As we start a brand new hour, we, of course, want to update you on everything that's going on. Some things you need to know. Wednesday Bible study is back today. We'll have that at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. And that today we'll start the Revelation chapter 19 as we continue that study that we started at the first of the year. Now we're rolling into 19 today. The archive will be available on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel archives not too long after we finish the live, so you can grab that if that's your desire. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is. Bubba, how you doing, buddy?
Rick, I am good. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being with us.
James Spann's with us. Here we go. Update.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and
James Spann, it is a dangerous situation. Idalia, is that right? Did I get it right?
Idalia.
Idalia?
Idalia, yes.
Idalia.
You nailed it.
Idalia is an ugly hurricane, and you told everybody yesterday when the warnings are given, plan for a category above whatever everyone's predicting, and unfortunately, it looks like it is increasing in intensity.
Yeah, and it's inland, fellas. Again, we're live here at 7:07 Central, 8:07 Eastern, and landfall came about 30 minutes ago on the Florida Big Bend region. And at the time of landfall, based on reconnaissance aircraft data, the winds were 125 miles an hour. So at the moment, it looks like technically at the time of landfall, this was an upper end Category 3. At one point, it reached Category 4 status earlier this morning, and we had an eye-wall replacement cycle, an ERC. And when you have one of those, the winds can decrease temporarily, and that's what happened. But one way or the other, the impact basically is the same for the Big Bend region.
Yeah.
And the core is coming right up now through Perry, Florida, which is southeast of Tallahassee. And, of course, the winds will slowly come down today, but it's going to take a while for this. But, again, the center is inland and should be crossing Interstate 10 in about 1 hour or so. And the concept is the same on the track. This will most likely remain a weakening hurricane into South Georgia. In fact, the Hurricane Center has posted hurricane warnings in effect now for parts of the Georgia coast, including Savannah, up toward Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. As that will be coming through this afternoon, potentially as a Category 1 hurricane, weakens to a tropical storm near Charleston tonight, and then moves out into the Atlantic. And again, as everybody looks at all these maps, remember the main impact will be along and to the right, to the east of the circulation center. So the main concern is going to be North Florida and the coastal sections of Georgia and South Carolina. We note there is a tornado watch in effect for much of North Florida in extreme eastern Georgia until 3 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. That includes cities like Tampa Bay, Jacksonville, Gainesville, Valdosta, Savannah. And there could be some tornadoes in the spiral bands wrapping around the east side of the circulation. But again, the west side was the good side, fellas. And again, we can be thankful that our friends in places like Mexico Beach, Tyndall Air Force Base, Panama City Beach, they're on the good side. In fact, it's not even raining at Panama City this morning. Not raining at Tyndall Air Force Base. The rain is holding mainly east of US 231. And those are the cities that hit so hard by Michael back in 2018.
And they still are recovering.
Nasty.
Still recovering.
Right. That was a bad situation.
Yeah, I talked to a man about a month ago, and he talked about how he lost his entire business, lost everything. And he said, I had to start over and get a new retirement plan because everything we had planned was completely destroyed. And he said that those communities are still recovering from Michael.
Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. So they didn't need anything like this. So for them, it was a blessing that it stayed well to the east of there, which was the forecast. But we're concerned about little villages like Cedar Key, Florida. I've never been there, but I've seen so many images. And the storm surge inundation is probably at least a foot of water. And it's not going to be good once we see the images coming out of there later today. But again, it's a fairly sparsely populated part of Florida, that Big Bend region. You don't have the, big resort cities there. You don't have the big high rises there, but there's some lovely villages in that part of Florida. And hopefully everybody heeded the evacuation orders. But again, conditions will improve there. But I will say for those people that are at Panama City Beach, Destin, Pensacola, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, just don't forget the weather's fine, but the rip current danger will stay high today. I saw some video coming out of Gulf Shores, Alabama a few minutes ago, and it's rough. So double red flags are flying. Surf conditions will improve greatly tomorrow as the system moves on to the northeast. And one more thing, fellas, there was one school of thought that this thing might loop around and come back toward the Florida Peninsula early next week around Labor Day. Thankfully, that idea is off the table.
Okay.
There was one global model set that suggested that with a weakening of the steering currents, but no. All the models are in good agreement now. This will exit the coast of South Carolina late tonight and then just move out into the open waters of the Atlantic with no additional threat to the United States. And the other good thing, once we get rid of this, we really don't see any additional tropical trouble for the United States, at least for the next 7 days. All these other systems out there, they're junk. The Ghost of Gert, Tropical Depression 11, Invest 94, no problem. So once we get this thing out of here, no tropical trouble for the United States, at least for the next 7 days.
Well, I saw on TikTok something completely different.
Man,
looks
let me
like
tell
she
you what,
was dead on, James. She hit it right on the head.
The cesspool of idiocy, what was at its highest level last night with the weather entertainers on YouTube and TikTok. And what's sad, they'll have 100,000 people watching.
Of course.
People just soak it up. And they'll say the mainstream media meteorologists, they're liars. They've been programmed what to say by the government. This hurricane is going to score a direct hit on Panama City as a Category 5. Get out now. People soak it up. They totally soak it up. Yeah. And here's the most bizarre thing. So obviously that's lunacy. It didn't happen, but people will still watch these guys.
Right.
It's like, I would like to see a social science study on why people come back. It's almost like that they follow these people with a religious type zeal.
Yeah, I know.
It's
like
very
little cults.
bizarre.
Do you think do you think it comes from the same, pardon me for interrupting you, but do you think it comes from the same place that people who are really intrigued into horror movies and stuff, is there some sickness in us that we like being afraid? I personally don't really like fear, especially since I'm told as a follower of Christ not to live a life that's anxious and fearful. It seems like we said this on the air. The world has become, especially our country, we fear everything we really shouldn't, but we don't fear anything we actually should.
Bingo.
It's misguided.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
It's a state of fear, and it seems like people are attracted to anything that brings fear into their life. If it's true or not true, it just doesn't make any sense. And we're seeing that in the weather business. And goodness, again, what we need is a good social science study to look at this. But there's two kinds of fear: a good fear and a bad fear.
That's right. Yeah.
What's the beginning of wisdom? Knowledge.
Fear of the Lord. Yeah.
Yes, that's the good fear.
Yeah.
And then the bad fear is when you walk around thinking that, an asteroid's going to come and we're going to have a hurricane today and a tornado tomorrow, and you're just walking around in constant fear. That's a bad fear.
Right.
And you don't need to live like that. And if you're somehow gotten addicted to some of these weather entertainers on YouTube and TikTok, I would just encourage you to step away and unfollow them and listen to the National Hurricane Center, professional meteorologists for a while. Trust me, your life will be a lot better. And what's aggravating is the fact that these people, these jabronis, use fear to drive monetization to pad their bank account.
They're just making money off of you. Yeah, that's all they're doing.
That's all it is.
And they don't even care. They don't care if it's true because the money going in their account is real, and that's all they care about.
Right. So we understand why they're doing it, but what we don't understand is why the public is attracted to this stuff,
right?
Even when it's not even remotely true. I had some guy send me an email last night. He said, "I know you're a government-controlled stooge.
Oh my God,
and you're lying to us."
Oh my God,
stooge.
That's great.
Now, why? Let me ask you this:
government-controlled stooge. That's my new title.
James, I'm just trying to walk this out. Why? What is it to gain for you to be a government-controlled stooge? What's your angle in this?
I guess they figure I'm being paid by the government or something. I'm still waiting on my first check to come in. It's like some people think I get checks from big oil, whatever that means. And now they think I'm getting checks from the government to
big oil.
Well, I need to go check my post office box again to see if those checks have rolled in.
I can't even get the government to send me my tax return.
Yeah, and they owe you money. It's real money.
First time they've ever owed me money in forever. And I'll get it in on April 15th, and they keep telling me, sorry, it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll say that.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I bet if I said that about my taxes, they wouldn't feel that way.
No,
James, thanks for the update, and thanks for clarifying all that's real and what's not.
All right, you guys have a great day.
All right, you too, buddy. It is a serious situation there, but those are the facts, and you can kind of calm some of the hyperbole. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 866-WE-BE-BIG as we unpack more stories of the day and some of your phone calls as well when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the Final Four in Minneapolis. Okay. And my kids are going, and I was not allowed to buy 3
packages
you're
at
not
one time.
You're not Tiger Unlimited
because I'm way down. I'm way down to I'm not that important,
Right.
and that's fine. That's a great rule to have.
It is a good rule. If you got people paying money, they ought to be treated special.
Yeah, I'm all for that. You take care of those who take care of you. So,
of course, last time I checked, you're paying tuition, but I won't get into that.
yeah, well, that's
pretty big check.
Well, there's other people maybe paying that and extra. So, we're working on it. We're working on it.
All right,
and here's the thing. I'm good. I had my big meeting with the kids on the phone last night, and we went over all of this. Now, they've never been off and traveled on their own, but they're 21 and 20 now. It's time to be able to manage that.
Yeah, right.
And I said, look, if I show up in Minneapolis, I'll look you up. That'll be great. If not, y'all have a great trip.
All right,
and we went over all the little details of how we need to travel and what we need to do. And just as a reminder, the things we've always done, but I won't be there to say it. So
yeah.
I have to say this, too, now. Coach Pearl is in extremely high demand, and we have him in an interview.
Yes.
Now, how did that take place?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's really important, is it?
Because
I'm just glad we got him because we strive to get the newsmakers of the day here on the show.
Certainly, I'm certainly not Sherlock Holmes,
right? And we got Mario Andretti, who is a household name in racing today.
Yeah.
We've got, and so I think it's it's only fair that
it just seems that y'all probably likely had a conversation if he's on the show today.
The interview did not come through the normal channel.
I wouldn't think so.
I'll say that.
You know why? Because we probably wouldn't get one. You see where I'm doing, just kind of kicking around a little bit.
Yeah. Look, I feel like this has a pontoon boat somewhere in it.
I'm just saying that we need to take advantage of being able to bring the very best interviews of newsmakers and sports headlines to the show each and every day, and that's what I always strive for.
Okay, thank you for that, Bubba.
Oh, wow.
15 minutes past, and the interview is this hour, by the way. Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bobby, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm great. How y'all doing?
Fantastic. What's on your mind today, buddy?
Hey, y'all are interviewing Bruce Pearl this morning.
Well, thanks to Bubba.
Anyway, I work for Conecuh Sausage. I don't.
God bless you.
Yes.
God bless you.
He has. Thank you very much.
Or as Greg would say, thank you for your service. All right, go ahead.
Absolutely. I did his golf tournament last year, and we put Conecuh Sausage in their basketball arena this year. I'm not saying anything, but coincidence? I think not. Conecuh Sausage went to basketball arena, first time ever. They went to Final Four.
Yeah.
Coincidence?
No, I think not. You can draw that Conecuh line. I promise you that.
But hey,
I'm gonna tell you
what happens.
Y'all sausage is so good. I mean, I just every time I get it, if you think it's one of those things where you think you go in there and like I usually put what I do if I'm grilling something outside, I'll always put on the top rack. I'll cut up some of that Conecuh sausage, put it there on the top rack, let it cook slower, and then what happens if you're the griller? You get to eat that while you're actually grilling the rest of it, and you tell everybody you're gonna have it available, but by the time it's over, you realize you've just sat out there and ate it while you were grilling whatever the main dish was.
Rick, I am getting so hungry right now.
Tell you what else I'll do: cut them up in little bitty pieces, like little minis.
Yeah.
Put them in a frying pan. Out there with some eggs in the morning.
Yeah, I don't tell. I don't. Do you? So you tell people you're cooking? So I don't even tell people I cook.
Oh, really?
I
You
just
hide
have
it
it
out
going.
there?
Yeah, that's kind of my freebie.
Well,
Can I tell you?
I've learned that.
That's my payment for grilling.
I've learned if you do bring it up, people ask where it went.
You know how we've talked about we're an influence on each other, and hopefully in positive ways. Speedy changed my life with shaving in the shower.
Okay,
I mean,
wow.
that was a life changer.
Yeah.
I'll never. And you've changed my life with several things, but one is grilling okra.
Oh yeah.
Rick, you talking about a game changer.
It is.
Now, I love okra growing up. Okra.
Don't go ahead and say it like you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Okra.
Okra.
I always called it okra.
Well, that's right.
And I called it a spatula.
That's right.
But
yeah.
If you cut it up and you batter it, and my granddad was king of this, my mom did a great job, and Betty too. attering, okra, and squash and green.
All right, so as we work our way back, let me make you aware of a couple things that are going on. First of all, tomorrow night, Protective Life Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama, the UAB Blazers kick off their season, and our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be there bringing the hype. So if you're going to the game tomorrow night, you'll see Speedy. Enjoy that. Also tomorrow night up in Union City, Tennessee, Calvary Baptist Church. It is the kickoff service for themanchurch.com and that discipleship strategy. And Lee Moore will be there. So he'll be kicking that off. And on that note, I know for a lot of churches, the calendar year kind of works like school, meaning the first of the year is actually the fall. So I know a lot of you are trying to get your game plan together. I know even at my home church, we're about to get into the next curriculum, and we're going to start the next one in September. I want to remind you, if you go to themanchurch.com, we now have 4 curricula, and these are all 40 weeks. The way they operate is, I come on and do a video for about, when you first start out, the video is about 15 minutes. If you get deeper into the curriculum, get to the 4th one, they get down to about 10 to 12 minutes because there's a study guide that's with the group and you facilitate that. And all 4 of these go through 40 weeks on different topics. The first one is the pursuit of Christ-centered masculinity. The second one is Real Men of the Bible, 8 Men of the Bible, 5 weeks. And then we get into Be Disciples. What does that mean? 40 weeks on what it looks like to be a disciple. And then there's one called Impact that comes from 2 Peter chapter 1 about supplementing things to your faith through sanctification so you will not fall and you'll be fruitful. And then we're working on one right now that's called Transformed based off of the 31-day devotional. That'll come out next year. But if you're kind of getting plans together, hey, we need something, we want to start some small groups, we need a curriculum. These are designed for men's ministry. And there's 4 of them available, and you can pick any of them or multiple ones by going to themanchurch.com. So if you're getting your game plan together, don't forget that. So, Bubba, some other things to discuss today. Have you seen that Martha Stewart's in trouble?
Oh, not Martha Stewart. What happened?
Is under fire.
Did her weed basket come apart?
Well, she is using a small iceberg to chill her cocktails during her trip to Greenland, and people are furious.
How dare you?
Now, why is that a problem?
Well, apparently,
isn't there plenty of it?
She said, we actually captured a small iceberg for our cocktails tonight, Martha Stewart wrote, and she's got the scenery behind her, and she's just loving it. She's got a piece of ice sitting on a black cart. The ice she's referring to that's being used in their drink. I guess they got a little piece of ice and they're chipping it off and putting it in their cocktails. And so then the rest of the photos she's got of glaciers and beautiful scenery. And people, of course, these weird, planet worshipers, they think that the fact that the ice caps are melting, that she's being wasteful with ice, and I'm not making this up. They think that her and her little group that have gone to Greenland, that they are making the situation worse because they have the audacity to take these melting icebergs and chip off some of it for their cocktails. Can you believe?
They're accusing her, Rick, I love this, of being tone deaf.
Uh-huh.
That's the big thing. Well,
how about she should accuse y'all for being mentally ill?
Right. Did Snoop Dogg go? Was he involved?
That's a great
How's
question.
Their show? Is it? They're still doing that, or?
I don't know, but this is where you get into, because Martha Stewart would be somebody that's supposed to be beloved by the left, but you can't even get the left happy because they say things like, you were just talking about climate change with your washout on your driveway in New York. Melting icebergs for cocktails surely won't help. I'm not even going to talk about the boat you're on and how that damages the climate either.
Oh, good night.
See, wouldn't these people just be a blast to be around?
Yeah.
Do they lose sleep over that?
That's all they got to worry about.
Yeah, I mean,
again,
if I can quote several movies, lighten up, Francis.
Yeah. If we're into this, we're doing really good.
Yeah. Do y'all really think that Martha Stewart getting a piece of ice from an iceberg for cocktails and being on a boat looking at the beautiful scenery in Greenland, that's destroying the planet?
Yes, Rick.
I mean, do y'all really think
Well,
that?
Rick, she had to fly to get there, and that boat doesn't run off its sails, I guarantee you.
Right. So, I don't know. So anyway,
taking it lightly, y'all.
Yeah, there's actually did you see the link here, Bubba? Apparently, are her and Snoop Dogg not friends anymore?
What?
There's how they put related articles on there. You remember when Martha Stewart unfortunately was on the cover of
they was burning one.
Remember when she did the swimsuit cover?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, it says Martha Stewart dishes on Snoop Dogg friendship amid the landing the Sports Illustrated cover. Did something go south with her and the Snoop?
Does that just mean talks
Does that
about
mean
it?
she talks about it? Am I not hip to the groove?
Yeah, I don't think
I thought
that
if
You got to get your fizzizzle together, Rick.
Is a diss and a diss and a dish not the same thing?
No, it's not.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Isn't it like dishing, like just giving the scoop?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. So I
I'm
guess
sitting here.
Rick, you got him in a fight.
Well, Greg, what's dissing mean? And that's not short for dish.
No, it's not. It's two different
I
things.
don't know. It's different, yeah.
Yeah, diss is bad. Dishing is just telling the info.
Yeah, give us the dish. Like, give us the.
Oh, okay. Can you see where I would think that diss may be short for dish?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's very close.
But then you see them spooning right here in this picture, so I think they're still
They
doing
make
okay.
a cute couple. Bubba.
I have Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg's friendship timeline. I'm looking at.
Oh,
That's
good.
interesting.
Is it when we say friendship? Should there be quotes around that?
You know, they are probably two of the more odd personalities you would ever see. Whoever decided to put them on the show together had to be a genius, you know.
No
just
question.
to come up with the idea.
Well, right before they were thrown out of the conference room when they first brought it up. They lived to fight another day, didn't they?
They did.
So anyway, so Martha Stewart, who tries to be green, can't even make her own green people happy because now she has to watch every move because her green friends will turn.
Well, it was kind of
red.
heartless, Rick. I'll just be honest.
Well,
how dare
look
you.
at the plight of the iceberg.
The audacity of thinking that any of that makes any difference whatsoever is just
Unbelievable.
bizarre.
So that one piece they put in there.
Yeah, and the boat.
Yeah,
Then
hey, I ain't
you're
gonna talk about it with
I'm
the
gonna
boat.
let the boat thing go. I didn't mention that.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
God forbid
what are
you
we
be on a
supposed to
boat.
do?
I don't know. I mean, we've talked about it before. I think these really radical green people, they want us to have a day where we can't go anywhere or eat.
Yeah, we'll have to walk everywhere we go.
We're just going to stand.
Well,
We're going to stand in one place and slowly die.
Is this the group that Spann likes to call trolls?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yeah. Well, and he threw jabroni out today.
Yeah, I forget.
Yeah, I know some
I'm
other-
afraid to know the exact definition of that, but it sure was funny.
That's what I was talking about, Greg.
I know.
But anyway, so we'll come back. We'll do phone calls next. But Martha Stewart now in trouble. Maybe Snoop Dogg will come to her defense. I don't know.
He might.
Yeah, if we can get him off that island.
I started to say he's making a lot of commercials on that island.
Boy, he's having the time of his life, isn't he? Every time I see him on that island, I'm just like, I'm Baptist, so I'd be drinking grape juice, but still, what a great
view is
scene.
incredible,
right there. Bottom of the hour, and it's phone call time. What do you want to talk about America? 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
It isn't all that together is great, but grilling it whole, Rick, seriously, I could not believe how good it was.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
it was such it was like the lights opened up and I heard the angel and I go, what have we been doing wrong with this? How have we missed this?
Now, let's be clear.
And let me clarify what we're talking about. You take okra, and you keep it whole, just like you cut it off the vine and off the stalk, and you wash it. And Betty put it in a little bit of olive oil
Nothing
or
wrong with that.
something,
Yeah.
and you put it just in a pan on the grill. And you roll them over every now and then, and the first sign you see any of them turning black, take the whole pan off and let it cool down and just eat it. Just like that. It's just, Rick, it's the way God made it. And it is so good. It tastes like it is fried on the inside.
And that's the key.
And it is juicy, and it is delicious, and it is so full of flavor. I mean, I was like, how have we missed this? It's been my biggest grilling change in the past 10 years.
See, I don't even fool with putting anything. I'll put it right on the grill.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
would
that's
say
harder.
Betty felt like, I don't know why we felt like we had to do that.
And you don't,
olive oil doesn't hurt it. But
Yeah, nothing wrong. But the problem is sometimes it'll fall through the little grill. I mean, the whatever. You got to be careful with that. But I'll just put it right on top of the grill, or get one of those things.
Now, see, I had it in a pan, like.
Yeah, well, you don't want to just put a frying pan on there because now you're stir frying it basically. But
it's whole.
Right? Yeah, right. But and that's good too. Do it that way. Just to start.
Maybe our pan had a few holes.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You probably have one of those things that had the vents in it.
Yeah, something.
And that you cook fish on.
Yeah.
And you just put the okra on it like you would a piece of fish.
Yeah.
And boy,
daggum, that was good.
You got something now. You got.
I mean,
well, my biggest
because
fear.
I cooked a few, and it was going to be appetizers for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I ended up eating half the pan myself.
What I do,
because I couldn't quit,
and I did it for the day that y'all came over and I grilled for y'all last summer.
Yeah.
And I can do it again this summer, by the way. But What I did was I got just an old metal bowl, and then just and throw it all in that metal bowl and put you some salt in there, and then let them all jump around in there. And then
I'm not. I like what I like, and I like a lot of it. Okay?
Yes, you do.
I'm not big on trying.
That's a
new
bumper
things.
sticker right there.
And I'm not big on trying new things.
I like what I like,
and I like a
and
lot
I like
of
a
it.
lot of it. Bill Bubba Buster.
Yes, it.
I've had a few good bumper sticker sayings lately.
Yeah.
I had to tell one of our players, and someone said, we got to put that on a T-shirt. I said, a forehand is forever. Girlfriends come and go.
That's funny. That's funny.
That's excellent.
Bruce would be proud.
That's a whole nother thing.
I said to a player last night, I've come to the conclusion you're not coachable.
Well, you know what?
Because every time I correct what you're doing, you just do it again.
Yeah,
and,
do it again.
and I don't understand that. Is this how God feels? All right, so anyway,
that's a good one right there.
Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead. But don't, listen now, Mike's stepping out there. Everybody pay attention. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Take your whole okra
Mm-hmm.
and wrap bacon around it.
Mm-hmm.
And then just do everything else the same?
You can put it on a pan, put it in the oven.
Mm-hmm. Well,
bacon gets done, it's ready.
You know, I got to tell you, we'll just wrap bacon around anything. Bacon can save anything.
It can.
And now you're thinking that okra's so good, and if you wrap bacon around it, it might be a great combination.
By the way,
I'm going to try that, Mike.
I really think you could take a pine cone and wrap bacon around it
No
and
question.
eat it, and it would be fine. And we can go back for seconds.
If Greg was here, he could say you wrap bacon around something else, and he'd probably pretty
I
good.
know.
But,
well, I don't want to carry it that far.
No, I won't either. But
I have limits.
But you're right. But the whole thing with the okra was because what you're doing, and I know that you'd already said it, but we need to clarify. You're getting the taste of what fried okra tastes like without it having to be fried.
Yeah,
with all the greasy side and that side. Now look,
I'm hungry.
Does that mean that I don't ever eat fried okra? It doesn't mean that.
No.
You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Here we go. Phone Troll music's cranking. All 10 lines are available. America, come in. The real Greg Burgess is on the phones. Not a time for you to spend time with Gregory, but it is a time for you to spend time with America. And really, who knows? Anywhere around the world with all the different streaming options now. We literally have people watching and listening. They could be anywhere at any time. And we're glad you're here, however you're making it. You can go now, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you. We'll hear your comments, your questions as you bring information to the table. If you move now, you'll get in. And then our friend the buzzer will keep that line moving briskly. So if you're waiting to go on the show, you won't have to wait very long. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs or baby predictions or anything like that. Those all get an instant buzzer. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. These are the best earbuds that you have ever worn, the most comfortable. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. I continue to get more and more emails, guys. I know you too, of people saying, we love these. Part of the 56,000 five-star reviews you'll find. And find out what all the hype is about. You've got customized gel tips so they fit more secure and more comfortably. They're more discreet. They've got sound profiles. They've got awareness mode. They've got noise isolation mode. They've got 32-hour total battery life. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We'll get you an additional 15% off. Yeah, so move now, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so let's get started. We're going to start with, looks like Denise. We'll get us started out of Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Denise, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today? You got 30 seconds.
I'm great. Good morning. Very random question. Y'all were talking about Snoop Dogg on an island. So if you were on an island and for the rest of your life and the only music you could listen to would be like one person or one band, who would it be? And that's the only person you could listen to for the rest of your life. And I'll hang up.
Are we the only person I could listen to for the rest of my life? Oh, my goodness.
Morgan Wallen.
So there's Helmsy. Gosh.
He's got a lot I can listen to. I can rotate for years.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, am I going to drop the obvious? Is I probably, if that's where I'm going to live and die, I'm probably going worship music. I'm probably not going secular.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going Chris Tomlin.
I would like y'all to go away just for this. Go away from that, then pick a one person.
Because honestly, I probably would. I really would. I would probably immerse myself in some of the greatest praise and worship music. If I had to pick one artist, Tomlin would be, because of the library, would be a choice, but I might lean over to Crowder.
Mm-hmm.
But if I go secular,
he just doesn't have as much as Tomlin,
right?
And so,
but he keeps putting out great.
He does.
stuff.
I'd
be Toby Mac.
But hey, he's not
Mac,
doing that anymore, Rick, because
Yeah.
you just got what you got.
Okay. Wow. But
that's why it falls back to Tomlin.
But if I went secular and I didn't, and because I think that's what she's asking. If I went secular, it would be Tom Petty and the Heartbreak.
Okay, that's what
that library would last me the rest of my time there on secular music.
If I had to pick one, it'd be Toby Mac, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, I would probably go with Foreigner. Or
Interesting.
Styx.
I did not see that coming.
Yep.
I did not see that coming.
Wow,
Adler?
Bubba, I didn't see it.
Are we in some say you won't?
I didn't see that coming.
Are we in some kind of nightmare situation where it like starts and it's playing all the time, or do we get to pick and choose?
When you go to music, this is the only artist you have access to.
Okay, if it was like a nightmare situation, it's always playing all the time, I would have to go with something instrumental so that the words didn't get in my head.
This is about you entertaining yourself.
Go me crazy, crazy.
This is you go in there when it's time for music in your regular life.
All right, so if it was like I was saying, I know it's not, but if it was that nightmare situation, I would go Mozart.
But he answered the question.
That's
and
not
then
what.
if
That's not
it's just
situation.
regular, I go Metallica.
Did you want to just throw out the Mozart to be sharp?
Yes.
Oh, look at me! I got some depth. I got some depth to me. I watch it. I got depth.
I wanted to say Mozart and then Metallica. That's the joke.
Speedy. Thompson twins.
No. Chris Tomlin was my pick, but since it's not secular,
You can't just copy everybody.
Yeah, I mean,
no, I said Chris
think for
Tomlin
yourself,
early
buddy.
in this conversation.
We never heard it.
He was the
screamed
first
it.
Tomlin guy.
I think I'm going Vanilla Ice.
Interesting.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
He's
We
kidding.
talked about that earlier. Def Leppard, I think, is my pick.
That's a good choice.
That is a good choice.
That's a good library.
That's a really good
That's
choice.
a good library.
What, Adler?
I'll tell you this: it's better than Mozart.
Hey, Greg, what you got? No, he doesn't know.
He didn't even know what we're talking about.
Never mind, Greg.
Oh, do what? Oh, Thompson twins. He said Thompson twins.
No, that's not what he said. I think he's Culture Club.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Really, Greg? Spice Girls?
Oh, that's good. Let's go to.
You don't like my Def Leppard, Adler?
It's fine.
I thought that was a good choice for
Thank
you.
you.
That's a fine choice.
What do you mean by that?
I'll say this.
Because you could have made a really bad choice, and I thought that was a good choice.
Really?
What would you have said if I'd have said Bon Jovi?
I think that's a fine choice.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem.
I think I'm leaning.
Are we
towards
chilling
that
a
now.
lot? Are we rocking a lot? I mean,
This is simply
Survival, man.
This is all you got when it's time to listen to music. This is all you
Because
got.
Def Leppard, their album, they got some you can kind of just hang with, and then let's say you got to get up on the island to get some stuff done. You know,
Yeah.
they'll get you there
Yeah,
too.
sure. They throw a lot of pitches.
What do you mean for you? I don't get that.
You know the
It's
other
okay
thing
for
too.
you.
You got to look at their
Well, you
catalog.
don't have a tremendous amount of musical depth. That's all I'm saying.
What do you mean?
That's not
I think
a
that's
know
why
my
he
library.
says this to me too. I think he's calling us idiots when it comes to music.
Well, I think when they start talking about lyrics, and I will say this, I have learned a lot from you guys.
I have too.
On the meaning of a lot of songs that I didn't know, about.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think if you had not developed a friendship with Greg and me, you probably would have made worse decisions.
yeah. Well, I love my
so-
classic rock. Terry
right.
will tell you that.
Yeah. To the phones we go. Let's go to Steve in Birmingham. Steve, listen to ZZK. Go ahead.
It's gonna sit with me.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Why purists talk to you.
Hey, I'm late for work. I set my alarm clock for 4:15 p.m. this morning.
Wow, I've been there.
That's
So
That's
yeah,
terrible.
I'm going to be late.
It's terrible.
It's awful. But it would have been worse. Today's day would have been worse had you not clarified the relationship between Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg. If I had thought that there was a problem in their relationship, my day would have been ruined.
I know. I know. See
Yeah,
there. See what a
I'm
blessing that is. Bubba, I'm proud of your choice too. By the way, it was a very good choice.
Well, I was real close. There were several right there on 1B. You know,
I thought you might go more like KC or something.
Yeah, no, I'm
like
very
that.
proud of you.
no, I
Troy.
think that
I'm proud of you
now,
too.
listen, we're talking about
For
you're
me.
stuck on an island forever the rest of your life. You got to have a good catalog.
Well, it's got to be a big
And
catalog.
Foreigner's got an excellent
You
catalog.
can't dislike one
I
song.
mean, that,
No.
you can go hours and not repeat. You know,
That's why I think Speed's making a mistake with Def Leppard.
Why?
Photograph? What else?
No, come
Name
on.
one more
Hey,
song.
hey, look! Don't touch my Def Leppard. Greg did.
He made a
He
good
texted me. He
choice.
said Indigo Girls.
Oh,
Greg
okay,
did.
good. He texted me that too.
Let's go to Dara. Dara, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey,
Yes.
hey, I was just calling whenever y'all reminisce. I grew up in Birmingham, and I used to listen to TC and John Ed in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
And whenever y'all reminisce, I wondered, did y'all ever listen to them? Because they had, little funny things and stuff similar to what you do back in the 70s?
Yeah, oh yeah, we've talked about them before. They were great influences on us when we were younger, listening to radio. Absolutely.
yeah, they were together. John TC died.
Yep.
About the time we really got going good, so we didn't get to know them. We did get to know John Ed though, because we worked in the same building with him, and he was very, I will say, inspirational and encouraging.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we did listen to them and thought they were fantastic.
Yep.
We continue. Let's go to Jack in Alabama. Jack, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Y'all speak about carrying firearms and sidearms. Did you know that they make smart guns? And you can download an app and control your sidearm with your fingerprint and your cell phone.
I did not.
I know some of that stuff exists, but it's not. I don't know a lot of people using it.
Yeah, I did not know that. Joey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys, quick question. What is the Republican National Committee's plan for when Donald Trump is indicted on some of these charges and then 21 secretaries of states of the Democratic Party get him removed from the ballot in their state? I'm just wondering if you guys have heard anything from the Republican Party.
Well, we talked about it. We're going to have a constitutional crisis in this because Trump is going to claim, and he's already using the term election interference.
Oh, yeah.
And, they're setting these trial dates to absolutely disrupt his campaign, like the day before Super Tuesday.
Right, yeah.
Now, I think only the January the 6th trial has a penalty that could keep him from running for office. I doubt you're going to see him locked up on anything, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know that there is a plan B.
Yeah, if they end up with a candidate that can't run, then you're going to have a. But I think the odds of that are pretty low, though, aren't they? I mean,
I don't know.
Happen.
The January 6th one, I think one of the penalties they could keep him from running for public office if they proved he incited a riot against the government.
Yep. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Final four for the first time in the history of the program. And Coach Pearl joins us now. Bruce, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Rick. It's great to be with you, Bubba. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, look, I know that you and Bubba are running buddies, so I'm just going to kind of step out of the interview and let y'all talk. I'm actually trying to get a place at the lake in a pontoon boat, so I get to know you a little better. Coach, here we are. I mean, this team is. Even if you don't know about Auburn, if you're not a fan of Auburn and you're just a fan of great basketball stories, my goodness, this one's. Up to this point has really been something that they make movies about. It's really been incredible.
Yeah, and like a good movie, you'd like it to have a good ending.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Sometimes you're in the movie theater and all of a sudden the credits come up and you go, "What?"
Yeah.
So we'd love to try to see if we could, kind of. Finish this up, but listen, you can't win it if you're not in it. And the hardest thing to do is put yourself in position to get in a tournament. And then once you get in the tournament and you play against these other great teams, you realize that, you know what, we're prepared. I mean, Kentucky or Tennessee or LSU are as good as Kansas, North Carolina, New Mexico State. And so you get in a situation where it gives you some level of confidence that you can win.
Coach, as the team itself, what is the biggest difference right now compared to when you left Rupp Arena in late February with your last loss? What has changed the most?
Well, I think the biggest difference is we probably, particularly on the defensive end, are valuing possessions and understanding that if we let good teams feel comfortable running their offense and all we do is we're being defensive, like, excuse me, like, pardon me, I apologize, I'm being defensive.
Yeah.
Versus making it difficult for them to do what they want to do. It's the word almost defense almost doesn't work in that situation. Like our troops defend our country, but do you think they go out there in a battle like apologizing for making your life difficult? No, I mean they're on the offense defensively, and I think that's been the biggest difference.
So there's a big difference in defense and being disruptive.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. And that's what we have to try and do. Part of the reason is we're not very big, and a lot of teams that we've gone up against are bigger than us, and so therefore the strategy has to be to extend a little bit. We've got smaller guards, so we've got to get up in you, and just again, be disruptive, and that's probably been the biggest things. Kentucky put 80 on us in Lexington, and if they had done that again, because Kentucky is such a good defensive team, then the Elite Eight would have been as far as we could have gotten.
Coach, what about being able to play 10 deep? I mean, how much of a value has that been? You've had 10 guys playing double digits far as minutes per game, 9 now with Chuma out. How valuable has that been?
It's been, I think, the biggest key also to our run, in the sense that with the exception of Bryce Brown and Jared Harper, 2 guards that have played a lot for us, the rest of our team has been logging, between 15 and 20 minutes all season long, playing half the game, playing in their roles, but they're not tired. We're not worn out here in April. And I think it's a long season. It is a grind. And I don't think our guys feel that way. And I think that's because it's about the depth of your program. And I think the other thing about depth is this, that if a particular player or two don't have it that night, you have the option of having any number of players. When you bring 4 or 5 guys off your bench versus 2 or 3, it doubles your chances almost of having somebody have that one shining moment, which you really need, come tournament time.
Coach, back mid-season when you're caught up in the SEC schedule, you
Ten minutes to the top of the hour. Come on. Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Some new stuff from Lauren Daigle there. Got a new album coming out. Looks like it's dropping on the 8th of September. There's a little. All right, so it's funny because I actually spent time yesterday when the day finally stopped and I was settling and I was recovering from trying to do a little better and actually trying to go back outside. I had to return to the place where the wasp got me.
Oh, no.
And I still have not identified where they came from. And it's been a little bit of a struggle. My little reaction to the big red wasp sting.
Did you carry spray when you went out?
Well, I didn't. We're out at the house. I usually keep that at the farm, but I don't have. I'm out at the house. I need some more.
Get that long range, knock them out.
And so I sat down. I was watching a lot of animal documentaries. I love animal documentaries, and so I got to rolling on some animal documentaries. And so Sherry and I were watching some of those, and included in all that, I'm gonna tell you one thing. Hey, it's rough out there. Animal Kingdom. Hey, this garbage where y'all think we should be more like animals. I think that's our problem. We're acting like animals. Hey, it's rough out there. Hey, they are. But if you're looking for mercy out there, it's hard out there.
It is.
It's very, very hard, difficult, gross. It's rough. That's a rough place. So anyway, one of them did feature crocodiles. Now we're talking about an alligator today, but the relationship, by the way, of hippopotamus and crocodiles, an interesting dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the crocodiles are actually terrified of them.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
They don't want nothing to do with them.
Yeah, but they're almost like they'll be given the go ahead every now and then. You can go in, and it's interesting to watch. By the way, if you're in a pod of hippopotamuses, if you're in one of the pods, there's a lot of anger in there.
There is.
People don't get along.
Got to be tough.
They're easily aggravated.
Mm-hmm.
They will rise up and fight in a second and fight to the death.
You've seen the length of some of these crocs too that are scared.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. I saw one yesterday.
So do they ever attack hippos?
No, they won't. The only thing
do they get stomped or what?
What they'll do is, and this is unfortunate, it's because of all the disruption in the pod.
Right.
Sometimes the little ones will not make it just because two males got mad at each other, and they'll accidentally kill them because they're just in the pod and get stepped on.
In the way.
Yeah, and they're so large compared to the babies. And then of course the baby, the crocs are like, hey, can we move in? And I mean, that's grotesque, but I mean, and for a while, the mother will stay, and when she realizes there's no hope, she'll just move on, and then the crocs will, because are we clear? But they don't ever go after one that's alive, because it's bad news if that mama's with them. It's awful.
How does the mom?
They have the weight, they have the stomp, they have the bite.
Or the bite.
Will they bite a crocodile?
These two big old tusks that come out of the.
Oh, I know. I've seen them crush watermelons you're eating a breath mint.
Their bite is they can open their mouth wider than any animal. They have razor sharp tusk, and they also have the bite strength is incredible. They're the most dangerous animal in Africa.
They don't eat alligators though, do they?
No,
they just kill them to get rid of them.
They actually eat plants.
Right. Yeah. Boy, they'll get to stomping on you and.
Let me tell you something. If you're a bachelor and you think you're ready to rise up against the dominant male, you better have your act together.
Have you seen those like at the zoo where they'll come up and they'll open their mouth and they put a whole watermelon in it and they tell it and it just crunches that thing like nobody's business.
And it's almost like the croc says, "I can't eat that." Even if they bite it, they can't get into it because they're so thick.
And look, if one of them dies, again, you can't come in there till they're done. They actually will go over like elephants and mourn over the one that died, and they will not let any of the scavengers in them come in till they're done. And they won't get lions, and everybody just kind of sit back and say, "What about it? What do you think?"
Oh, is that a watermelon?
Yeah, look at that.
Watch this.
I'm talking about like it's nothing.
Like you'd eat Captain Crunch.
And not only can they do damage, they're very easy to aggravate. They're an agitated animal.
Hot-headed.
Really?
They're very easily aggravated, and they'll fight in the pod in a minute. Their neighborhood does not get along. A lot of aggravation, especially when it gets down to mud and they run out of water. It's really bad. But anyway, but back to alligators and crocodiles. An 800-pound, 14-foot alligator has been caught in Mississippi and now breaks a harvest record.
Yeah, congratulations to Danny Wood.
I'm
sorry, Danny.
Danny Wood.
This is Danner White. Don Woods.
That'd be Tanner White and Don Woods.
Wow.
That's great. Are you okay?
All right, buddy?
You okay?
Are you having a mini stroke? Say. You should have never got that picture of the rattlesnake. You ain't been the same since.
Yeah.
You know,
just say some four dudes from Mississippi.
Here, Don Woods, Will Thomas, Joey Clark, and Tanner White.
Right.
There you go.
It is funny that you said Danny Wood, though.
It is.
Somewhere he's going to get calls all day that he bagged a big alligator.
Look at that thing.
800 pounds, 14 foot.
It's a dinosaur. It's a dinosaur. Look at that thing. 800 pounds, 14 feet. Look at the size of his head. Look at his tail.
You know what threw me off when I saw Tanner White? I thought, that's the name I suggested they give that giraffe. The tan one, call him Tanner. I like.
Well, how did you turn into Danner?
Yeah.
I saw Don Woods next to it, and the D jumped over there.
Have you ever thought about the fact though that somebody named Dan that could be short for Danner?
It could.
You know?
It could.
Yeah. But I've never heard
hear
about
a lot
Dan.
of Danners.
You don't.
No.
Maybe there should be more.
Maybe.
What's your name, Danner?
Danner.
Yeah. So anyway, that's
14 foot 3 inches.
That's your big boy right there. That is your big boy.
New record for the state of Mississippi.
Right.
Wow. How about that?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're hunting him, you better be sure you get him, because if he comes back on you, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, that's
How does it say how they killed him? They had a license to do it, of course.
Yeah.
But do you know how they got him?
66 inches of belly girth.
If they do like on the show, they drag him up and shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
I know, but Greg, like Bubba said, something that big and strong, can you get it up to the boat without just turning the whole boat over?
I don't know.
I mean, that's a lot of alligator, Greg. That's a tremendous amount
Rick,
of
I've just
alligator.
seen swamp people. That's all I can go by.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a dinosaur. That's a modern day dinosaur.
Sure it is. I mean, that's bad news right there. And
it looks like they used rods.
Yeah, they hook them and then they bring them up.
No,
and then shoot them.
We hooked him 8 or 9 times, and he kept breaking off. He would go down and sit, and then take off. He kept going under logs. He knew what he was doing.
That's, I don't know. That's a lot of alligator.
They broke almost all of their rods and reels.
Well, I bet.
Before finally tiring the thing out.
What kind of rod and reel would you catch it on to begin with?
A big one.
Boy, I mean,
big one.
I mean, that's your big boy right there.
I know they hang them on trees.
What kind of
down
line
there,
when
yeah.
you're looking for an 800-pound test line? I mean, what is that? Like an aircraft
How do you
cable?
even spool it on the reel? How do you get How do you get something that thick on the reel?
I know.
I love them in Louisiana. Hold it there. Hold it.
Yeah, they got
How's it go?
Hold it there. Let me shoot it. Hold on. Hold on.
Shoot it.
What do they shoot it with?
Shoot him.
What do they shoot it with, Speedy?
A gun.
Yeah,
what,
low
low
caliber rifle,
like a
low
22?
22.
No.
Shoot it right in the head, right between the eyes.
A 22?
Hurry up, pull the
It's
trigger.
not
Pull
a
the
huge-
trigger. I can't hold it no more.
That's good.
That's
Steve.
good,
It's
man.
good,
Of
Troy.
1,000
Yeah.
boys. That's not a bad
That's Troy.
That's not bad at
Shoot
all.
him. Shoot him.
What are you doing? We're going to lose it.
Okay, now you drifted a
There's a
little
lot of money right here.
I don't know what that was.
Yeah, right. That's the top of the hour.
Shoot it. Shoot it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lose a couple of games on the road. You're kind of bogged down. Did you think you had a Final Four team at that point, or did you think if they played to their potential they were a Final Four team, or has it surprised you a little bit?
Well, I think, listen, to hear you say that, no, you don't necessarily think you've got a Final Four team. But you know what? If the only way I can handle the anxiety and the pressures of the profession is to trust my God and trust whatever He's got in store for us, win or lose, victory, defeat, and then in that I'm accepting of whatever's going to happen. Now I'm going to work my tail off to try to put us in the best possible position and get our kids to work hard and be accountable and play together and make each other better so that we give God a chance to bless us. And so therefore, I don't think about whether this team can or can't. That's sort of an end result. I think about the process. What are the things that we need to do to put ourselves in position to let God bless us, and as a result, get to a Final Four?
Coach, let me ask you that question because I've seen this just watching you as an individual, and I know it's about the players, but for this moment, I think there's an interest in the journey that you've been on as a man. And, we serve a God of second chances, and praise the Lord for that. But watching you two, there seems to be this has been a journey for you with your faith as well. Can you talk about that for a minute?
Well, I will just say this, that one of the things that I'm so happy about is the opportunity to live here in the South, to live in a Christian community like Auburn, to go to church, and Church of the Highlands is my church, as a Jewish man, and hear about Jesus, who was born and died Jewish. And now whether that's exactly accurate, I don't know understand. But what I'm saying is, for my whole life, I've understood that as Judeo-Christian faith, we have so much more in common than we do apart.
Right.
And so my job as a coach is always build teams, bring people together. And so when I go in and I understand that, my goodness gracious, we're praying to the same God, and we're believing in so many of the same things. And so therefore, it's wonderful to be able to celebrate that with my Christian brothers and sisters.
Well, look, there's nothing more Jewish than understanding who Jesus Christ is. Trust me.
But growing up in the Northeast,
Yep.
you would never hear a Christian be able to say that,
Right.
and be able to understand it.
Right.
And so that makes us brothers. And so therefore, just sort of, it's just, I love to be able to walk in this faith, with our God. And I just know this, what Jesus did, he could never have done it alone. He could never have done it as a man. And that to me, has been the biggest difference.
Amen.
Coach, a lot of people wanted to know and are wanting to know an update on Chuma Okeke. How is that progressing, and is surgery today?
The only reason why I can give you an update is literally 5 minutes ago, we just put him in a car and drove him to the airport, and he's on the way to Pensacola to get with Dr. James Andrews and his special team of surgeons. So I guess as far as that update is concerned, it's not breaking news, but it's up to date. He'll have surgery later on today, and to repair his ACL. He was our most valuable player, from the standpoint of offensively, defensively. He was a matchup that we could win every night. I mean, and to have – look, you don't need to win every matchup. But if you've got one or two out there that you can win, you can go to them. And we certainly went to Chuma a lot, particularly, the second half of our season. So our victory over Kentucky without him was historic for a lot of reasons. But to be able to win that game without our most valuable player, and the guy that would have been matched up against P.J. Washington, Kentucky's best player, was pretty special.
He seems like he always came up with a shot or a defensive play right when you needed to make a turn.
And part of it is IQ. Like when you are trying to separate good from great, sometimes it's as simple as he's got it. Good from great.
No doubt.
And he's got it.
Coach, thank you for taking time. I know you're being pulled in a million directions, and we thank you for including us today.
Good luck this weekend.
Great to be with you guys.
Thank you, Coach.
Coach Bruce Pearl headed to the Final Four for the first time in Auburn basketball history. We'll be right back, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The gang is all here. No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. We'll get into more of your phone calls coming up again this hour at some point. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Watch it live. If you don't catch it live, you can catch the archive soon after. It'll be there on the YouTube channel or on our podcast channel, the audio archive, whichever you prefer. All right, so Bubba, we got a few things happening with the Biden world. You told me yesterday, I think it was yesterday, that the number of Democrats that think that Joe Biden is too old to continue to run and doesn't quite have what it would take to run again is up to almost what?
I think it was it
60%?
61%?
Yeah.
It was a very high number.
Democrats, not conservatives or Republicans, but Democrats. Of course, everyone's favorite press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, is being asked why. What's your response to the polls continuing to show that most Americans, even Democrats, to the level of 60%, think that Biden is too old to run for re-election, and here is her response to that.
How it is hard for us to keep up with this president who is constantly working every day to get things done and making sure that we are delivering for the American people. And I think that's what matters. I get it. I get what you're asking me, but the record matters too, Jake.
No, you don't.
Who's she talking about?
No, you don't get it because the record is what everybody's basing their call off of.
Well, what about the visual, the record, the visual? We can see it. This thing now where people try to convince you of something's not true that you can plainly see isn't true.
Yeah.
Well, we see him. We watch him meander around and get confused and not know what's going on. And video one, he's going to make a statement now about Strom Thurmond. You know, this is that thing where his embellishments are unbelievable. He now is going to claim that he literally, not figuratively, talked Strom Thurmond into voting for the Civil Rights Act before he died. Now, does anybody think that's? I mean, does anybody think that's true? Anybody at all?
So nobody can ask Strom now.
No.
So.
Yeah. So here we go.
But pause for just a moment. I thought things had changed. I was able to literally, not figuratively, talk Strom Thurmond into voting for the Civil Rights Act before he died. And I thought, well, maybe there's real progress. But hate never dies. It just hides. It hides under the rocks.
Oh, I got to tell you, my hate for that administration is not hiding anywhere.
By the way, and we know how we know how the progressive, how nice they are.
Unbelievable.
Aren't they wonderful, nice people? They don't hate anybody except everybody who opposes them.
So delusional about everything.
Oh my goodness!
Either that or they're doing it on purpose. One of the two.
Yeah,
it can't be anything else.
No. Now here comes Kamala Harris. She's going to get her embellishment in for the day. She's going to tell us that there are don't say gay laws out there that punish people for being who they are and loving who they love. No law like this exists.
That's not true.
There's no law like this that exists anywhere. And so here she is saying that either uninformed or just lying, which they tend to do. Here we go.
You look at things like don't say gay laws that are punishing people for being who they are and loving who they love. Absolutely.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
Never says that.
Give me an example.
We don't.
Now what they will say is now that makes a great soundbite.
Yeah, it does.
But what they will say, they'll say, "Well, just look at Florida."
Yeah,
they're not allowing you to teach about gay rights,
right,
to fourth graders.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we're not covering sexuality with fourth graders. Period.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what the governor has said, Ron DeSantis. That's what the voters have said.
Right.
But they don't tell you that. See, that makes a better soundbite, and she knows that the media that's in their back pocket will pick that up and run it 1,000 times.
Yeah, and uninformed people will go, "Wow."
Yep.
But but you're right. But that definition of that does not equate to what she's saying, and you're making that point. That doesn't mean that people who are in relationships of same gender, they're not being punished. They're not being forbidden. They're not having to hide. They're not allowed. It's not like they're not allowed to be in public and openly have their relationship. That doesn't do that.
No
all that's
laws
talking
against
about
that.
no. All that is talking about what we're going to be teaching children at certain ages. That does not deny anyone. I mean, like you said, we wouldn't go in there and teach them things at certain ages about heterosexual relationships.
No.
But that doesn't mean that heterosexual people are being punished for being heterosexual.
It's called age and time appropriate.
And being being married or being intimate with each other. I mean, that's just not true. But they make these kind of leaps because they know that it plays to the emotion of everything, and you won't take time to fact check.
Yeah.
They're banning books. They're banning books.
We're going to burn books.
Did you see that there was a matter of fact? There was a parent that went to a school board meeting, and he started reading out of one of the banned books.
Oh, yes.
And they wanted him to stop because it was so obscene.
Yeah.
And he said, "No, this is what you're saying our kids can read.
Yeah.
So we're going to read it in this public forum." And he just kept going.
Oh, yeah, and it was filth.
Oh yeah, you shouldn't believe it.
Oh,
Why do these people not have frustrations with Hollywood over the movie ratings? Like let's just take away PG-13, or let's take all that away if we're just going to be an open deal that we do and just
Right.
take anybody anywhere and anytime.
Right. Yeah.
Why we not mention that? Because it's Hollywood.
Well, and you think about
We can talk about these things in school and teach our kids these, but we can't. That doesn't mean make sense. Yeah, and inconsistent this is.
Well,
This
they're
is
not
ridiculous.
they're not going to hold Hollywood accountable.
No,
Because
they're
that's,
not.
That's a giant voting block, and also a great platform for them to indoctrinate people into certain views.
Yeah.
So they're not going to touch that. That's one of their weapons.
Absolutely.
But it's crazy inconsistent what they allow them to get away with. We've been also talking a lot about the climate change people and their new protest, which seems to violate what we were telling you now, our favorite proverb, 21:16, where those who lack common sense will share the same the same existence as the dead. So
Can I paraphrase that?
Yeah.
If you do foolish things,
Yep.
you're going to be removed from the gene pool.
Right. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. We've all heard this.
There's been various versions of it.
Some of you may be very passionate about the removal of all vehicles, but the way to stand on that is not to stand in the middle of the road.
No, don't stand in front of one.
Don't do roadblocks. Don't do things like that, because automobiles will run over you. And in Munich, Germany, we now have some protesters that have been dragged by vehicles because they would not move from incoming traffic. Now, you realize how elementary it is. We used to use this as an analogy. When you wouldn't go out there and play in traffic.
No,
you know what I mean?
wouldn't.
We use that as an analogy of stupidity, and now people are actually doing it. We're now so stupid we will go play in traffic. And I mean, if you want to protest, there's ways to do that.
There's places, there's
I wouldn't
times
stand
to
in the
do
middle of the
that.
road.
No,
I
no.
just wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I've never understood the hunger strike because I don't know who you're hurting but yourself.
Right.
And I don't understand. I'm a block traffic. Okay, what are we doing?
Well,
I mean, why?
Being
Why are we doing that?
Being able to protest is key, okay, to the American experience.
Yeah.
But there's a place to do it. When we're going to allow you to protest, but you can't take away my right to drive on the highway. So it's no longer a protest. Then you're doing an illegal activity.
Right.
And
Yeah.
again,
So it's in Germany they're starting to do it more and more, and of course we've got some of it here too. But it's just not very smart. You're not accomplishing anything, especially when you're dead or injured.
Right.
When you're maimed.
Rick, they're part of the last generation who still has a chance to stop the complete ecological collapse of the earth.
Yes.
What are we going to do?
Oh, let's get in middle lane.
There's going to be two less if you stand out there on that road.
If the earth needs you with your tire marker across your face as we load you into the wagon, you ain't gonna help anybody.
No.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you have been wondering when the show will return to the Shoals area in the northern part of Alabama, WLAY 100.1 FM is back in the Rick and Bubba Radio Network family. We welcome all of you that listen to the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, and you were missing having an affiliate in that area. And we thank all of you for being back with us today. Bruce Pearl was with us last segment. If you just turned on the show today and you missed that, go to our podcast archives. You can go back and listen to that on your time today, and I think you'll enjoy that interview. It was a great interview with Bruce Pearl. Bubba, thanks for setting that up. And so we'll.
We appreciate him taking time to talk to us. He's under all kind of demands right now, as you can imagine.
Mario Andretti will be with us coming up at the bottom of this hour. He's the Grand Marshal for the 2019 Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. Bubba and I have been honored to be the Grand Marshal for that incredible event. It's I know a lot of you coming from all over the country for that, and we'll talk to one of the best-known names in Indy racing, the great Andretti family. We'll talk to Mario coming up at the bottom of the hour. Talking about that, when I came out, I was talking about the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. There's a lot of ways to get the show now. And we've always tried to work to be on the cutting edge, and at times we've been on the bleeding edge of technology. And, because times do change and the way you access content does change. And some of those changes, it's like trying to, if you ever look through a rifle through a scope and you're trying to get your crosshairs on something and it moves around a little bit.
Floating a little bit.
So here are some things I want to talk to all of you about from the Rick and Bubba content standpoint and all the different ways that you get it. The Rick and Bubba Radio Network it's quite simple. That's old school. That's how it works. You have a Rick and Bubba radio station and you turn it on, you listen to it. That's a simple deal. And to have an affiliate is great because it's a pretty simple process. But there's a lot of places across the country that don't have affiliates, or the time that we're on live doesn't work for you, even if you have an affiliate, or you like to go back and catch other things. So right now, there's different ways to do it. The TuneIn app is also pretty simple. You download the TuneIn app. It is free. That is a streaming service, audio only, and you get the live Rick and Bubba show. And then after that, which is very enjoyable if you never have experienced it, you get 24/7 of best of moments from the last 25 years, and it's a load of fun. And it's great for those of you that travel a lot because you've always got it there on the TuneIn app. As long as you have cell service and or Wi-Fi, you're good. Another option, which is new, is the podcast. The podcast, these are archives that are made available to you, audio only, for you to be able to download if you want to or listen to them streaming. Now, these are archives of things that have already happened. There's been a change. We've been going around trying some new things with that, and overwhelmingly positive response to that. A lot of you wanted the commercials that are recorded to be removed from that, and we just started doing that this week. So now the podcast, when we say that some of the commercials have been removed, that doesn't mean there's no commercials, because, again, everything we do, there has to be a way to monetize it or else it doesn't exist. So you still have a live commercial in there, an endorsement commercial, but there's not as many as there were, and you'll probably have a few more that'll come in there. But you don't have the long commercial breaks in that anymore. So that's been a change, and for those of you that get it that way, and those are available by going to the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. If you'll just go to your podcast app and search for Rick and Bubba Show, you'll see that. Go ahead, subscribe to that, and then it comes up and lets you know when the archives are available for you every day. It calls them episodes. But now that's been changed. So a lot of you have been asking about that, and we've been working and playing with that. Now the next one is the one that we probably have the most difficult time getting our crosshairs on, and that is the Rick and Bubba various TV options over Rick and Bubba history. And, baby, there's been a lot of them. There's been various cable channels that have had us on. Most of those only carried a part of the show. Those have come and gone. We once had the Inside the Extreme Club where you could watch it, but the TV we were providing there was a little bit limited on how many platforms you could watch it on. So we knew that, and there was going to be costs to making it available on all the new platforms. And that's when Blaze TV, which was then called CRTV, entered our life, and they said, "Well, we'll offer it, live and on demand through what is now Blaze TV," and that's been the latest thing we're doing. There's going to be a change starting on Monday. Now, there will still be a best of hour of the Rick and Bubba TV with no commercials that'll still be available on your Blaze TV subscription. And, of course, you still have all the other programming, the Glenn Beck, the Mark Levins, the Crowders, and all. Minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So here's a quick Year America. Bubba, as you probably have already figured out, we don't really know our American history very well anymore. We revised American history. We're now, of course, we're looking and waiting to be offended by anything, anytime, anywhere, whether we understand the true history of it or not. Bubba, the famous Gadsden flag is in the crosshairs of controversy today. The don't tread on me flag.
Yeah, the one with the snake and
Yep,
it says "Don't
yep.
tread on me." You know, it's pretty popular.
I didn't know it was the Gadsden flag.
That's the name of it.
Yeah. Over in Colorado Springs, Harrison School District number 2, because probably we'll all get the numbers at some point because you can't name anything after anybody.
Right. Everybody's offended.
Everybody's offended all the time about anyone's history. But anyway, a 12-year-old was kicked out of class for having the "Don't Tread on Me" Gadsden flag, and kicked out of class because this idiotic school district, apparently unaware of American history, said that it stood for slavery, and it has origins to slavery.
How?
That isn't correct, and thankfully his mother and the parents are standing up saying it's a patch that was on his backpack, and you'll hear the parents saying, I'm not quite sure what my kid has violated to be thrown out of class for having this patch on his backpack, and here is the video.
And Speedy,
this is it looks like the mother is recording this conversation with the staff member that brought them in. He was pulled out of class, and she was right around the neighborhood from the school, and so she quickly got to the school to have a meeting with the staff member. It starts with the staff member saying why he was pulled out of class, and then they have a conversation that you might not want to stay with because it's a gnat sound, and you kind of sometimes get lost in what's being said. But the mother, to your point, is standing up for her son, and this is how it started.
Thank you. Do they know what the Gadsden flag is? That it's a historical flag?
So the reason that they do not want the flag, the reason we do not want the flag displayed is due to its origins with slavery and slave trade. That is what was, that's the reasoning behind them do not want this displayed.
The Gadsden flag?
The "Don't Tread on Me."
Okay. Which is the Gadsden flag? Okay.
Sue didn't even know that.
Okay, so he's what's going to happen if he doesn't take it off?
He is able to go. I was actually just telling him, like, I was upset that he was missing so much school. I'm like, so I asked if can he just take his stuff out of his bag and go back to class. Like, I just want him to go back to class. The bag can't go back. It's got a patch on it because we can't have that in and around other kids. So that's what I was trying, and then he said you were close. So I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with slavery. That's like the Revolutionary War patch that was displayed when they were fighting the British. Like that's the revolution. Maybe you're thinking of like the Confederate Confederate flag.
Okay, I am
Is there
just
history
here
to
to
it?
enforce. No, I am here to enforce the policy that was provided by the district. And definitely, you have every right to not agree with it. I mean,
because the
absolutely.
ACLU says that he's allowed to wear that. If you like go on their website, it's like says in big letters.
All I'm saying is that
unless there's like a ban on patches, period. Like if you said there's no patches allowed at the school, you cannot display what you think or anything like that, or what cheer or anything like that. I think it's like one-sided, because you allow some patches but not other patches.
Kids have patches like other names and like the American flag on their backpacks.
Yeah. That was
the kid.
Flown
the kid
during
weighs
the
in.
revolution with
Yeah.
I just don't understand that at all.
It's she's really realizing that this representative of the school in the district has no idea what the flag stands for.
Mhm.
No clue.
Yeah.
Doesn't know the history of it, doesn't know anything.
And you heard the mom clarify, unless y'all have just a no patch policy.
Sure.
Which, by the way, he jumped in and said, well, I see patches all the time.
Calm down, Junior.
Then,
she said, we checked on the website, this patch isn't banned.
Right.
We went and followed the rules. There are some that I guess are banned, and this wasn't on there. It's the Revolutionary War. It's don't tell King George and his tyrannical government stop treading on us and oppressing us. It has no connection to slave trade and slavery. You're banning a patch
for a reason that is incorrect historically.
Yeah, I understand you don't want anything tied to the Confederacy. Or
Kid
anything.
likes
I got
patches,
that.
doesn't he?
Yeah, he's even telling somebody to vote for VP, I guess, in the school.
No,
but
J-Rod.
He wants J-Rod.
The mom even said later in the conversation, you do realize in history right now, y'all are teaching the Revolutionary War right now
which
in class.
Is hilarious. It looks like he's even trying. It looks like he's even trying because they're in Colorado. Looks like he's got a patch that's standing up for the wolf population.
I saw that. It does, yeah.
Like
And,
protect wolves or something.
They also put out on social media, he stood behind one of the parents' cars in the parking lot full of bumper stickers saying, green earth and this, that, and the other, and flags. And it's just, it's funny.
I understand that schools say there's certain things that bother people. The biggest problem here is they're going after a patch and claiming it stands for something that it doesn't. And that's where the problem is.
They're just factually incorrect.
Right.
It really shouldn't even be an issue.
Right.
Move on to something else.
And the fact that they're teaching about the Revolutionary War is crazy ironic that they don't even understand this flag is part of that.
Also, it says "Don't tread on me" on the flag. They're kind of treading on the kid.
He's getting treaded on about his "Don't tread on me."
Yes. That's why he needs the patch.
Yeah, this stuff. If we're gonna go into the world of revising history and all that, I mean, if you're gonna go down that road and you're gonna say there are certain things in our history that are just so offensive, we can't bring them into the public arena, at least get it right.
Yeah.
I mean, at least
have
get
your
it
facts
right. And if a kid's walking around trying to be provocative with the Confederate battle flag, I can understand that conversation. But you're trying to link this flag to something like that, and it doesn't belong in that category.
No.
And so that is that's just factually incorrect. And the parent is trying to say, and of course it went on, but it was harder to say. At one point, Speedy she says, "I'm beginning to think y'all don't know what this flag means."
I'm beginning to think you're right.
I'm beginning to think y'all don't know the historical significance of this flag while you're teaching the subject that it belongs in, by the way.
Yeah. And then she does her version of Jean-Pierre and says, well, look, I don't know. You're just going to have to, go to someone
district
else.
This, district that.
I'm just doing this, and I'm enforcing the policy.
Yeah.
Right, but the patch doesn't mean what you think.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, if you're going to accuse me of breaking a school rule, I have to actually be breaking it.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't, you shouldn't be kicked out of school for a smiley face just because somebody thinks it represents the Nazis.
Right,
it really doesn't.
Yeah, right.
The little yellow smiley face, that doesn't mean Nazis.
You have to factually support that what someone has on is offensive.
Yeah, just kind of get it close. How about that?
Bottom of the hour, phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG, whatever is on your mind. And Speedy will be in there screening those up, and we'll take yours when we come back. All 10 lines are available as we chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Shows on Blaze TV. All of that still remains for those of you that are subscribing to Blaze TV. So that's not going to change. The only thing that's going to change beginning Monday is if you want to watch the entire show. And you want to watch it live, or you want to go back and watch the entire show on demand, with the commercials and with everything. Those of you that are watching live, as of Monday, you will watch it live on YouTube. It'll come out from behind the paywall, and anybody can watch the live TV with no subscription of any kind, with no charge of any kind. If you have the YouTube app, or you get to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, a lot of you have it on your TV. However it is, you just simply pull that app up, and you can watch the Rick and Bubba show as of Monday. We'll have the 4 hours. We'll be streaming live of the main show, and then they'll remain there on our YouTube channel as far as archives are concerned. So what does that mean? Well, that means it's just it's available to anybody. So those of you that said, well, the cost was an issue for me, but I still like to see Rick and Bubba TV option, that's available to anybody who wants to watch it now. As of Monday. Now, for Blaze TV, behind the paywall, you still have a best of hour that will have no commercials in it and all the other Blaze TV programming. So that's going to happen Monday. That also means the Wednesday Bible study will still be available on all the different archives, but it'll go back to being live again. As a matter of fact, we're going to put it on YouTube live tomorrow. So it runs noon Central Time here out of the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. So as of Monday, the TV option, if you watch it live, or go back and look at all the archives of the 4 hours, that all goes to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel as of Monday.
Rick, technology is giving us it's like a brave new country.
It is.
And it's a lot to explore, a lot to navigate, and sometimes it is difficult to conquer.
Right.
But this is a process, and our goal is always to make the show better for the listeners and viewers that want to listen or follow the program, and we're honored. I mean, I'm shocked every day.
Right.
But we have a good time. We hope that you're having a good time, and we think that this will be a positive move for everybody. And we always want your feedback for what we're doing. And I know change is bad. Nobody likes change, but I think this is changing the right way. And I think it'll bring some long-term stability to the situation, which is what we all want.
Yeah, we just feel like this is, with the technology now, YouTube and it was actually the folks at Blaze TV that sat down and talked to us about that the shows that they have that they run live, this is what they're advising to do now, because it's solid. Everybody has access to it. And, of course, our goal ultimately is for the largest number of people to be able to access the content of this show if you so desire.
Right.
So that will be a change. The podcast, we've got positive. All of you have been asking us when we first started doing that, will you ever be able to reduce the number of commercials on the archives? And we have. Matter of fact, it'll be down to only a few commercials throughout. And it's in 2 different files now. You can listen to the kickoff hour and hour 1. That's one option. And then, of course, hours 2, 3, and 4 will be available to you in another file. So there's fewer files, fewer commercials for podcasts, and we're getting positive there. And then if you watch the show live streaming on Blaze TV, you can then watch it on YouTube as of Monday at no charge. And then for those of you that already have the subscription to Blaze, you still get all the Blaze TV content and a commercial-free best of hour of Rick and Bubba in that subscription. So if you have any other questions or anything we can help you with, always let us know. And as I was explaining that, I watched Townsend, I watched Adler. I think I explained it right.
I think you're dead on.
You're good. Okay.
I think you're dead on.
All right, thank you. We'll be back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama is back. It is this weekend at Barber Motorsports Park. And the Grand Marshal for this year's Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama is the legendary Mario Andretti, who joins us on the Rick and Bubba Show. Mario, welcome back.
Good morning, guys. Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, that's right, baby. You know what? I just got back from Italy, and I want to tell you, it was my first time to go to Rome and to Florence and go out to the hills of Tuscany, and what a beautiful, beautiful country.
Allora, parli italiano or no?
I know. All I know is buongiorno. And you know what I noticed, Mario, and I laughed about this all these years living in the United States. I didn't know, and I know that we can't really call this true marinara sauce for a true Italian. But I didn't know that the name of the brand Prego is Italian for you're welcome. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's one expression.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. All 10 lines are open. Let's go. Let's go, America. Dial them up. Calvin Speedy Wilburn standing by, ready to get you your comment on. Ask a question, bring information to the table. No shameless plugs, meaningless shout-outs. Those are out. Bubba, I understand you and Greg have been working on a new campaign for simplysafebubba.com.
Well, I was working on a few little jingles. They're still back. It's still back in the workshop.
Yeah, it ain't been approved.
Yeah, it hasn't been approved. Did you know right now they just got the same award that they've gotten for several years now, and that is U.S. News and World Report says Best Security for 2023.
How about that?
It's the best system out there. SimplySafeBubba.com. They've added the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera and the Live Guard protection 24/7. This is the only camera that can actually set off the alarm when it sees something going on in the home, a flood, a fire, medical emergency, a break-in. Break-ins, they usually last about 8 to 10 minutes, so you need fast response, and with this system you can get it, and they work seamlessly together. Right now, you can get 20% off any system when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring. Now, this is a huge offer. It's only available for a limited time, so why don't you move now? SimplySafeBubba.com or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There is no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. To the phones we go. Let's start with Stan in Sweet Home, Alabama. Stan, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
From my understanding, the Gadsden flag, they're not concerned about its original history. They're concerned about certain groups that have used it that they disagree with. If that's the case, what would happen if the Proud Boys and the White Boys and the Nazis and whoever they disagree with chose to take their flag, the LGBTQ?
Yeah, you're right, but then where they make the mistake.
Too many letters are getting finished.
Yeah, well, where they make the mistake though is she said, well, because of it's tied to the slave trade. Well, that's not accurate. I mean, I know you're saying it's because of maybe the way it's being currently used, but she should have said that. But she didn't. She said because of it's tied to slavery and the slave trade. It has no tie to slavery and the slave trade. I mean, that's just not right.
Just factually
but I understand
incorrect.
what you're saying, too. Yeah. I do. Craig, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
I just wish somebody would give Kamala Harris a decongestant.
She does talk out.
Does she? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you,
That's
buddy.
right.
Kamala.
Hey.
Let's go to Bonnie in Hoover, 104.7 WZZK. Bonnie, go ahead.
Hey, Bonnie.
Hey guys, what those guys blocking the highways? What they want is a lawsuit. They want to sue the municipalities because that they think if anything goes wrong, hey, I'm going to hit the jackpot.
Yeah, but when you've been run over and you've got a compound fracture or you're bleeding internally and clinging to your life, is that really going to do you any good? Or, God forbid, you get killed?
I don't know our justice system where in any crazy scenario that I should be paid by somebody for standing in a highway and then be hit by a car.
Right.
Right. We're not talking about a car that came up on the sidewalk and got me. I'm standing out there blocking traffic and I get hit by a car.
Yeah.
Well, I'm afraid you're just asinine.
It's kind of on you.
I mean, that's on you.
Yeah.
Next case,
please. JC Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Just a follow-up story to the Gadsden flag thing. They did hold an emergency meeting for the school district, and the directors reversed themselves and let the kid back in.
Did they really?
So
are you kidding?
Yeah,
me?
yeah,
keep his flag.
Breitbart. Yeah, Breitbart. It's on all the major news outlets.
Well, they have to.
Okay, good.
You're not gonna find on Big Three.
Yeah, they have to.
But at least the parents got together and got.
Well, that shows you that it is worth your time because. Some of these things like this are just so, Bubba, the word asinine is back again. They're so.
It's a real word.
Yeah, they're so outlandish. You can't let it go.
No,
I mean you have to come up and say, hey, something's got to be done.
And the governor of Colorado actually tweeted out in support of the kid as well, saying that the kid's fine, and he's evidently he's a Democrat.
Well, because even the Democrat knows what y'all saying about this flag isn't true.
Yeah, this really has nothing
That's
to do
not
with
partisan. I mean, history is history.
Let's just get our facts right.
Let's go to Rebecca, Shelby County. Rebecca, go ahead.
Good morning. If you've covered this already at some point, I apologize. But, Rick, I was just wondering if your parents or Sherry's parents are going to be able to go to the wedding this weekend and other relatives going, and also how did Blake meet his fiance?
Well, yeah. First of all, no.
Sounds like a podcast.
Yeah. The answer, unfortunately, is no because it's in New York City, and it's just not possible for the our parents who have Alzheimer's and the caretakers and the state of all that for them to be able to handle what that's going to be like. So that's unfortunate. But so that's a no. And he met his fiance in New York City. She's actually from Atlanta, a great family. But she actually, they're both, he is an actor, and she has been like, on dance lines and is a professional dancer and also a model. So they kind of run in the same circles. and met each other. It's funny that they're both from the South, but they actually met each other in New York City. And since they both live there, and of course that's where they're going to live. They actually are going to live in Washington Heights, and that's where the wedding's going to be. We'll be staying at the hotel near there. It's going to be a very small wedding party, just immediate family and some of their friends. And we'll do the rehearsal dinner on Saturday, and then do the rehearsal, and then we'll come back Sunday afternoon. And the wedding will be in a park near the hotel there in Washington Heights. So, and it looks like the weather is going to be beautiful. So pray that holds. But it's, unfortunately, some of the extended family, they knew that would be hard on everybody, so they didn't invite extended family. Now the grandparents could have gone if they could physically and mentally do that, but it's just too hard a trip. So they're not going to be able to do it, especially everything it's going to involved when you get there and everything too. New York City is not the simplest place to maneuver, as we all know. But unfortunately, they won't be able to go. But they're celebrating just the same. We continue. And then 30 days later, young Broderick will get married in Birmingham, and that'll be a little bit easier. So at least Mom will get to go to that, and we're gonna have Dad taken care of. Let's go to Brandon in Indiana. Brandon, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Back in 2005, there was a case of a gentleman wearing a Marine shirt to my high school. It went all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and I sent a speedy sign on it. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that since it was not in the school handbook, that it cannot, the kid.
Well, this case apparently has been already overturned. And I guess they said the same thing. If it's not in there and it's not specific. We continue. Let's go to Dennis.
Did you hear about that, Greg?
Yeah. Dennis
did you know about that?
And Coleman. Dennis, go ahead.
I heard about it.
Hey, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis.
Denny.
I'm try Dennis again.
Oh,
there you go.
There
Dennis.
he is.
There you are, Dennis.
There he
Go
is.
ahead.
Hey.
Put you back on hold for some reason.
Now.
Bubba, I was just wanting to know update on your contractor that got snake bit. How's he doing, and what kind of snake it was, and how's your house coming along?
You're talking about a whole tornado recovery update there.
Oh,
TRU.
you really are.
We may try to have one of those tomorrow.
TRU.
But the short answer is he's doing well. It was just a chicken snake.
He's lost his leg.
And, he was a little shook up by it, but rightly so. I would have been too.
How'd you feel about the one you saw today in a different location?
Not real fired up about that.
I think it looked like a tire. That was a rattlesnake there.
Yeah, we had a friend kill one. It was about 12, 13 rattles. It's not pretty.
Yeah. Was it near an area where you were standing not too long ago?
It's very close. Yeah, very close.
That'll take a second pair of snake boots now.
Oh, Satan's hand puppy.
That thing looks so big.
Double up on boots.
It's evil. I mean, it crawled right out of hell.
Yeah.
I don't know who left the lid open, but it slipped right out.
That one looks so big. I think it could bite through a snake boot.
It bite through a tire, right?
Yeah. They're nasty, aren't they?
They are.
I tell you one thing: a red wasp ain't too great.
Nah, he ain't fun.
Apparently,
they all hurt.
You know what I mean?
They all hurt.
Do you think it's where it got me? Why did I have such a reaction to that? Because it got a little flab right there.
That's a sore. That's a tender
Must
spot.
be a bad area.
Because it hit me 2 other places and they did fine. So
That is weird.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep.
Yeah. So, okay.
Well, yeah, you're getting there.
I'm not far off yet. Yeah, the first time somebody said Prego to me, I thought, oh, they got that sauce in the jar.
Mario, do you get back and get to visit much?
Oh, I occasionally, yes. I still have relatives there, the closest relatives still, and I visit my home now and then, which is now in Croatia. That was Italy when I was born. So I always enjoy going back, and I have great relationships there throughout.
Yeah, I mean, you moved here, looking at your bio, when you were 15. So this is definitely your country.
Oh yes, of course. I mean, lived there most of my life, raised a family, and this is where I realized the true American dream. I'm a perfect example of that.
Mario, you took 111 victories. That you know, when we're sitting here just trying to soak that in, that's incredible. I mean, do you look back at that, or are you astonished at that too?
Oh, indeed. I mean, it's not only that. I'm so grateful that I've had this opportunity and a long career. You know, at times where long careers were not fashionable. You know, it's you know, the 60s, 70s, especially. You know, your chances of you know, remaining in the business were like maybe 50% at best. So I was able to you know, dodge a few bullets along the way, and again complete the career, retire on my own terms, and certainly more than satisfy my most ambitious goals for sure.
Well, Mario, when you look at your career, like we just talked about, I mean, you're best known, obviously, for the Formula One and Indy Series, but you have driven the midgets, the sprint cars, the dirt track, the stock cars, the Indy cars, obviously the Formula One, Formula 5000, and sports cars. Do you have a favorite? I mean, of all of that, which one did you enjoy the most?
Well, you just said, you know, my specialty was definitely open wheel, single seaters.
Yeah.
And that comprises all of it, you know, like the midget sprint cars, Formula One, Indy cars, Formula 5000, sports prototypes I enjoy very much. And then I was certainly curious enough to see whether, you know, I could drive a stock car too. And I had the opportunities. Ford gave me opportunities to drive with the, you know, their factory team, Holman and Moody, a couple of times, and then we, you know, pulled off a victory at Daytona. You know, just you know, to give me, you know, maximum satisfaction, if you can believe, you know, just to be able to go in somebody else's sandbox and you know, win at their game. So
no, I thought about that. Really, when you look at all your accomplishments, and there are so many, like you said, you're a blessed man. But for you to go over in stock car and win the Daytona 500, I mean, what a feat!
Well, yeah, indeed, and again, you know, it's just I have a lot of people to thank for that. You know,
it's a team.
They gave me the equipment to be able to do it, and things worked out, and you know, it's certainly one of the highlights of my career, and again, this is why I'm counting my blessings every day.
Mario, when you race in that many different formats, do you have a different plan and a different style for all of those, or are there more similarities than difference? Or are you just trying to get to the front and you do it your way?
Well, there are more similarities than differences, quite honestly. As much as the animals are, you know, of different behavior, you know, every race car has its own quirks and its own limits and so on and so forth, but as a race driver, your job is to just have that feel to take you know, 100% out of what you got under you, and again, it's the passion obviously helps you know, to be able to just get the best out of yourself, and I found that by moving around the disciplines, you also learn a little bit more. You know, one also can complement the other. You know, for instance, I found it just by driving the dirt tracks. I think it worked for me in the wet races, road races in Formula One or Indy cars, because that's when conditions change almost every lap, and you're always looking for grip, and you're always looking for you know, just very different patterns as far as you know, the taking the corners, you know, and so on and so forth. So.
Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the old Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today. Much to do, and we love chatting with you and the stuff you're bringing to the table. Now, this was in the kickoff hour, but that's been a while ago, and Bubba and I, you know, I think we have a license to speak on this, being people of weight. But I will say that there's a lot of wake-up calls, and you and I have covered them over the years. One of the wake-up calls is if they have to bring in equipment to get you out of your bedroom.
You're right.
That's a wake-up call.
Right. Or anything that's used on a farm animal.
Right. If they have to weigh you on something that normally animals are weighed on.
Yeah.
Another one is if you snuck a gun into a Major League Baseball game in your belly fat.
Yeah.
If you're able to get through security because you're able to hide a gun in your belly
in your
fat,
rolls,
you got to go see somebody immediately. I mean, you've got to start thinking, all right, I got to do something.
Yeah.
I could see that when you're sitting in a chair, but to be walking and be able to hold it in there.
Yeah. So
wow.
So the shooting which marred last week's Chicago White Sox games was the result of an accidental discharge by one of the victims. 2 females were shot during the 4th inning. You remember the story, and then the White Sox were trying to downplay it a little bit.
Ricker Fat pulled the trigger.
I know, against the Oakland A's.
I mean, that's something.
One was grazed in the stomach, the other taking a bullet to the leg. It came from a woman that accidentally fired the weapon because it was hidden in the rolls of her fat.
So the rolls of the fat reached out and pulled the trigger?
Yes. But first of all, not only you having your rolls, you got one in the chamber and that baby's ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, what are the world are you thinking?
She snuck past the security and through metal detectors because they kept looking for what was going off and they couldn't find it because it was in the folds of her belly fat.
Would you run your hands in them folds? I wouldn't.
No, under no circumstance.
Rock, paper, scissors. So you had to go in for that.
Who's the new guy?
Right.
Yeah, get the low man over here.
Right. Guys, you think about this. She was able to hide it somewhere where they wouldn't go, and I've seen security people go some.
Yeah.
The
fact it went off was amazing.
Yeah, and by the way,
we do burp.
Nobody heard it because it was a.
It was muffled. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't want to.
Yeah. The fans were left confused. They didn't know what happened.
A silencer.
The game went on. They didn't even stop the game because nobody could really quite figure out what had just happened. And I'll tell you why they couldn't figure out what had just happened, because I don't think this scenario's ever happened before.
Most people are looking at everybody's hand to see if they're holding a gun.
Right.
How about the powder burn? That had to be rough in there on them flaps.
I will say this, too. I will say this, too. This doesn't say much for this part of Chicago, that somebody's willing to hide a gun in their belly fat just to feel safe.
Oh, man.
What else has she hidden
there? Yeah, we were talking earlier. You think her car keys might have been in there, wallet.
Hold on just a second.
Hang on, let me get my credit card out.
This is somebody.
I want a beer.
This is somebody apparently that has to put on the list, like you guys have just said. When anything's lost, on her list is let me check my belly fat.
Yes, you could very easily be there.
I mean, that's a much bigger deal than a little belly button lint. You know?
Yeah. Oh yes.
If you have people in your life, okay, that are trying to help you with your health, okay, you've just given them a meeting, okay, you've just given them a topic. Hey, Peg, I know that you said that you don't care.
You may have hit a wall here.
And you may think that we're all being mean to you because you need to do something about your weight. You just hit a gun in your belly fat and no one could find it.
Yeah.
Until it went off.
I mean,
that's. Do you realize how much you have to hide that away that nobody can find it?
I think I found the lady, by the way.
Oh boy.
See where my mouse is right here? For real.
Are you being serious?
Yes, for real. Yeah, for real. This lady right here, I believe, is who it is. I'm serious. This is and you're gonna see her kind of flinch and lean forward. You see that? That's it. Nobody in the whole area doesn't even react.
Well, it's muffled.
People start looking around.
It is Chicago.
Right.
That's true. Gunshots happen a lot.
And then you can see this lady here wave her hand, say, hey, we need help. Hey,
they do.
Okay.
You're right. That is
we
it.
need help.
I've been shot in the leg.
And so
I've shot myself in my fold.
Somebody
shot me.
Yeah, I bet as they're trying to work all this out on what happened, there's some really confusing right here. You're going, where's the gun?
No, the guy.
Where's the gun? I heard the gun.
I do think it was muffled to the point.
Yeah.
Nobody
Well,
heard it.
the guy sitting next to her, I think he thinks she's burping after the hot dog.
Yeah. She's holding her sides. Other lady's holding her
I
leg.
still don't see how you keep it in there.
I don't know.
How did it go off?
What kind of gun we talking about? It don't give us a lot of
It doesn't, but it did say the metal detector went off 3 times.
Of course
No. We need an ambulance, not a beer.
Right.
Yeah. We're not waving the beer man.
I mean, so
Cold beer.
Folds, what? It's in her fold.
So,
gun in her belly.
I have a gun. Where is it? You don't want to know.
behind her love handle.
Right. Man, I'm telling you.
I've heard a spare tire, but spare gun.
Wow. Right there by the granny beads.
Greg.
Well, it's hard to clean under there.
Oh, no.
You always go too far.
Hard to clean under there.
Greg, why?
Greg.
Why?
Greg.
Why?
Well, I bet she had some after that powder went off.
We know.
You talking about Granny Bead City?
Greg, just
Golly.
keep saying it.
Just twice.
And I know that you, Helmsy, are more upset about what did get canceled. And that was the post-game concert starring rapper Vanilla Ice.
They messed that up.
Yeah.
Well, they claim it was technical
They
trouble,
claim
but
it.
we all know.
Yeah, he was shook. He heard there was somebody out there shooting out of their belly.
Right. Fans
Taking
were
people out.
fans were left confused, and one writing they've canceled Vanilla Ice's '90s post-game concert after losing 12-4. It's the only reason why everybody even came to this game.
Yeah, wasn't for the team, that's
Right.
for sure.
Ice baby.
Right. So
collaborate. Now.
right.
Listen.
Yeah. So
We got the gun.
yeah. So apparently. It was hid, but as y'all said, something about her girth was able to fire the gun.
Yeah. But I think it was when she leaned forward. How'd that happen?
Do you think? Here's what I think happened. I don't think it pulled the trigger. I think it pulled the hammer back, and then the hammer hit. Don't you think?
Well, yeah, but the fat had to do something to cause it.
Right.
I'm trying to dial in on it.
No, it's
Okay.
it's definitely the fat. I'm just saying. I think the fat pulled the hammer back, not that it pulled the trigger.
They have a quote from Vanilla Ice that if there's a problem, he'll solve it. Check out the Hook Wise DJ revolver.
Thank you, Greg. You got a problem? I'll solve it.
Who gets shot? Okay, she's on the. Okay, I see now.
Yeah,
Now-
yeah.
all
And
right,
then a
now-
couple people leave.
Oh, wow.
What in the world?
Now
She
let's talk
was
about
leaning forward.
let's talk about the guy sitting next to her. Okay, Monday, everybody says, talk to him about the weekend. All right, everybody, just be quiet. I've got the story. I have the best story of the entire weekend.
I got news for you. I hadn't waving everybody down. Don't need to carry one in her belly either.
All right, Greg.
Thank you, Greg. She could put it there in 30-06.
All right, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
All right.
Someone was shot, Greg. Two people.
I'm sorry. I refuse to feel sorry for anybody who's carrying a gun in their fat rolls.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So
No
you
sympathy here.
You can't muster
Whatever happens, happens.
You can't muster any?
None.
Just can't muster it up.
No way?
Yeah.
Now, how many things do you muster any sympathy for?
Well, that's not on the list.
right.
That one's not.
That didn't even make it.
But think about it.
Go back to that verse again.
Well, you're right.
So many things.
Who comes up with this idea? And what gets me is did any shame come over you when the metal detector kept going off? And they're like, "What? Do you have something we don't know about?" And nothing.
And why did she have it? Was she ready to quick draw on somebody at any moment?
But I have to. You couldn't quick draw that. I don't think.
Yeah.
But then I go back to this though. Nobody wants to say to the security person, "Okay, y'all got me. I've got a gun hidden my fat rolls."
How about,
nobody wants to say.
Go back to this. The security people, they had to go. Look, it's got to be somewhere on her body, but we're not. None of us are willing to go there. We hope it's just like a watch or something that she's keeping time with. It's not a weapon.
Greg, not in this heat.
No, sir, Rick. Hey, you may get your arm in there and it create a vacuum. You never get out.
That's a fact. Is that what held it? Because it seems like it would fall out of the fold.
Yeah, I don't.
That fold had some
Especially
tension
sweat.
on it. I mean, it just sucked it in. Good gosh.
The sweat is got rust problems.
Yeah, she got to oil it when she gets home.
Yeah, definitely.
Good news is they said they found an invoice she'll be looking for.
It's all about adapting and really having a desire to do it. So, again, I was always curious, and I derived, I think, the most satisfaction out of trying to do that. Not just race, but to try to actually, actually win.
Yeah, you get that. All right, so here's the big question. So now, when Mario Andretti goes out and gets in the automobile of his choice,
I know exactly what you're thinking.
what do you love to drive in your personal life?
Well, I love my sports cars. Those are my daily drivers. I just got a new ZR1 Corvette, and I also have a Lamborghini, and I just treat myself. I'm a car guy, and I go to church with a sedan, but at the same time.
So, Mario, when you get on the highway to drive, you've raced so many miles of your life where you're out there just your hair's on fire and you're trying to get around the track. How hard is it to drive on the interstate now?
Oh, I get a lot of people overtake me, no problem.
Do you ever have that little something rise up on you? Go, I got to beat this guy to the next exit.
Yeah, I think my wife used to tell me, you're finally calming down a little bit.
So you'll let people overtake you now. You're wiser now.
Allowed to be overtaken. Yeah, I don't block anymore.
But Mario, when you're out there and you've got it set on 65 and you get somebody right up there next to you and they're kind of riding you on the side, do you just feel the need to give it a little bit more and move around him?
No. I mean, the urge is there, but I contain it because that's when you start getting into trouble. So I just that's one time when I let him go.
Well, Mario will be the Grand Marshal. I'm glad you're coming, and it looks like we're going to give you some beautiful Alabama weather this coming weekend. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. What a great success. I know a lot of people thought if the Indy Series came into the world of NASCAR, it would not get much of a response, and it has been a great response, not just from the South, but from all over the country, and sometimes even around the world. But what a success story this has been for the state of Alabama.
Yes, for sure. I mean, it's that beautiful Barber Motorsports Park. I mean, it's just a place to be, isn't it? I mean, you bring your family, you can enjoy, you can do some picnicking, you're doing anything. It's just so gorgeous just to be there. And so many vantage points, to watch the cars go around. So, I mean, it's not just race day. It makes it for a great weekend. So, I'm so looking forward to being there. I've been missing that event for a couple of years now, and I'm going back, and I'm going to be driving the two-seater starting Thursday. So, I'll get to work down there. Besides just calling. Gentlemen, start your engines, type of thing.
I knew that was coming. Mario, could you do us a favor? Would you mind doing, we have these things called liners, and, you would just say, hey, this is Mario Andretti, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Can you do that for us?
Sure.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
This is Mario Andretti, and you are listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well done. Thank you very much, brother. And it's always a pleasure to talk to you. BarberRacingEvents.com. If you want to be at Barber Motorsports Park this weekend, April 5th through the 7th, Mario will be your Grand Marshal. Get tickets and all the details at BarberRacingEvents.com. Looking forward to seeing you this weekend, Mario. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Mario Andretti. The best of the best.
Legend.
The legend, baby. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, dirty Uncle Joe Biden. We knew.
Rick,
God love you. What am I talking about?
There was a montage of Joe Biden pictures hugging people. And there's a difference in hugging people and getting too much into their personal space. And there was a montage of pictures out yesterday of all these people that he's really, you see it as a clear violation of personal space. And while some of them may not have been bothered by it, some of them were. And they're kind of coming out.
Remember this?
Yeah.
She came out and said that
she said she was all right with it, but I remember when this happened and everybody went, well, my gosh.
We're watching.
Can you not just tell her good job?
Yeah, I don't remember who.
I love this headline.
It was a swearing in of her husband or something in the cabinet position.
Yeah. Joe Biden faces backlash for his hands-on approach.
Yeah. Look, if Greg was here, he'd say, "Look, Uncle Joe's a little handsy."
He is.
He is.
And this is the deal, though. This is the reason why this is so intriguing to me,
or funny,
is because there was a time that Joe Biden's behavior may or may not have been considered inappropriate. Okay, because there's some things that they have no error; they're always wrong. But the kind of stuff that Joe Biden has been accused of doing is really, they're putting Joe Biden at the standard of the hashtag Me Too movement, and certainly some of these things they talk about are grotesque, and no one would ever think they were okay. But in the world we're living in now, Uncle Joe, at one time, everybody said, "Oh, old Joe, he's gonna front hug you, and he's gonna come up and kiss you on the back of your head, and he's gonna be a little handsy." And people would let it go. But in the era we're in now, Joe is getting caught in the very trap that his own party has created.
Yeah, that is the comedy part of it.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Gang's all here for another hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
If you're watching on YouTube, you didn't hear it. Everybody else hears us playing Ice Ice Baby coming back from last hour's final story, but is that one of these songs? And I heard the kickoff hour, they drifted on it for a minute and they stayed for a second, but I wanted to go deeper with the question. There are certain songs that they refuse to be held captive by a preference of style of music.
Yes.
They
crosses all lanes.
For some reason, they cannot be contained, and no matter what you like and you prefer, you still like this song, even though it's not in your musical genre.
Yeah.
And that's one of them, I think.
So. It is.
I agree. Yeah. I agree.
Shook Me All Night Long in the rock version.
Yes.
It went out to all kinds of people, said they didn't like hard rock, but they liked it.
Right.
And so I think Vanilla Ice, people who don't even like that kind of music go, no, I kind of like that.
Yeah. I mean,
I kind of like
you
that.
can't turn it off.
No. I mean, it's of course now it was stolen from Queen and they eventually had to pay, but but you still
sampling is done in that style of music, but normally you acknowledge it and give that person their due. They tried to do it without,
right?
And it didn't work.
Yeah, well, you just write the check. I mean, Hammer did that. He had to go see Rick James in jail, unfortunately. But, but
Rick James blew through his share real quick.
Yes, he did. It is, but that song is just got everything.
It does.
You
brings a lot to the table.
You know the little bass sample is going to work because it worked when it was in the other song. But the fact that this way he dropped in there and did it. Now I know he pretended to be a hardened street kid and all that.
What got him? Like he's grew up in Miami,
right?
And all this,
he really went to Mountain Brook. But but
there's
that's
nothing
all
wrong
right.
creating a character.
That's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's like say we're going to find out that Oliver Anthony probably also went to the local private school.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good.
Are there rock songs? Do you think that cross boundaries?
I said that.
But like what? Besides that, like is there?
There's Shook Me All Night Long did. Really, that whole Back in Black album established AC/DC fans that claimed they didn't like hard rock.
Yeah.
But that album got them.
I think Enter Sandman brought people in to Metallica that normally
That's a good one. That's a good one.
You mentioned to me in the break Christopher Cross, Sailing. You love that one.
That brings a tear to you.
But no,
that's that chord progression that makes you feel strange.
Yes, it really does. Let me tell you nothing that'll do it. It got me the other day. Time Passages.
Oh,
that'll put you in a weird place.
No, one time Time Passages came on the radio and I found myself parked out in the field.
Time
Passages. I hate that song. I don't like the way it makes me feel at all.
The way it goes Passages.
Yeah,
I'll tell you another one.
The cat.
Oh, that's another one.
I'll tell you another one, and I'm a little surprised that it has by Alabama's Dixieland Delight. Now I know it's been made a football anthem in a lot of places.
Interesting lyric,
but people all across the board like that song.
Yeah,
well, and I still don't know why.
And to some degree, Sweet Caroline.
That's what I'm saying. Every stadium thinks they have to sing that.
Don't understand.
And Living on a Prayer for some reason.
Yeah, which I've always thought this is one of those things. I don't like when a team cheers to a team they beat and upset overrated because that looks like the win wasn't that big a deal.
Right.
So that's a mistake. What I would say is we were better than you. You weren't good enough to beat us. Yeah. You're not overrated because then that makes us look like we didn't really
beat
accomplish
nobody.
anything. And the other one is, do I want my team living on a prayer?
Yeah, I don't understand.
I mean, I don't.
And not an easy song to sing.
No.
Yeah. I think there's some of them you just look at the results on the field and you go, well, that's,
some programs every game is it's you're living on a prayer. It is true. And I don't know why I seem to always be drawn to those teams.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I know.
It's okay to like teams that nobody can beat, Rick.
Well, Rick, I think you can't always say that because you were a Steeler fan.
Yeah. The Steelers but I left the Packers, which really made me a sellout. When the Packers got bad, I went to the Steelers.
Yeah,
Rick, I got another musical question on this note. That riff in Ice Ice Baby, it's on the Queen, David Bowie. Do you like that song?
I do not.
I do.
I like it okay. I like it okay. I'm about a.
I mean, I didn't think I would, but
I'm probably an 82 on it.
Okay, that's
a B minus.
82.
That's pretty good.
I'm probably 89.
It's got a good beat, easy to dance. 82.
Yeah. Remember when they used to rate
You
them?
remember Raider Records?
Oh, yeah.
But keep in mind, the only thing I
They'd
like
always say that.
Exact same thing.
The only thing I like about that song is that bass riff. So really, yeah. Can I tell you this? I know it's probably not going to be popular. I don't like David Bowie.
I don't like him. I thought Queen's part was good. His part is lacking.
I've never like. I'm not gonna. You won't find it anywhere on any of my music lists. I don't listen to David Bowie songs.
I like David Bowie, and I will admit he's very overrated. There
Okay.
it is.
Okay.
Yep. How are y'all on Bryan Adams?
You know the one thing about
I can't figure.
I'm all about Bryan
the
Adams.
one thing
Really?
about David
Yes.
Bowie though, Rick, you know he was
love him.
successful. He had
Some of the
money,
songs
and
I
I never could. In my mind, I was always thinking orthodontist. Why don't you just find one?
Yeah.
Well, the English, you know. how they are.
Yeah.
The English just.
I mean, not kinda. I mean, he looks like he's chewed limbs.
Yeah,
you know?
and he was
I mean,
one of he was the first one to start out dressing like a woman and doing
Yeah,
all this,
all that weird
that was
stuff.
bad.
this gender confusion stuff.
Look where it's got us.
Don't like all that.
I did a quick Google and just said songs that everyone knows and loves. And there's 75 songs, and I'm not going to get into all of them, but it's
What if you
spot
did
on.
all
Like every
75?
one of us, as I'm listing these off, you'd go, don't really like that person, don't really like that genre, but I like that song.
Sure. Well, give it to us.
No, there's
Just
75 of them.
give me top
Not
five.
doing that. Not
Top
doing
five.
that. Not
Give me
doing
top five.
it. Not doing it. Well, they're just not listed like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I did find a picture of David Bowie's teeth, and Bubba, you're right. They're
No, listen, that would look good compared to.
Right. Yeah. It's.
Give myself a machine.
Was
Greg
it
loves
eat on
Macarena.
rocks or what?
Yeah.
I mean,
Right. Yeah.
No,
it's,
I do not like Macarena.
Yes, you told me you did.
No, we don't like that.
No.
No.
I never
That's not
liked
on
that.
the list.
Don't like the Macarena.
Everybody knows it. They just don't
Yeah.
love it.
No. Yeah. I don't.
All right, Cyndi Lauper. Girls just want to have fun.
No.
No. Now,
I'm not a fan
Time
of
After Time. Yeah, I like that.
that. Is a good song. Do you like to hear her sing it, or you like to hear the original
I like
artist?
her version.
Yeah. Okay.
Pretty good.
I'll tell you a Cyndi Lauper song that also the band The Hooters wrote as well that I really like, and it is a surprising. I love Money Changes Everything.
That's a good one.
They'll write some good songs. Bob.
That is a good one.
I really like that song.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, you're going to hear it coming out of the break. I really like that song. I know it's Cyndi Lauper. I got it. I'll take the heat. But I like that song.
I was a fan of the Hooters. I had the CD and everything.
Yeah.
I know what that sounds like. That's the name of the band. I
I
can't
know.
change it.
I'm a
Yeah,
fan too, Greg.
I can't change it. I can't change the name of
Turns
the
out
band.
we're all fans.
I know they named it after the instrument, but how did they get away with it?
I know.
You know it.
How'd the restaurant let them get by with
I'm a
it?
big fan.
What about Smash Mouth All Star?
No, I do not like that.
That's actually, I say I agree with you, Speedy.
I don't like anything Smash Mouth did.
Dancing Queen.
No.
No.
ABBA.
No, I don't like it.
I mean,
Who
Well,
let
but
the
tell me
dog-
back up.
Who
I
let
could
the
live
dogs out?
yeah, see,
that's one.
I know. That's one. That's what I'm talking about right there.
I
If
do-
it-
I
if
do
it-
like
it
that.
comes on in the car, everybody stops for a minute.
It's
and probably
exactly
sings it.
like Ice Ice Baby.
Yes.
I put them right there together.
Sure.
Baby Got Back.
Yeah.
Of course, you mentioned that one.
That's
Yep.
yeah, that one is you have to be. It's hard to get a group to sing along. You know, I mean, it is.
right,
Yeah,
right.
you know, it's one of those.
Now, people that don't like Pink Floyd generally know the song "Another Brick in the Wall."
Yes.
Yeah, probably my least favorite Floyd song.
Very strange album.
Yeah.
Every Breath You Take by the Police. That's a
Yeah.
big one.
Hate that song. If I could remove it from the landscape of music, I would.
Oh, look at
I've
here,
never been
Bubba.
a police
Spice
guy.
Girls Wannabe.
You like
Okay,
it?
that I will say that
It
is a
is.
catchy
It's
song.
catchy.
Yes.
Do y'all like every breath
I'll
you take?
say
Every breath you take. Y'all don't like that, do you?
Ooh, Achy Breaky Heart. That's a good one.
I would say Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. I think everybody
Yeah,
likes it.
counts.
It's a perfect song.
Rocket Man, Elton John.
Counts.
I like it.
Yes.
I do.
Jump Van Halen.
Boo.
But
Yeah.
it's everybody knows it.
I know.
Eminem,
Ruin the
Lose
band. That's
Yourself.
fine.
Yes.
Greg claims it ruined the band. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Like I said, somebody being uncomfortable is not funny. We're not
No,
making a lot of
no.
that. But we have raised this political correctness thing to such a level.
Yeah.
Yet you can't even, you can't even hardly speak to anybody now without having to worry about how you're approaching everything. And for him to be caught up in it, look, he's headbutting this girl
wow,
now.
he'll violate.
Now he's giving her
my
sugar.
God. Look,
Good
she
night.
she clearly doesn't want this. Who would, by the way? Who wants Crazy Uncle Joe to come in if he's not?
You talking about Big Hearted Joe?
Yeah, big heart. Look at
Look at there.
look at the montage.
Yeah, I mean there are pictures out there now, and it's just a montage, and there are dozens of them, Rick. It's almost comedic.
I want to tell you that I'm looking at these pictures and watching these videos. So this is not hearsay. This is not somebody said. And we all know this guy. We all know this guy. Now, he's not a Bill Cosby, and he's not a,
Sure.
you know what I mean? We're not talking about somebody that, but he's a guy that comes around. He's married. He's not, he's never going to go to the point that, he's, what I mean, when you get to the point where you're completely committing acts and things like that. But he's going to come over and he's going to hug on you a little bit. And if he can front hug you, he's all into that. Or he can come in behind you and hug you a little bit and see if he can't get pressed up against you a little bit. He's going to come in there and kiss you on the back of your head a little bit, just slightly off the neck. You know what I mean? And that is inappropriate behavior. I'm not saying it's criminal behavior, but it's creepy. My wife refers to these men as cheesy. And cheesy and creepy,
like a serial whisperer.
Yeah, like they're they've got they're trying to get a little bit of jolly on it, and then if you say anything about it, well, that's overreaction, and they're not doing anything that anybody can certainly or should be arrested for. But in social environments, they got just a little bit of little sleaze and grease to them. You know what I mean? That's who he is. You know this guy. You've run into him. Everybody sees him coming at the banquet. They know he gets a cocktail or two in him, and he's going to come over and start hugging on everybody and all of that. And now he's allowed his party to take us into a world where this is the kind of stuff that everybody's saying, hey, this can't go on. And now we got a second woman now that's coming out saying that she's not saying, look, she's so uncomfortable. We're watching the thing now.
But now this particular lady has said there was no problem.
No, I got that. What I'm saying is she's not going to ruin Joe Biden because she's loyal to the party, but she clearly thinks that's creepy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a creepy move.
Yeah.
It'd be one of those things, and we've all been there. You get in the car with your wife, and your wife, you've been to some function, says, that one guy. Did you see him over there like...
Oh, Friendly Henry?
Oh, Friendly Henry was... look, the ladies in the audience are nodding their heads. You know who we're talking about. You know this guy. And so now...
Even if, let's just say that they were lifelong friends, that's still creepy.
Right. The avocados... Now, can somebody help me here?
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. Here we go. Somebody say right here. Yeah, I know, but when we did. And that's money. We could probably use that as a theme song for a lot of stuff we do. Money changes everything. Money! All right, so as we work our way back, speaking of money, Minnesota boy. This is one of those things on the list of things that would never happen to me. Minnesota. A Minnesota boy has reeled in a wallet fishing with $2,000 cash and found it and actually returned it to the rightful owner.
Would you return it, Greg?
How much?
$2,000.
$2,000.
Is the owner's ID like in the wallet?
Yeah, because he got it to him.
He found out who it was. They were doing some walleye fishing. You know, they walleye fish up there in Minnesota. And it said he reeled in the wallet and said he realized that it had $2,000 inside. He thought he had a big walleye.
It was wet.
See, that wouldn't happen to me.
I started to say, how long has it been there? Has the money deteriorated at that point? But I mean, I'm glad he returned it. That's what you should do. But
Wet money.
I would probably pull about 200 out.
Little finder's fee.
Greg. But keep in mind, this would never, ever happen to me. I would catch somebody's wallet and the first thing they would scream, "You didn't touch it, did you?"
Yeah.
And it'd be some poison on it.
Yeah. You'd get accused of stealing it.
I'd get arrested. I'd have fentanyl and I'd get arrested because it was some drug deal.
Yeah. Yeah, or I would pull it up, and on my way to the police, I would get pulled over for speeding. They would find it, and it would be the ID of a guy who'd been missing for years, and now I'm the prime suspect.
No, you're right. It would be these things just don't have any. Rick Burgess will never be fishing and catch $2,000.
No,
I mean, just ain't never gonna happen.
Nah,
and Greg, I want you to know, and you too, Adler.
I think pals cut off overalls.
I think you need to hear this too, Adler, because I sense an attitude from you on this. You know why he returned it? And it's very simple. He said because it wasn't my money.
That's right.
That's good. He's
What
a
do
good
I have
kid.
to do with this?
I'm just telling you.
Is this about that $20 I found at the Sonic drive-in?
That is correct.
The people drove away.
That is exactly what I'm talking about.
I had no chance to return the money.
Whose money was it? Was that your money?
They left. They dropped it and left.
Was that your money?
What?
Okay.
Rick, same guy got kicked out of the amusement park for stealing from the gift shop.
Oh, thank you.
You walked right into that.
Thank you so much.
He walked right into that.
Gregson once said he'd take a little off the top if he'd found it.
That was just a
finder's fee. A little 10%. That's standard.
Yeah, they'd have thought it got out in the water somewhere.
Money.
Did the farmer offer to let him have some of it? I don't see that in here.
I hope that bullet keychain was worth it.
It wasn't worth it. By the way, I love how this guy's so unassuming looking in his overalls, and he's walking around with $2,000 just in his wallet.
Yeah, and he can't keep up with it.
All he had was the ID, and he was able to find everything he needed to.
It fell out of his bib.
Yeah. How about the cattle rancher's wife? His name's Sherry too, but with the Y.
Look at all this. He's got wadded up in his little bib pocket there. No wonder he dropped his wallet.
75-year-old farmer.
Look at that.
And
look at that. No wonder.
Well, he's got all of his stuff right there so he can get to it.
That's
a good way to carry it.
He's leaning over. And
he said he was going to pay a bill when he reached back and realized his wallet was gone. It was out there in the lake somewhere.
Good night. He went, that hurts.
He said, I didn't know what the heck to do. There I was.
I'm toting 2 G's.
He said, I was broke, Greg. I love this. This is classic farmer talk. So the other guy floats me some money on so I could pay up, and then I was trying to find it. Floated me some money.
Floated me them off the top. Need me to float you a little?
Greg, you know how he lost it? He said the water was just rougher than Dickens that day, and it fell out. That's his quote.
He stays with the shorts with overalls.
But now I'm gonna get out in the boat with $2,000 in a wallet. That's
Right.
smart.
He said I was leaning over the edge of the boat. He said I've never lost anything out of my wallet. He said I reckon it just worked up out of there. He said now, and when I was fishing, it went and fell in the water.
All that cash in it was the fat. Wouldn't stay in his pocket.
Now think about
but
this.
how wet was it? The money any good after you get it back?
Well, money changes
Yeah,
everything.
he showed
doesn't
it. Yeah, it just dried out.
He said it was.
I'm
fine.
like you. I don't know if you wouldn't think that it would function. It'd be just crumbled up.
I want you to listen to this. The lake that this wallet was found in is 1 million acres.
Well, they're showing pictures.
That
right
is
now.
crazy. An ocean.
70-something miles long and 70-something miles wide.
Wow.
The deepest parts are 200 feet. They found this in about 27 feet.
That's ridiculous.
And so there you go.
Hey, and I'm starting to question the story.
Great.
What? Oh, here he goes.
It probably showed up on a depth finder somewhere.
Here we go.
Great. Greg, I had
Kid stole the wallet,
Sonar.
felt bad about it.
Yeah. Greg.
Man,
Greg, no, he returned it. And no,
It's all good.
For some reason, it's bothered me just a little bit that he's not letting the kid have a loft top.
Well, he may have.
But he gave a picture.
Right.
What was that?
Right.
They didn't
I'm
say
starting
it,
to
but-
doubt it a little bit.
Well, you doubt.
Well, how you gonna find it? And the money's still good.
You're
It's been
claiming the kid
submerged.
stole the money from the farmer
It's
and then
been
found a way to
submerged.
return it?
Think about it. How long had it been in the water? I wonder. And we're in this how many acre lake? And
Million.
I caught it.
Yeah.
Are you dragging the bottom? Were you dragging for bodies?
Well, how
What you
did
doing?
this kid ever steal it from the farmer? How were they ever together?
How would it feel like? You wouldn't even feel it. I mean, how you gonna know something's on your line? Just stay tuned.
Stay tuned on this one.
Yeah.
Your meter saying something's wrong.
And your
here?
theory is the kid stole it from the farmer and felt bad and took it back. And he stole it from the farmer where?
No, I don't
At the
remember.
feed shop? When did this happen?
He might have been at the feed
It,
shop.
he lost it in July of 2022.
Okay, and the money's still good.
Yeah,
what do y'all think? What do you?
Yeah.
That's impossible.
Money's got a little bit of
Impossible.
cloth in it. It's got a little bit of cloth in it. It keeps
It was
it from
under the
rotting.
water.
Did he have it in the picture? It was in a plastic bag. Did he have it in some kind of dry bag while he was on the boat?
That might have been after. They might have put it in the
Yeah.
Ziploc
No,
after.
I happened to
think it
hook
was-
a wallet.
I
It
think
sure
it was just in
did
the
look-
wallet.
it sure
Hey,
did
and all
look
the money
good,
stayed in it while I was reeling it out, as if the wallet wasn't all fluffy.
Well, if he
because
stole
it'd been
it
in the
from him,
water.
he probably wouldn't have returned the cash.
Like
He
a
probably
year
would've
later,
said,
he's trying to be
yeah,
sharp
a year
about
later,
something.
Greg,
Right.
he wouldn't have returned the cash.
You don't buy this story. You said
I
something's
don't know
wrong
if
with
anybody stole anything, but I'm having a hard time believing that you had a wallet under the water that long, and I hook it clean. I pull it out. The money's still intact. I don't know.
It's looking kind of rough. It's chewed up a little bit. See?
If there's a GoFundMe involved, we'll know.
Bubba, where's the bank on this? Is it damaged too much? Will the bank take it? You think it's still good enough?
I think if you got 51% of it, they'll give you a new one for it.
Yeah.
Bubba went 51.
Hey, you know what?
Is that true? I didn't know that.
You said that with some confidence.
You did.
Yeah,
You brought in some damaged bills.
something about with your glasses.
I
at
thought
the end of your
everybody knew
nose.
that. I thought everybody knew that.
I've never known
You
that.
ever
And he
tape
had an
a
extra
bill?
button for some reason.
Yeah, no.
Have you ever taped the
You had it
bill back
buttoned.
together?
You got it buttoned today, and between that and the glasses on the end of the nose, it made us really perk up when you said that. I mean, it was with
You
confidence.
really sounded like a doctor.
You had a little swagger about you.
51% fresh.
It's funny the moments that really hit
51,
home here.
51%.
I mean, I perked up. I'm like, wow, so that's a really good fact I didn't know about.
I
I'd
want
like
you to
to-
take a sip of something.
Yeah, that's
if
right.
You could.
Yeah,
I didn't question you like Greg's question you.
Right.
Well, none of us know the answer.
I
Well, I
rely-
know, but that's why it was so confident. I thought.
I tell you what, I'm upset about is I've thrown away cash. It was still good.
Yeah, Rick.
They can't.
I thought a corner
they can't
off that bill, I
replace
couldn't take it.
They can't replace it for 49% because that means there's a 51 out there, and they would be
Right,
replacing.
right.
you
I
know.
got you.
Double bills.
But I didn't know you could go that much damage. I thought,
I thought
I've
if it
thrown
got in the serial number, you're in trouble.
I've taken some ones out of rotation, just had a corner miss.
What do they do with what you give them?
No, they burn it all.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Shred it.
Something about
I mean-
you looking up after saying that.
I mean,
Bubba
Someone
knows a
so
lot about
confident.
it. The old legal tender.
Y'all don't even keep up with the Federal Reserve. You don't. You don't see
I
the
don't-
movies dealing with them.
I can't.
Pretty good.
Nobody lets me carry cash around.
I never have. Just the talk of the Federal Reserve makes me. I stop paying attention. You know, I mean, I can't imagine if someone mentioned that like up there at the desk teaching, I'd be like, oh boy, not this. Bottom of the hour, we'll do phone calls next. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll take the call from you on any topic. All 10 are available. We'll chat with you when we come back. Helmsy goes to the phones now. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We can't get avocados unless we have an open border that people just roll
Well,
through.
Mexico supplies the majority
Well,
of
they
them.
don't we get other foods legally across the border from other places?
No, not avocados.
So avocados only come to us illegally.
No, they come legally, but if he shuts the border, that means nobody will cross.
Right.
He's threatening to shut it down. You will not be able to go back and forth
I
if
see
you
what
are
you're saying.
legal. I mean, they put the big gate down and it's over.
So the avocados won't come in legally?
No, nothing comes in and out.
Wow.
Not
That's
even
what he-
legally.
No.
Adler, what will you do?
You can be legal. You can have your papers to go back and forth. When they shut the border,
I see what you're saying.
They literally close the border.
And they're shutting it until we get it secure.
Trump is saying till he gets some help from Mexico because
Right.
we're just being overrun right now with folks coming
We'll have
in.
to go through a period of time with no avocados.
That's what
Until
he's saying,
they-
but we don't know how long it will be.
Right.
What are our hipsters going to use for fuel, guys? I mean, what are we going to do? They're going to be dropping in the streets with their cappuccinos.
I know.
But I was actually reading that this is not just avocados. 50% of our imported vegetables and 40% of our imported fruits actually come from Mexico at this current time. And you were talking about like, well, can't we just get them from somewhere else? I read that like, the trade channels in which all these things come to the United States are very hard to establish. So if we were to shut that border, it wouldn't be just avocados. We'd be in a pickle, guys.
Sadly,
so
pickles too? Guys.
Pickles too, I think.
Sadly enough, this will not affect me at all.
I know.
Now, if you say you can't bring donuts across the border, then you got something.
You're right.
But this doesn't affect me at
Yeah, a
all.
life without avocados. Now, do I like
Or other fruits and vegetables for that matter.
You don't-
I don't eat them. I don't eat enough of
Why
them.
not?
I didn't say I was proud of it. I'm just saying it at this
Right.
current state of my health,
I
this
get
will not affect me.
5 a day, the colorway.
I said,
Helmsy, 5 a day, the colorway.
I said, sadly enough, I'm not
So,
proud of it.
What are you supposed to eat, Adler, when you say that? What does that mean?
Look, Bubba, get your notepad out.
Get ready, Bubba, to change your life. Ready? Are you listening?
Now, you might be shocked how many oranges and apples I eat.
That's great.
And
That's great.
bananas.
5 a day, the colorway is you're supposed to vary it.
Bubba.
5 different things, 5 different colors.
5 colors a day?
5 different colors, yeah.
But I think if we were going to take your life on, we're not looking to see what's added. We need to remove some food. Okay?
From that moment.
Bubba, I don't think we would be shocked how many of those you're eating a day.
Yeah, and from that moment, Bubba changed his life forever.
Now, explain that again. I didn't get that because of all the peanut guys.
Well, we're trying to keep Adler from wasting his breath.
Right. I'm trying to learn something here.
All right, go
All right,
ahead.
here we go. This is wasted breath. Here we go. Okay, 5 a day of the colorway. So 5 different fruits and vegetables, 5 different colors. So maybe like green, orange, red, like you were talking about, yellow, blue. There you go.
Blue. Yellow, kill a fella.
Blueberries.
I got to have 5 different colors?
If you
That's a
can.
big
That's what I'm
number.
talking about. That's a lot of
It's a
colors.
big number.
If you can. If you can.
Right.
Rick,
I'll
you had
give
a
you
fruit
3.
cup. You had a fruit cup this morning that was orange, apple was green, and blueberries and strawberries were in there. You're doing
I had
pretty
a-
good.
I had
What
red
color's
and blue.
what color's
Red
boneless
and blue.
chicken qualify?
Boneless chicken is white.
Yeah, I've told
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in. We'll take yours now. Lines are available. Michael Helms on the realm. He'll take care of it, and you can speak to him. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now. There's a lot going on. You can save money when you shop. Top quality products. If your kids are away at college now, a great way to let them know you're thinking about them. So have them feel a little bit at home. Maybe to give them some of the products from MyPillow.com/Bubba, from pillows to sheets to towels. the slippers, sandals for the showers. Look, those college showers, you want sandals. But anyway, so maybe you want to send them some MyPillow coffee. You can help them, stay awake in class. So they have sleepwear, they got workout wear, they got quilts, they got blankets. We can just go on and on. So why don't you just go to mypillow.com/Bubba right now? They're celebrating their 20th anniversary with a special limited time edition MyPillow sale. That means the Queen is just $19.98, or you can get a King for only $10 more. Either way, you are going to save $50. They also just launched kitchen towels with an introductory offer of 25% off. Your kids can enjoy coffee, not just there at college, but you also can start your day off right with it. You get it right now. It's 100% Arabica at 50% off. The Go Anywhere MyPillow will be thrown in for free when you get coffee. So go right now to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's mypillow.com/Bubba. All the information you need is right there on that link, and you can go to saving. To the phones we go. Let's go to Jody in DeKalb County. Jody, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
All right, gentlemen. How about y'all?
We're good.
Talking about the damaged money, I know when I was a kid, my dad would go to the bank and they would give you money that had been turned in. They would shred, and he would get it in a bag and give it to me and my sister, and we'd spend hours trying to put it back together.
Oh, yeah. I've been there before.
And, Rick, I checked with some high-level banking people in the break. They said 50% will do it. If you can just get half of it.
Well, how about that?
No, not 51.
Who would have ever thought? We continue. Let's go to Charles in Mobile. Charles, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I actually got 3 unrelated comments quickly.
Okay.
First of all, I got to say I love buck-toothed women.
Okay.
And second of all, I think that congressman from Louisiana and Mike Leach must have been separated at birth.
True.
And then third of all, I don't know how much more proof you need, but the Zapruder film clearly shows Bigfoot on the grassy knoll.
Okay.
Yep. Covered a lot of topics.
Right. Do you think he was rolling up to that point?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
We went one too many.
Yeah, we continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to John in Birmingham. John, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I watch on YouTube, and I love the added dimension of getting to watch you guys while you do the show. And I couldn't help notice when you were talking about Blake and the big nuptials between him and his fiance up in New York City, and you were talking about who was going. Greg looked a little butthurt, like maybe he didn't get an invitation. What happened?
Well, here's what happened. Greg was going to be invited, and Bubba told me not to send him one.
That's true.
No.
Let me say, I think you missed an opportunity because, if you'll forgive me the basketball reference, but y'all could have taken Coach and played a boxing one and put Greg one-on-one with Coach. That would have made some great stories.
Yeah, it really, really would have. Now, it really is no more complicated than when you're asking people to come to New York City. Yeah, that's a big, big ask, and it's
a tough trip.
Yeah, and they knew that, and plus they were trying to reduce, the amount of money for extended family and all that to travel all the way to New York City, and they're trying to do a small ceremony just in the park. So from the very beginning, they were keeping it very, very small. And let's be honest, I know Greg loves my son, and I know that he loves our family. But when you get an invitation that says you got to come up with some money to get yourself to New York City, they didn't really want to. There's almost I got to look after other people.
Driving's not an option.
Yeah, and not put them in that situation. You know what I mean? Plus, we're all at the same hotel, so you got to get all those rooms.
Plus, he thought Thompson was playing.
Yeah,
right. Got all that.
All that. Yeah. Of course,
you're gonna have that.
Of course, IMG canceled.
Right.
I mean, let's be honest. If somebody you love is getting married in New York City and they say let's keep it small, you're glad to hear that if you're just
really
outside.
Just outside.
Let's just
wish
be honest.
them well.
Let's just be honest. It doesn't mean you don't love everybody. It don't mean anything like that.
Let your wife show up at the bridal shower.
Right. Yeah.
That they had
and
here.
Everybody did that. So we did showers and gatherings over in Birmingham and Atlanta. So all the extended could do that. But to not be invited to that in New York City is not actually a bad thing. You know it? Mm-hmm. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Joy in Birmingham. Joy, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Joey.
I have a crazy story that I have never been able to forget, and I probably heard this story about 25 years ago when I was working at UAB. I worked with a guy who was a surgical assistant. This relates to your earlier story of the woman with the gun hidden in her fat.
Yes.
This woman was rushed to the hospital, and they found in her fat, hidden away, a half slip.
What?
And they didn't know how long it had been there. You know how women used to wear slips?
Slips.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know how women used to wear a slip up under their dress?
Understood, yeah.
Okay, and they used to wear half slip, where it was just like for a skirt only.
I got you. No, I've seen those. No, I've seen those, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Ooh. And
Slip was in her fat, and they did not know how long it had been there.
Well, that's just a wake-up call.
That's
just
disgusting.
a wake-up call.
Thank you for the call.
That is a wake-up call. So it just kind of pulled it in and took it as its own.
I guess it grew around.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Had a little
my
home.
good- Oh, my.
Oh, don't say home.
I wish I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Almost made it.
These medical people always have really bad stories.
They do.
Yeah, they come up with some good ones, don't they?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeesh.
We continue. Tony and Coleman. Tony, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say y'all been doing an awesome job.
Thank you.
Keep it up and keep doing what you're good.
Tony, you know what? We'll take
right.
those all day long.
That's right.
Yeah. Let's go to Jeff in Tennessee. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
We're great. We're great. We're good.
Yeah.
Hey, I've been listening to you guys just for a few months, and I'm really glad that I found you. I enjoy all the biblical questions, and I do have two of them for you.
Okay.
The first one, I've been trying to find out whether or not our pets go to heaven.
Okay. Is that
I'm understanding, talking to the Pentecostal people, they say that they don't go to heaven because our pets do not have a soul.
Well, they have a
And I was
soul.
wondering-
They have a soul, but they don't have a spirit. Will animals be represented in the new heaven, new earth? Apparently so, yes. Is it going to be your specific animal that you knew? God can do whatever he wants to do. It seems with them not having a spirit, the option for redemption doesn't seem to be there. And, of course, God was pretty clear in the very beginning. As soon as mankind sinned, he was the first one to kill animals to make clothing for them and then provide a sacrificial system that featured animals bearing the burden of sin on behalf of human beings and the blood of those animals. So he kind of was pretty clear on the pecking order. And Jesus certainly didn't go to the cross for animals to redeem them. But then you can go where they're not in need of redemption. So he can do whatever he wants. So I don't know the final answer on that, but in my opinion, I don't see how it's plausible. And then where does it stop? Does Buddy the dog make it, but Petey the parakeet doesn't? I mean, it's is it levels of animals, and all that. So I will say this, and this is all that really matters. And I would say this even about certain things dealing with human beings that were, I won't go down that road, but no one who's redeemed is going to stand in the presence of the one and only living God in the glorified state, and the battle between the sinful flesh is finally over, and look around and go, this is kind of disappointing. No matter what he has for us, it is correct, it is just, and it will be perfect.
Yeah,
and so
that's the big point, Rick. Because think about this: He gave us animals here.
Yeah.
Many people take great pleasure in
Of
them.
course,
We
yeah.
are too.
Yeah.
But He knows that, and whatever He has set up for us in heaven will even be better.
Yeah, but they don't have spirit. Now they do have soul because they're aware of their surroundings. Some of the more advanced ones, but they don't have a spirit.
And my second question, real quick. My understanding through my early days of Bible study at a church I used to go to, the only way to God is through Jesus Christ, and I realized that.
Correct. Yeah.
But what happens to the people that don't know Jesus, like people in the Amazon that haven't had the opportunity to learn about Christianity?
Yeah, well, first of all, how do we know the people in the Amazon don't know about Jesus? But secondly, if you look at Scripture, it says that God has revealed himself to all people, either through creation, that he obviously draws people to him,
What I always say is that's what Scripture says, and it says, so none will have excuse. But the other thing I would say is those of us that, like you, that have been taught that Jesus is the only way, and you have heard the gospel, I would be more concerned by the fact that we know it, and less concerned about trying to somehow use that as an excuse for us to to delay what we need to do with it. The real question is not what's going to happen to them, what's going to happen to us.
Yeah.
That all do know. And I think that should be motivation that when the last thing Jesus said to us, and look, I spent too much of my life not being obedient to this, so this is not a condemnation. I'm talking about all of us. I'm trying to change that now. But he said, be disciples and make disciples. You'd think we'd be more devoted to that if we're so concerned about that. So because we know, and we're told one of the ways everybody's supposed to know is us tell them and us help others who've been called to go tell them everywhere to help them do that. So it's really going to be on us.
And a just God is not going to be in a situation where anybody will show up and go, I never had a chance.
Right. Whatever he does and whatever he judges is just and perfect, just like you said. I agree. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There you go. Yeah, Bubs, we worked so hard to put together that big AAF playoff package, and you can get those, can't you?
That thing there's just a lot of questions about that, and doubts about if a spring football league could make it had certainly been out there, but everybody was kind of sold on the fact they had a plan. It was a new day. It had been done different, and then we had that crazy thing after the first week where they needed money and they sold controlling interest to a guy, and then now the other partners are kind of shocked he did this, but that he has controlling interest, and that's what controlling interest means. They're in control.
Guys, I told y'all when this was proposed, and I say it for the XFL who says they're coming back next year. When we list all the failed attempts at spring football, we don't even include the semi-pro stuff with Patty LaBelle and all these different things too. I don't know what it is. And remember, we kept asking, so what's different about this plan?
Yeah.
And the only thing we were told is, hey, man, and you heard Steve Spurrier getting interviewed. He was told that too. We got 3 years worth of money. Well, if you had 3 years worth of money on week 2, you didn't need $250 million from a guy who took over everything and shut it down. So was that just a lie? Was that never true? Because if you let somebody come in and give $250 million and take over the board, and now I'm in charge, then you didn't have enough money to make it 3 years.
No,
right? Y'all realize that?
Right.
You realize
that's not. That was a lie.
Would we agree that those two statements are mutually exclusive?
Yeah.
You can't have enough money for 3 years and need $250 million the second week. Those two things don't jive. And then once you give somebody control, well, it's obvious he had no interest in the league, and many say he had interest in this betting app. And now I'm with you, Bubba. Undoubtedly, does he have somebody standing by ready to buy it, or how he's going to monetize it? I don't know, but
we know he's $200 million in the bucket here, and he owns controlling interest now of something that ain't playing.
Right. Well, what he did, what people are saying, he paid $250 million for access to the app. Now, is that app worth a profit on $250 million investment?
He's got to have a buyer if that's going to be worth it.
Then it looked like he looked around and said, the league is a hassle for me. Let me get rid of it, and then I'm going to take this app and see if I can turn a profit on it, I guess, right? Yeah. Well, that's the only thing that makes any sense.
Rick, we're
mind.
trying to understand this,
yeah.
There's people that are supposed to be a lot smarter than us that was running this thing.
You still
had told us all this stuff.
You can tell me what the new owner did and why he did it. I can follow that. What I can't follow is why you needed him. The second week of the season. Yeah. Nobody's been able to answer that question.
Why did you need a white knight after week 1?
Right.
I mean that. Rick, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Again, it's the definition of insanity. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So the journey, I believe, men, it may be over involving this. If you don't know the whole story, it's been caused a little bit of family strife between some of the brothers in our family because the oldest son is on tour right now with Monty Python's Spamalot. And so he has an automobile that if you're going to go on tour for a year, you know, when you're at that stage of life, he's single. He's, an actor that's looking for one gig. Then when that gig's over, you go to the next gig. So, I mean, he makes decisions like when he realized he was going on tour for a year that he wasn't even going to stay in the place he lives.
He doesn't have a home. He's like, technically homeless.
He's like, why am I paying for a home? So he got out of that, and he said, can I keep my car at the house while I'm on tour? And then when it's over, I still don't know how he's coming back. I guess I will have to pick him up somewhere, but I'll come back and get my car. Well, when he left it, one of the things you want to do with a car is not let it sit. So his younger brother, seeing an opportunity to upgrade vehicle a little bit, said, hey, can I drive this tonight? Sure you can. It needs to be driven anyway. Well, he was then pulled over for having an expired tag because his older brother moved to Georgia, where he's lived for several years, and never moved his tag over to a Georgia tag and never.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Don't forget Wednesday Bible study today. We start a brand new chapter in the Revelation. Get toward the end. Revelation 19 today. We'll start that live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The archive available soon after. And you can grab that either on our podcast archives or our YouTube archives, which are available to you every day, the entire show as well, including a best of hour. Never a reason to miss a second of the Rick and Bubba Show anymore. Tomorrow night, Speedy at Protective Life Stadium, Birmingham, Alabama, the AT&T, North Carolina, A&T, I should say. Speedy will be the stadium guy as UAB kicks off their season tomorrow night at Protective Stadium. And then also tomorrow night, Lee Moore from Team Man Church will be at Calvary Baptist Church in Union City, Tennessee. And they'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. I know fall is coming, churches. If you're looking for curriculum for your men's small groups, so we have 4 40-week curricula available at themanchurch.com. Go check those out. You can roll through there, and there's a little video that tells you about the topic of every one. There's a study guide. There's a sample video of how you can facilitate those small groups, too. Got over 800 churches now using those all over the country and around the world. So if we can help you, go to themanchurch.com. Also headed up to Sand Spring Baptist Church in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, coming up on September 9th for a man church, and then I'll preach on September the 10th there for the morning services. So, ladies, you can be there for that, too, on Sunday morning. Find all that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or themanchurch.com under upcoming events.
You know, Rick, we've been talking about AI a lot.
Yeah, we have.
And I was just looking here. There's a new, I don't know what that is running on TV. That's a dinosaur race.
What are we watching?
Okay.
That's hilarious.
So, you know, we've been talking about AI and what it can do. There is a new Donald Trump rap song called First Day Out.
Oh, boy.
That uses AI-generated voice to sing about avoiding jail. And it has already gone to number 2 on the iTunes chart.
So we have a...
Now, I haven't heard it. It may be dirty. I don't know what it is, but it's him. Yeah. They've used his voice to sing a new rap song.
You gotta watch. What if we found out that Oliver Anthony was made by AI? It's not even real. He's not even a real person. It could have happened.
They could do it.
But and y'all were asking in the break, and somebody texted me, asked me if I'd heard it. Is his new song doing as well as the first one?
I don't know.
Didn't he put out a second song?
I don't have it on my playlist. Rick,
you don't?
But I got the first one on there.
Yeah.
On the country.
Why aren't you getting the second one? See, that's what's causing the problem.
Is it going to be a one-hit wonder?
I don't know.
You don't get in there?
Is everybody going crazy over it too, Adler? I know that you were having an Oliver Anthony conniption when it first came out.
Yeah. I was actually trying to screen up the Donald Trump First Day Out. You want to hear it?
Is it bad?
Well, the fact that there's a parental advisory.
Well, I just a 2-second sample of it if you guys want.
Okay.
All right.
I don't bail, I won't see inside a cell. Shut up,
Well,
There you go.
I gotta tell you.
Is that him?
That on tennis court.
It's AI.
It didn't sound that much like
It
him.
did. I heard
He
it.
was rapping.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys is rap
It's
boy.
made him a better rapper.
I won't see inside a cell.
Yeah, right.
I don't bail.
Yeah. So is Oliver Anthony's second song doing as well? Probably. I would assume.
Fine.
I would assume.
I want to go home.
Yes, that's funny.
Good.
But I'm in the zone.
Rich man North working overtime.
Getting indicted.
Okay.
So I want to go home. It was released August 22nd. That's his latest, Rick.
Let me go
back to
home.
Oliver.
Now I heard this one doesn't have any language in it, right?
It has two.
Can I play
it has
this,
two
Sadler?
D
No?
word. It has two. Yeah. It takes a little bit to
one
get there.
F-bomb.
Does it cuss in?
Twice.
Well, so he does cuss in it.
It says.
My friend Jack just told me he didn't. So
It
Jack,
says-
Jack must be
Well,
like
he
Greg.
may not be counting this as a cuss.
I
It
know.
says,
He's
take
like,
my,
that's
take
not
my dang money twice. That's it though.
Brink of the next world war, and I don't think nobody's praying no more, and I ain't saying I know it for sure. I'm just down on.
Okay.
No, yeah.
All right. So it sounds.
You got to get it going.
Well, I'm just gonna tell you, I heard his little mini concert, and he pretty much does the same thing on every song with just different lyrics.
I'd like to see him get in a studio.
But I mean, I
somewhere.
like what he does.
I'd
But
like to see him get in a studio
Yeah.
somewhere.
Ain't Got a Dollar was big
I mean,
before
you
what
like
he
that?
released.
There's something about
I ain't got a dollar.
there's something funny
And
about
muscadine wine and dogs.
there is something funny about him singing how broke he is and ain't got a dollar when people are offering him an $8 million deal.
Well, he wrote these before that.
Yeah.
I wrote this for I got $40,000 a day.
All right.
I'm gonna get 2 dogs and more muscadines.
I want some more Trump rapping.
Yeah. So, do we want to hear a little more of that?
Let me see if I can
We need to
screen it.
screen it. There is no telling what's
Donald Trump, MAGA.
Well,
But remember, he
what would
said
that
he's
be?
against them all, which I can relate to that.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
It's hard to get any of them.
I like when he's telling us why he's in an old truck while it was
Sharps.
raining.
I like that too, by the way.
Top songs.
Okay.
I'm
Calm
trying to
down.
find it.
First Day Out is the name of it.
First day
And that's
out.
my first day out.
Y'all don't realize what a absolute mess this is going
Oh,
to be.
Bubba, what a mess. I mean, and the mess has only begun, in my opinion.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know
That's
you
right.
ain't seen anything. When we start going to the polls and he's sitting in a courtroom,
It's going to be an election mess.
You're getting it.
I'm going to dial him in, by the way. It's a new character I'm working on. Just wait, I'll get it.
Before you know he's going to be in Twas the Night.
Oh, yeah.
Was the night before Christmas, and I heard on the roof Santa Claus had muscadines and dogs.
Y'all want another clip of
Yeah,
Trump?
let's do it. Let's do it.
I don't need to do the race, I'ma beat them RICO charges. And if I go to prison, you can't do me like the Clintons. I'll be laid up, eating steak with Secret Service, chilling, screaming, Orange Man bad. The whole... I don't dare.
I hate to say, I still think Little P's rap's better.
It's hard to beat Little P. Hey, thank y'all for being with us today. If you're wrapping up, you got more Rick and Bubba. You don't have to miss any of it. It's all archived for you every day. Catch it live or archived on your own time. Find all those options and all those platforms at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick